Wow.
Yeah.
We're here. We made it, right?
Yeah.
We are here for Phase 1 for the Dead by Daylight mobile Knights of Terror, which is a great name, by the way. Knights of Terror.
I know, truly just showcases the atmosphere that we're shooting for here in Dead by Daylight.
Unless we get corn maps, in which... Right.
That's true. They're bright enough. It's hard to be terrified when it's light out.
I'm scared of a lot of things when it's loud. Welcome, everybody, to the Knights of Terror stream for the first real official Dead by Daylight mobile tournament. My name is Dylan, and you can find me on Twitter at DylanKG. I am a fog whisperer for Behavior Interactive. I've played about 5,000 hours of Dead by Daylight, so those are my credentials, right? You want to introduce yourself?
Sure thing. I'm Steven. You can find me on a lot of platforms as Mercurial42. I am not a fog whisperer because that is quite the esteemed title for some of the longtime community members. However, I've been playing Dead by Daylight for a long time, since summer of 2019. I have about 2,500, 3,000 hours, somewhere around there. And it is my pleasure to be here today.
Yeah, so today we're looking at Phase 1, but the rest of this event is going to span actually the next 2 weekends, which is pretty incredible. Phase 1 today is pretty interesting. Do you want to talk about how Phase 1 is about to go down for us?
Yeah, sure thing. So we have we're sort of in the playoff stages of this tournament. We're coming into this from a 128-team point race format. And so... we are in the Phase 1 right now, which is going to be a single elimination matchup tournament. So basically, we're going to have each of these 16 teams going up head-to-head with the others. And at the end of today, we are going to have the 8 teams, which will be going into Phase 2 for tomorrow and Sunday.
Yeah, and Phase 2 is, it's quite interesting, actually. Phase 2 is going to be a double elimination round. So that's quite a change up from what we would expect from a normal tournament bracket, right? We would normally see those two things flipped, but going into tomorrow will be a double elimination. And then next week, we're going to be looking at the semifinals and finals, which will be interesting in their own right as we get some layering of some rules and some restrictions. Today is going to be pretty lax, though, with regards to some of the systems we have in play. Two teams going head-to-head one team can ban a killer that can't be played from the other team, which is going to influence how this goes down. If you've played Dead by Daylight long enough, there's the echelon of top tier things that you would want to select and killers you would want to select, and so that's going to lead us into a little bit better killer variety and things like that. And that gets more interesting tomorrow as the bans start to layer themselves, and we'll talk more about that then, of course.
And what I'm really interested in seeing is, because I'm sure a lot of these teams know each other.
Oh, yeah.
Because in any game, the top level of the competitive scene is everybody knows each other. Mm-hmm. Maybe there's some beef, maybe there's some existing friendships, relationships. Sure. But the one thing everybody definitely knows about each other is who their favorite characters are, who they're best at.
Yeah, that's classic strategizing, right? You see how they play.
And so I'm really curious to see whether or not these teams are necessarily going to target their bans towards the best characters, or maybe the characters that they know the other team's killer players are the best at.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? It's like, do I target their strongest or the thing that I'm most afraid of? Or are those the same, right? I wouldn't want to play against a nurse personally, especially on mobile, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's like their pick, right? There's this sort of level of RNG. Do you pick what they were going to go with, or does it not matter at all?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I know, if you're looking at statistics, the maybe not necessarily kill rate statistics, but, understanding of the game at a high level, it's a pretty common opinion that, say, Nurse, for example, is the best killer in the game. I think most people would not dispute that. However, my Nurse... not the best killer in the game, not by a long shot. No. But you put me on Oni, then maybe I could make something happen.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how some of these things unfold. Just to round it back out, like I said, today, Phase 1, tomorrow and Sunday, it's going to be looking at Phase 2, and then next week, we're looking at the 26th, 27th, and 28th. So just want to get those dates hard set if you're really invested in the prize pool and where that goes at the end of this tournament. That's next week. So be paying attention for all of that information as it goes out on socials. And, of course, this is going to be a long weekend for us as we're broadcasting all 3 days this weekend. So you'll catch us each day. You'll get to keep up and even rewatch the VODs if you want to. So what are you expecting to see? Obviously, our roster is a little bit more limited than what we're used to in terms of the actual selectable killers. We've seen in the past, we've seen incredible players like Super Alf picking up Hillbilly and doing some wild stuff. Do you expect that we're going to see a lot more of that today?
See, I think that I'm definitely expecting a lot of Spirit. I think Spirit is definitely going to be one of those killers who, between the raw power in her kit and the relative simplicity of her control scheme, I think we're going to see a lot of Spirit or a lot of Spirit bans. Yes. But I definitely could see killers like Oni and Plague doing a lot of work as well. Because I know Plague as a character, just to kind of dive into why I think Plague, because I know some people rate her a lot lower than I personally think she deserves.
Right.
Because as playing against a Plague, you get put into this really awkward position where you have to balance making sure you have players who are full health to unhook, because in a competitive setting, killers are a little bit more territorial than what you're maybe used to seeing in your public matches. And so I think a Plague is going to put survivors at this level. They're going to have the much better decision making than you would see from your average player in a public match. But I'm really interested to see where maybe those small cracks in the survivor's armor are a form that the Plague can take advantage of.
Right. Yeah. I think Plague's a good pick. I think, we're talking about old Plague. We're talking about a Plague that moves a little bit slower when using their attacks and things like that. I'm really excited for. Personally, we know the Onryo Sadako from the Ring franchise is actually really big right now in Dead by Daylight Mobile. One of my just favorite killers. I love the book. I love the original Japanese adaptation. Really good stuff there. So that's actually the first killer we're going to see as we move into our first round, and that's exciting. There are some really hostile playstyles when it comes to using this killer. The Condemned Only, which takes advantage of her passive power, which if we see it, we could talk about it, right? So there's some interesting stuff, but also generally, in some cases, might be a really weak killer, right? Could be completely gutted. So excited to see how that goes. What are you predicting for an Onryo pick?
I'm definitely expecting to see ring drawing for add-ons. Yep. I think ring drawing is one of those things that is very much a mainstay in her kit.
It has to be, yeah.
Just because that slow passive buildup of Condemned, and combined with her mobility, being able to take a hit, leave, down someone, even if they're not left on the ground.
Exactly.
If you hit someone, at some point you're going to have to heal against a stealthy, extremely high mobility killer.
Yeah.
And so that healing is going to create that slow buildup of Condemn, which can create some real pressure on the survivors.
Yeah. And to those of you that are less familiar, Sadako comes out of televisions. I think we've all seen the jokes, the memes, the spinoffs. But Sadako comes out of televisions. And if you're within a certain radius of that television, you build a Condemn stack, 1 stack per each day of the week, right? You'll die in 7 days, right? So there's 7 stacks total. But at 7 stacks, if you get downed, you're out of the game. Like, she will just eliminate you. And so the idea with the ring drawing is anyone who heals a player who already has a stack gains a stack. And this creates this dynamic where a lot of Sadakos that use the Condemned Only strategy will down you and slug you, or they will hit you and run away, and they're just relying on you guys running around and constantly healing and not getting anything actually done towards your objective, and building these stacks so she can just eliminate you without a single hook. Because in the rules, you don't need to get hook states, you just need to get kills. And that's going to be really interesting to see how that plays into all of this.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really interesting if we do see that sort of Condemned Only, or even just Condemn Heavy style on the Sadako. Seeing how it gives her a very much an alternate win condition compared to the majority of killers in a way that creates a lot of map-wide pressure rather than necessarily direct pressure from her presence in any given location.
Which is really what killers need, right? Killers being engaged with one person at one point in time leaves the rest of the team to do whatever they want to do. And so being able to kind of spread this fear and dynamic across the map is really important. And I mean, our first map is Wrecker's Yard. So I love Wrecker's Yard. How do you feel about it? I think it's pretty balanced.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite maps in the game. I think it's a small enough size to be manageable while having a density of resources that is high enough that the survivors, if you are able to get to them and catch them maybe a little by surprise, maybe a little out of position, they aren't necessarily just getting hit no matter what.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, this is one of the few maps in the game that does not have a main building, right? Typically in maps, you'll see the shack for the killer shack. You'll see the main building. And these are two places that are typically safe for survivors, but this just has that shack, and that's the only basement spawn. And that creates a territorial nightmare if a killer can play that right.
Yeah, especially because the shack and the basement being dead center in the middle of the map, it's accessible from basically anywhere on the map. If the killer decides you're going in the basement, you're going in the basement.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, unless your team makes an extraordinary altruistic play to keep you out of there, take a couple hits on the way down, maybe body block one of the doors to the shack.
Yeah.
Like, that's...
I mean, we might see some comp corners just to try to get out, somebody running all the way to the edge just to make it, because killers can only carry a survivor to a hook for about 14 to 16 seconds. And so if you run as far out before you go down, you might not make it to that basement, but it's going to be a little bit tough. So, yeah, so...
Yeah, and especially something you see members outside of the competitive community joking a lot about, comp corners and comp strats. Mm-hmm. But I think the thing a lot of people overlook is that when you're playing the game at this high of a level, as a killer, you can't afford to play nice. Like, you can't afford to play by the rules, quote unquote.
Right.
Like, you got to do whatever it takes, because your opponents are doing that too.
Yeah, I mean, for this tournament, there's money on the line. Now, when you're playing at home, there's not. So there's a difference there.
I mean, but in my heart, there's honor on the line.
Yeah.
In my heart, there's always a $15 Arby's gift card on the line.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Honor definitely comes above. Typically above money, but so yeah, this is going to be a really interesting matchup. We have 4 a.m. right now versus the GUI, if I said that right, and that's going to be fascinating for me because 4 a.m. right now is really leading the pack. They are what I would expect to be the favorite, just by like a slim margin, but it's going to be intense. And picking Onryo, how does that shift the sort of paradigm that we're going into here with them being that favorite? I don't believe we've seen many Onryos at all. And that's going to make this a little bit interesting, I think. Yeah,
and especially being in sort of the Western sphere, it's always interesting to see how the meta is different in between regions.
Yeah.
Like, for example, like I see a lot of like Wraiths, I see a lot of Nemesis, I see a lot of, a decent variety of killers, but Onryo is a killer I see pretty rarely.
Yeah.
And so I would be very interested to see how a high-level Onryo player handles this match.
Yeah, yeah. And that's the thing is, like, personally when I play, I see very few Onryos, but when I do, it is quite painful. Condemned only, right?
Yeah, and a good Onryo, even if they're not playing like the condemned only style, like bring in like Sloppy Butcher, bring in Jolt, like bring in those perks that benefit from the basic attacks and that ability for her to spread pressure across the map with her mobility.
Yep.
And even without playing into the condemned, a good Onryo is pretty scary.
Yeah, yeah, I absolutely agree. And the interesting thing for those of you that didn't know is Onryo can be undetectable. Think Wraith, right? And you can't hear Wraith coming. You can't hear the terror radius until you uncloaks. It's kind of similar for the Onryo, but she does have a tell. She does have a lullaby, is what it's considered, where within a very short radius you can hear stringed instruments. There's maybe a better term for but you can hear some creepier background sort of murmurs, which so I wonder, is the stealth going to be a really big part of this, or is it really just the teleportation, the ability to get around, that they're going to really lean on more? And that's what I'm interested in with regards to the play style here. So
yeah, I definitely expect that at this higher level of play than what you typically see when you're playing at home, there's a level of communication that you literally can't have with a solo queue team.
Right.
And so I think that stealth is probably going to come into play a little bit less than her mobility.
Yep.
But with even a small lapse in communication between our survivors, she can go undetectable, and that lullaby can be really difficult to hear over the sound of a generator.
Or the sound of your teammates yelling at you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You got your teammates yelling in your ear. I mean, you can barely hear the game at all. And I don't know if the visual terror radius mechanic does pick up her lullaby. I don't know if that's treated the same way as something like Huntress or Trickster,
Yeah.
or if it's treated almost more like the Dredge, where he has that sort of vacuum noise that he makes.
God, yeah, that vacuum noise.
That
yeah.
it's like not technically a lullaby, but it is a sort of an ambient sound indicator of his presence.
Yeah, that is a good question. And I mean, I guess we'll find out and see how they play it too. Especially, a good Sadako might drop chase mid-chase with you, demanifest, warp somewhere completely irrelevant, and just keep the team guessing. The sky's the limit here, especially in mobile, where it's gonna be a bit of a different ride all the way through. So, and right now our teams are loading in, so we're really gonna see, what's gonna happen.
Yeah, and it seems like we should be getting into the match right about now. We see a couple of the members of 4 a.m. having spawned right near the crane, getting on a gen right away, and the Onryo doesn't seem to be... Oh, wait.
We do see Sloppy Butcher on the killer, and we do see Thanatophobia, so this could be the anti-heal Condemn that we're looking for. We also see Call of Brine just to space some stuff out, and Spies, I think. Is that Spies from the Shadows?
Is that Spies from the Shadows? Yeah. If so, that would be a very unusual pick to see.
Especially
but on a stealth killer?
Yeah, exactly. So this is going to be interesting, but, we're really trying to see that the teams are already plugging away. We got several gens. I mean, one gen just almost done. Call of Brine's really going to be a necessity here, but we're going to see one thing that we see a lot of newer killers tend to do is they won't actually get into chase. They'll stop and kick a gen before they chase. And glad to see that our killer here obviously just getting right into chases, just building that pressure.
Yeah, unfortunately a missed swing, so the survivor does make the window on the crane. But you see, using the Onryo's mobility, immediately getting into another chase right on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah.
And I think it was a really interesting decision to not kick that gen immediately. Oh, a stun coming out at the filler pallet. Seems like Jashugen is going to be leaving, and the killer is going to be leaving as well.
Yeah, killer's just going to, instead of focusing on the gen that's almost complete, they're going to try to focus on maintaining, maybe potentially like an area of effect, trying to lock down what we call like a 3 gen or something of that nature.
Yeah, and it seems like 2 gens just got finished, I believe.
Actually, it does not look like that perk is Spies from the Shadows, but that icon is absolutely foreign to me. So you guys are going to have to let us know what that perk is. Now we do see both the Fung and
Nia, I believe?
Yeah, because they all have to play different characters. And it looks like they're going to really... They lost track of the Nia there. Fung slowly trying to, create space between the scratch marks, trying to lose the killer a little bit. And Call of Brine pulling the killer on back.
Yeah, it seems like at this point, the killer, after letting those first couple of gens go, trying to get some early pressure, just making that tactical decision not to spend too much of your time defending the gens, but to pressure the survivors instead, which can be a massive benefit in the long run.
Yeah.
Though we'll see if that works out for them.
Yeah.
Because it seems like they've had a very difficult time building pressure in the early game.
Yeah, this is, Onryo is a character that you cannot afford to lose 2 or 3 gens without getting a hook. It's too dangerous, and there's not enough in the kit in terms of active ability to really counterbalance that. And with, there's a good amount of pallets on this map. Once they actually do start to get into these heavy chases, it is going to be maybe a little bit tough to actually capitalize on some good downs.
Yeah, and a failed skill check there from the Fung, keeping that gen unfinished and allowing the killer to activate Call of Brine.
Yep. A missed skill check, if a survivor does miss a skill check, that is a 10% regression. That's not insignificant. And with 2 gens gone, this is looking pretty tough right now for the Sadako. They really, at this point, I think, need to commit to something and just get a hook.
Yeah, they need a down and a hook. They really need to be building pressure on the survivors, because right now, aside from an injury on the Nia, which we see just being healed right now, the killer has had a very difficult time accomplishing anything more than just getting a couple pallets out of the way in the early game.
Yeah, this is a pretty common thing that I see at a little bit of a lower level of gameplay, but that's sort of at the beginning of the game, you really do have to get a hook, and that is a good hit on the Nia there. And hopefully they stick to the chase instead of going back to the gen. But it looks like they are doing what I'm afraid of and playing gen defender instead of playing killer. We'll see how this works as they potentially get into the chase here with this Fung.
Yeah, they're in a bit of a difficult situation here because I believe all of the survivors have med kits too, which allowing you as a survivor to heal yourself in a safe location without your teammates needing to get off the gen, that is a very, very large impact on the killer's ability to maintain pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that at the end of the day, if you hit somebody with a med kit and you identify that they have that, there is a really tough call of do I commit to this and just get them down because they will heal themselves out while other people work on gens. I think at the end of the day, especially at this point in the match, I think you got to commit to that.
Yeah, though it does, I do believe that when we saw the Nia's medkit charge earlier in the match while she was healing herself like just a few seconds ago, I believe that that was her second heal on that purple medkit, which I don't believe they are allowed to bring add-ons, so that is only those 2 heals and nothing more.
Right, exactly.
And so at this point, if the killer gets a hit on the Nia, which seems possible because they found the Nia, but they're leaving her, if that Nia does get hit again, she no longer has the ability to heal herself.
Right.
And so she does require her teammates to get off the gen. And this is the pallet that the Atom dropped earlier. So no resources here for, I believe that's Meg. But unfortunately, a missed swing from the killer lets her get to another pallet.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of missed swings, just maybe judging the distance a little bit harshly. But 3 gens gone, 1 gen at 72%. And here's the hard part, right? If you kick that gen and then you walk away and somebody comes back within about 5 seconds, that gen's effectively regressed. Almost none.
Yeah, just the small amount of regression that you get from the actual kick on the generator compared to what you get from Call of Brine being able to do its work at that 200% regression speed over the course of the full minute of its duration. Just the kick itself is simply not enough, but it seems like the killer baited leaving to make the survivors come back to that generator and catch the Fung out of position.
Yeah. They, at the end of the day, if they get 1 hook, 1 point on the board, that's really what they're looking for, because if they get nothing, no kills out of this, it's going to make it a walk for the other team. It could be far too easy just for that to slip out. It puts a lot of pressure on the survivor side of 4AM to really make this happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that in an ideal world, I think this game plan that our Onryo is going for, if this early game had gone a little differently, at this point in the match, we could be looking at a very different game.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because right now, we've gotten down to those last 3 gens with Thanatophobia not really doing much work at all, with Sloppy Butcher slowing down the medkit heals, but our killer just hasn't really had the opportunity to build a significant amount of pressure and keep the survivors off of these gens.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, I mean, I don't know the add-ons for the killer, but it doesn't look like they're necessarily trying to take advantage of the ring drawing, or they're certainly not teleporting around enough to spread condemn. So it seems like this was a pick because of potentially maybe a ban that came out that we don't know about. Obviously, the other team can ban. And so maybe this was just okay, we'll see what happens. And with this being single eliminations, this was a risk. This was a big risk.
Yeah, and I have to say, the movement on this Nia has been extremely smooth. We saw a couple of missed swings coming out from the killer, but that Nia, like, judging the distance to start that spin and actually make sure you're out of the killer's field of view for the entirety of the swing, that's not easy.
No, that's not easy. And especially with Sadako, it seems like, I don't know if it's something with this killer, but it seems like they're definitely having a hard time with judging that distance. It's just giving that Nia a little bit more leeway to be able to make those spins happen.
And there's the last gen. That 3 gen has been broken. The hatch has spawned. You see it on your screen right now. We see Meg on a gate, and I'm sure one of her other teammates is going to be on a gate as well.
Yeah.
I believe that's the Nia. We can actually see her name on screen right now.
Yeah, it's really interesting to me, and this is, I think, what a lot of players, if there's anything to glean from this, it's like your first few chases, you do want to break a pallet or two, but you have to get someone on a hook.
Yeah, but we see a hit through the pallet coming off, so potentially this Nia might go down unless some really good body blocks come in from her teammates, and yep, there's the Fung, and it seems like the Atom is on his way as well.
It seems like, oh, okay, there we go. I was going to say, there's a little bit of a derivation there, and Fung went one way, Nia went the other, but it seems like if 3 people body block, this will be an easy out.
It is also important to consider, though, that Sadako has some ability to mitigate body blocks from the survivors, because when she's demanifested, like we see her do right now, she can phase right through you.
Yeah.
So your body blocks can potentially be circumvented by the killer, but it's not looking good as the Shack Pallet stun comes out, and then we see the injured Nia with her 3 healthy teammates behind her walking out the gate.
Yeah, that is a cool walk in the park for the team, really. Just not being able to commit enough to actually getting downs and trying to wrangle gens more than chase survivors definitely made that a tougher match. And I think there's a little bit more they could have done, but hey, that's how the chips kind of land there. We do see the ring drawing add-on actually, so maybe they were trying to play into that hit and run play style that is a little bit tougher to pull off anymore. So, and especially because in this tournament you can't bring the Eerie tape, right?
Yeah, that's true. You can either bring one iridescent add-on or 2 add-ons of the other colors.
Yeah. So in terms of scoring, we're looking at that is 5 points, right? 1 for each survivor, and if there's 4 survivors out, that is an additional point. So that's 5 points for 4 a.m. right now coming out, the survivor team, and that is BT having a tougher time there with their Sadako. So.
Yeah, and I gotta say, if that early game had gone a little differently, if they had been able to get a couple of stacks going, spread a little pressure, I think we could have seen that late game go very differently because. Yeah. Like when you start to burn through those resources as the killer, when the survivors start having to rely on just the windows in an area, there are no pallets left.
Yep.
Like then it doesn't matter how good of a survivor you are not consistently going to be able to keep yourself up.
Yeah, 100%. And at the end of the day, that's kind of the issue. Condemned Sadako is you want to go for slugs, you want to go for downs, right? And so that means you really need to pursue somebody and then warp out of there. So I think where they faltered a little bit was that lack of pursuit. But it's the way the cookie crumbles. It's a very hard play style to pin down, especially against a clearly talented and coordinated team that was making what I can only assume to be great call-outs to each other. Oh, she's going back to the gen, she's doing this. So good stuff so far. What do you think the killer's going to be for the next match? I mean, they have a heavy burden.
Yeah, I would be curious to see another Onryo, to see...
Just match.
Just to see, like, maybe things go a little differently, because Dead by Daylight is very much a game of the butterfly effect, that snowball.
Yep.
Like that is one of the things that I think is so interesting about the game, is that it is very, very rare to find a match of Dead by Daylight that is truly unwinnable.
Yeah.
Because if something goes a pixel differently in your first chase, you get that down, you get that hook, you start that building of pressure. But in a world where the survivors have 4 medkits, it's very difficult for the killer to build that pressure, especially on an M1 killer like Onryo.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen our fair share of, Trickster bringing, or people, Tricksters in this game, so No Way Out, No Ed, things like that. And, they leaned heavy into personally, I don't play No Ed or anything like that, but in a tournament setting, right, where there's a very real chance that you might be able to camp somebody until they're dead, and then you have 3 people to corral in the end game. That makes a little bit more sense. So there's completely opposite sides of the spectrum in terms of what the play style could be. And it just turns out that one, maybe it was RNG, spawning, judgment call. Maybe it was, missing that first hit there at the vehicle, at the window. So a number of factors always play into this. It's never quite so binary. But
yeah, Dead by Daylight is never that cut and dry. There are so many things that can change the outcome of a match. Yep. It is almost never like a game where you go in and you say, I am not winning this no matter what.
Right.
And especially with the build that our Onryo brought in that last match.
Yeah.
Like, if they had been able to get a bit of a snowball going, keep some survivors injured, let Thanatophobia do its work, keep them off gens so they can heal, then ring drawing and Call of Brine start doing their jobs, things could have gotten very scary for our survivors very quickly.
Yeah, and it's all about just, one teleport, one slug, one extra hit, one attack that wasn't missed. And I think maybe nerves got to them a little bit too with the amount of missed hits. I mean, on mobile, it's not easy.
It is not easy, and this is a big stage.
Yeah. There's a lot at stake. There's money, right?
Yeah, and even aside from the money, just knowing you're on a stream with like lots and lots of people watching you, like that'll make anybody nervous.
Yeah. I mean, I know I personally when playing DVD mobile, I'm still less experienced at mobile, but even just some of the controls for me are a little bit finicky, and you start sweating and your hands start gripping the phone a little bit. It's a whole thing. Especially because to aim and look is your right hand, but also to tap the button to attack is your right hand. So it's like, oh, did you get a little sweaty and you weren't able to move when you attacked, so you just kind of written to the wall. There's so many things that are quite a bit different than when you're playing a different game, a different setting, things like that. So
yeah, and I know in other mobile games that involve like similar control layouts of having to control your camera and do actions on the same hand, I know sometimes you see people using like their thumbs for movement, and then they have their index fingers, and then they have their index fingers for doing those other actions.
Yeah.
And so if we had to pick a killer for this next match, what's your guess?
I mean, it could be anything, right? Because they got a 4-man, so they're sitting pretty. Really, all you're trying to do is mitigate the worst case scenario. If I was trying to go pedal to the metal, just be sure we get a point on the board, I would go Nurse.
Yeah, I mean, if there is a character who can just say, you, the survivor, are going down, like, I'm going to down you, it doesn't matter if you have a long wall into a filler pallet into the shack window, if you're on Fractured Cowshed and you drop every pallet, if you're playing Nurse, you kind of don't care. You can just make it work.
And that's the beauty. I mean, for those of you that don't know, Nurse is one of the earliest killers in the game, and Nurse can blink is the ability name, and that allows her just to teleport through any obstacle on the map, whether that's a pallet, a window, a wall. And with enough prediction and enough skill, that makes her the strongest in the game, the hardest to, because really what you're just, all you can do is hope that they make a mistake.
Yeah.
That's your best tactic against Nurse.
But especially, a lot of people find that Nurse is one of the more difficult characters to learn, because most killers have a 4.6 meters per second movement speed, and survivors move at 4.0 meters per second. So you are faster than them. If you just walk in a straight line, you'll catch up.
Yep.
But Nurse is the only killer in the game that is slower than survivors. I think she moves at like 86%, like 3.86 meters per second, something like that. So you are entirely reliant on your mastery of those blinks to catch survivors.
Yeah.
And so if you're a new Nurse player, like you're walking around with the default body and the pumpkin head, like
icy eyes,
Yeah.
No Ed Nurse, really.
Yeah. And it is important to keep in mind that in this format, the Nurse can bring no Ed because her attacks will be basic attacks, even through the blinks.
Yeah, which is something we see that sort of is a delineation from what a lot of us know. And so, yeah, I mean, when you play Nurse, like, you run anything, really. You get away with like any build, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could run no perks, no add-ons, and still have a shot at winning against a lot of teams.
That's what we're trying to see.
Imagine we see a world in which a killer in a tournament with these stakes brings no perks, no add-ons.
I don't need them. The semifinals are going to be sweet if that's the case.
Oh man, imagine that would be wild.
I mean, I think at this point, Wrecker's Yard is not a terribly large map. I think personally, I would pick Nurse. I don't know if I would chance somebody like Billy. You might pick Bubba because there's not really that many windows, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And so just chew through the first 4 or 5 pallets. It is a little bit dicey because if you front load and just chew through quite a few pallets, that's enough time for gens to get completed. So.
Oh yeah, because I think there's usually somewhere in the realm of like 12 to 15 pallets on a map, something like that.
Yeah, somewhere around that. Some of them just being filler, of course. But,
yeah, and like Bubba breaks those pretty quick, but even during that break, the survivor's able to make some distance. They get to another pallet. You go pallet to pallet to pallet to pallet, and if the survivors are good at coordinating, like where they're running versus where gens are being worked on, you might run out of gens before the survivor runs out of pallets.
Right, exactly. And that's the hardest thing because, at the end of the day, the prevailing strategy most of the time in a tournament is to get someone on a hook and just sit there.
Yeah, I mean, and even if you're not just like sitting directly in front of the hook too, you can move a little bit away, apply a little pressure, because even pushing a survivor off a gen for a couple of seconds, like that can make a pretty big difference. I mean, like we saw in our previous match, the Onryo pushed those 2 survivors off of the gen. The Fung failed the skill check.
Yep.
And then that let her activate Call of Brian, which kept that gen in play for another, couple of minutes?
While longer than I would have ever expected. It seems like the survivors were a little bit hesitant to want to touch that for a little bit. So.
Yeah. Though it is also important to keep in mind that the coordination from those survivors, while the Onryo was busy pushing those survivors off that gen again and again and keeping it in play, their teammates were doing gens on the other side of the map in the background.
That's the big differential here between what's happening in these tournaments and what's happening in solo queue or something like that. If you're playing solo queue by yourself with random teammates, what you're going to see is people just trying to fight for that one gen that's almost done, and they will die for it, right?
I mean,
Instead
that's
of
me. I'll die
yeah.
to finish the gen in the killer's face. I don't care.
Yeah, but I mean, what you'll see in tournaments is like, okay, well, the killer just wants to guard this gen, so the rest of you go to the other side.
Yeah, like if you can commit one survivor to keeping the killer occupied,
yeah.
like the killer can only be in one place, but there are 4 survivors.
Yeah, it's the mental gymnastics that go into that, and really as a killer realizing like, okay, I could waste the next 3 minutes here, but I'm not getting a lot done, right? So I might be better off going to an area of the map that I've weakened where there's a gen, or, you really have to like kind of the minute you spawn into a match, kind of look at the lay of the land, see where the weakest parts are going to be for you, where you want to defend, and really go from there. And hope that you can keep things contained into that plan a little bit, which is always the hard part, right?
Yeah, I mean, no plan survives first contact with the other side. As much as you can think ahead of time and you can say, oh, like, okay, if I chase the survivor here, like they drop that pallet and then they're going to run to this window, and like you might be right about that, but from there, who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, there's only so much you can control when there are other players' minds involved.
Yeah, and quirks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm fully expecting that we're going to see something really strong in this next match.
Yeah.
And, kind of shocked to some degree that with the bans going back and forth that they're, Onryo was the pick. It makes me wonder, was Nurse banned and that was the play? Even Billy? Like, Billy's pretty potent. So interesting to see how this is shaking out as we go through. So of course we're staying on Wrecker's Yard for the next match. That is going to be picked from the beginning, played out by both sides, and then we're going to continue moving on through phase 1. This is not double elimination. Once you lose, you're out. So high stakes.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big deal. If we go 5-5, we will be going to the tiebreaker, which we actually did see a little bit of that coming in at the end of the last match, where we saw those survivors healing each other and then healing themselves in the gate, because the first tiebreaker is blood points. And so it is actually very, very important to try and get as many points over the course of the match as possible. So I wonder if we may even see at some point survivors extending the match, like the survivors in a position where they could potentially finish all the gens and leave, but understanding that the possibility of a tiebreaker means that it may actually be the correct strategy to not win the game right now, and instead to take whatever action is most necessary at the time to get more points, just in the event of that tiebreaker.
Yeah, some additional heals, some additional, like, just a chase here and there, a stun here and there. It's really going to come down to confidence and not blundering, right?
Yeah, it's like greed, right? It's knowing what you can get away with.
Yeah, and that's 100% the truth. I mean, coming into this, right, we have 4 a.m. at 5 points. That's 4 escapes, right? And so now that they are flopping on over to the killer side, I expect that they're going to play something really hard. They're a team that clearly has come to win. And so we're going to have to see a 4-man out from the other team.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise it's just a loss then and there, no tiebreaker.
Right. And what's interesting to me is if this player can get a down and just camp them to death. That's it. That's the game. So, yeah.
Yeah, like you had mentioned the Bubba earlier. Like that, Bubba is one of the killers that is the most notorious for camping a hook and, just getting someone on there, defending them, because what can you do? Right. He has an insta-down, that doesn't have a ton of mobility, right? He's not going to, reach out across the map and down you instantly like a cross-map Huntress Hatchet with Eerie Head. I mean, I've never seen that, but that'd be a nightmare. But, a Bubba, especially in the basement on Wrecker's Yard, you see a Bubba with Agitation, Iron Grasp.
That's it.
Doesn't even matter what your other perks are. You get someone in the basement, you sit at the bottom of those stairs, you don't let their teammates down. That's it. That's game.
Yeah, at that point, you're relying on... I don't even know. I mean, you could pull that off if the Bubba tantrums or colossally messes up. So, honestly, if I were in BT's position and something like that happened, you throw everybody at it. Try to get them. Because
it's all or nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, because if that one person dies, that is the entire match. And just as a reminder for the scoring, the way that it works on both sides is there's no generators or anything like that contribute to points, right? It is just if you get 4 people that escaped, you get a point per person, and you get an additional point for everybody escaping. And the same for killer. If you get a kill, that's a point, and then if you get 4 kills, you get an extra point, which makes it 5. So it's very simplified, very easy, which does make it all or nothing. If in this case, with 4 a.m. at 5 points for 4 escapes, one person out, that's it. That's the match. And so, the survivor's gonna have to throw everything they've got at the problem.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be really, really important, the early game especially, for our survivor team, because if they're able to keep themselves up for long enough, and like you had mentioned before, even potentially play that comp corner and just run all the way to the edge of the map, keep yourself away from the basement.
Yeah,
like I think that is just playing safe, playing smart, taking as few risks as possible.
Yep.
Because everybody's got to live.
I think, in terms of what I'm thinking, we have to see corrupt intervention. There's no way we don't.
Yeah.
Right. Which, if you don't know, corrupt intervention is when the entity locks the 3 gens furthest from the killer spawn point for 120 seconds, I believe.
Yeah, it's 2 minutes. Yeah, 120 seconds.
And so there's no way that we don't see the killer buying themselves plenty of time to just make this happen,
Yeah, because all they really need at the end of the day is that first down. Because if they play territorial around that hook, they get that first down, force trades. Because especially, say we do see that nurse come out, right? That strongest killer in the game, at least according to common perception.
Right.
Say we see the nurse come out. It is almost impossible to body block against a nurse.
Yeah.
Like, it is possible because as a survivor, you see her pull up her hand to begin her blink. You understand her charge time. You know where that blink is going to land. Mm-hmm. And so, in theory, it is possible for the survivors to body block.
Yeah.
And, all right, we see the roster here.
Yeah, we are seeing a Huntress.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. We're seeing a Huntress come out.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is a confidence pick.
Oh, okay. Just kidding. We lied.
Never mind. Yeah, it turns out we have heard from our studio friends that, we are most likely going to be seeing a nurse in this match.
Yeah. It is a nurse. The model there is just a placeholder. So listen to us less than you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, we may be the ones commentating this event, but we are not all knowing.
Yeah. So the interesting thing here is that we do have a confirmed nurse pick then going into this. It's going to make things really, I think things are going to play. I think we're going to see nurse. We're going to see corrupt intervention, and we're going to see somebody that just gets obliterated within the first 30 seconds, I think.
Yeah, I mean, especially on Wrecker's Yard being a smaller map, because Nurse's mobility is a bit limited. She has mobility maybe slightly more than like a typical basic killer because her blinks give her a lot of instantaneous mobility. She's able to go from point A to point B almost instantly, but she has that fatigue and that recharge time.
Now we do see, killers can bring two add-ons that are less than Eerie or Eerie, so we could see double recharge nurse just to seal the deal. And Lethal Pursuer is also available, so if we see the killer come in with lethal, corrupt, just wants to get in, get out, move on, I think that could be easily done pretty quickly if they're confident. And this seems, I don't know, nurse could either be a confidence pick or nurse could be just lack of confidence, right? Like we're scared we're going to lose, so let's pick the strongest. So
yeah, well, it is important also to keep in mind that picking a killer now does not disqualify that killer from being picked in later rounds.
Yep.
So in theory, aside from bans coming out from one team, there isn't anything stopping everyone from just picking nurse.
Yeah.
Which I think is interesting to see that Onryo pick first. Because though the meta may be a little bit varied across regions, I think it's generally accepted that Onryo is on the weaker side.
Yeah, generally, minus sans the one playstyle, which doesn't, that playstyle we talked about, condemned only Sadako, does not really, it's not factored in with regards to tournaments.
No,
I don't know that it's ever been fully tested in a tournament. So, when you think about certain playstyles in the context of like going in solo queue, people going on 400 plus wins with that kind of build.
Yeah.
There's a specific environment that probably doesn't work in.
Yeah, because I remember there was a showcase of, I believe it was One Pump Willie versus, I believe it was Henz's team that went on that like 250 plus game survivor streak.
Yeah.
that they played on, I believe it was Coal Tower, if I remember correctly. And Willie did specifically go for that condemned playstyle. That's his signature.
Yep.
And I know there was a bit of variance in how the games turned out, but it was really interesting seeing the coordination of the survivors of controlling not just the killer itself, but also controlling which TVs were active, that the survivors were taking tapes so that their teammates could safely put away their tapes.
Right.
And it ended up in this cycle where the game really slowed to a crawl, but it was all about that micromanagement from the survivors of not just the normal knowing where the killer is and what they're doing, but also on a map-wide scale, having to control resources to keep their teammates safe.
Yeah, what's interesting about that is that really at the end of the day, I think even in this tournament environment, I don't know that I would have practiced through that scenario with my team. I would have been like, well, nobody will do that. And so in an event where somebody as strong as Willie came on and played a Sadako that is that strong, that could have been really awful for this team, depending on their level of preparedness for that. And like, okay, do we know how to handle the situation versus Hens in that situation, knowing, okay, we're going against something, we need to have a specific plan and just iterate on execution.
Yeah, because it's almost like chess in a way, where in the opening moves of the match, there is sort of a textbook way, this is how this plays out, right? Like, I move my pawn here, you move your pawn there. Okay, I know your game plan, you know mine.
Right.
And once you start to get into a certain point in the match where the players are maybe no longer prepared, they no longer have that position memorized, then you have to get into the mind of your opponent, you have to start to improvise a little.
Yeah.
And so I really do wonder, like, with the sheer breadth of killers and strategies that can potentially be at play here, how many of these sort of niche, more unique strategies can the survivors really be prepared for?
Yeah, and realistically, like, we're talking about there are some pretty niche Billy builds and some things that I have no doubt that we will see throughout our time today. So
yeah, I would love to see a hillbilly. It has been. When I'm out there playing Survivor, like, just getting a Billy, period, is a treat. But, like, getting a Billy that plays at a level where he's using his saw well, he understands the curving angles, he knows how to make that chase interesting, that is a treat.
Yeah.
And I would love to commentate a Billy game in this tournament at some point.
Oh, yeah. There's going to be a lot less idle chit-chat and a lot more just reactionary content, I think. Yeah.
I'm sure chat will make some nice soy face memes of us at some point when a Billy game comes out, and we're like,
yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity for that to happen. Like I said, we've seen a few Huntresses, Billies, Nurses, Spirit, and those seem to be the top sort of cream of the crop that we're seeing kind of rise up in terms of if you have to pick somebody that's the killer you were gonna pick gets banned. Yeah. I think that's where we're gonna see those goes. Those four, like I said, seeing a Onryo so early was not on my bingo sheet for the day. So I think we got that out of the way early, and we're gonna kind of see what happens next with the rest of the picks and Nurse coming up. So
yeah, I mean, it is important to keep in mind we have a long day of games ahead of us. There's a lot of room for exciting things to happen, and I am really, really looking forward to today. It's gonna be very exciting to see how these matches shape up, see the killer diversity, see potentially some build diversity from survivors, though there aren't rules against duplicate perks.
No.
So I know in that last match we saw a bunch of decisive strikes, a lot of sprint bursts, a lot of unbreakables. And so I'm curious to see if that'll just sort of be the status quo for this tournament, like survivors just bringing the mainstays, sort of the old school classics.
Yeah.
Bringing that good old DS Unbreakable.
Yeah, Deliverance DS.
Yeah.
For the end game, just to guarantee you get out.
Oh yeah, that's always a lot of fun.
Yeah, and that's the big thing is we're talking about old DS. We're talking about a DS that does not deactivate, right?
Yeah, that you can just do a gen. The killer shows up, you hop in a locker. That's always a fun interaction.
Or you just keep doing the gen and hope that the killer goes for the grab and you get the free. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff. We're talking dead harding for distance and things of that nature. So. It's kind of a blast from the past, and I'm excited to see some high octane gameplay. We were able to rub the sleepies out of our eyes at the last match a little bit, right? Just kind of fall into the groove. So I don't know. This next one could shape up to be something interesting with a Nurse. Maybe the Survivor team really comes out here and tries very hard to I don't know, hang on, if you will. So, and you know, I don't know about you, but I'm predicting honestly that if Corrupt Intervention is the perk the killer's bringing, Lethal Pursuer, showing the auras of survivors when you spawn into a match.
Yeah.
But I do predict that our survivors, if Corrupt Intervention is up, that they are going to wait through Corrupt Intervention at least the first minute. So, perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right. So it seems like we are having just some minor technical issues getting the match together. So we are going to take a second and give you guys back to that trailer for the Dead by Daylight mobile.
Yeah.
And we will be back in just a few minutes.
Beautiful. Okay, looks like we've got things figured out. Lobbies and hosts and all kinds of fun stuff going on. But we're finally loading in to our nurse match. I know a lot of you were waiting very patiently. Some of you in the bathroom. I apologize. So we're going to dive right in now, hopefully get this kicked off. And we're going to see how this is going to go. Honestly, like I said, this is not going to be a high-octane race. Really, it's, like I said, one down, and it's going to be pretty well moving in. So this is 4 a.m. versus BT. And it looks like we are seeing right now the Fung already on a gen. It doesn't look like there's any corrupt intervention in play. We'll have to see kind of the killer side of things. But already in a chase and already a lot of gen work going right now. We see the failed skill check as the nurse rolls up here.
Though I did see something very interesting in that Fung's build, because she had a perk that I really did not expect to see in a tournament, but makes a lot of sense right now, which is Saboteur.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
And I also, if I recall correctly, I saw a flashlight in the hands of that ace, and that's the Fung going down, which could be a huge problem unless the ace comes in with a hero flashlight save.
No.
Because that is both your Saboteur player and your flashlight player.
Yeah, let's see. Right now, it looks like they're trying to get at least the first gen done. It's at 46 going, even counting up. That's one person on hook, and the nurse is not going to camp the hook, which is not necessarily a dicey choice because you're nurse, but, it's an interesting pick.
And from the look of those blinks, that did look like double range to me. And we see on our nurse, we see Corrupt, Pop, Noed, and Tinkerer.
Tinkerer is an interesting pick there.
Yeah, see, I think Tinkerer, you have to keep in mind, though, that with Pop Goes the Weasel lasting 60 seconds and being 25% instant regression, that Tinkerer, and I believe will activate multiple times per generator,
Yep.
that synergy is very much there. And we see another down coming out on Kate. So that's going to be 2 hooks for our nurse before the survivors are able to get a single gen past 50% progress.
Yeah, we see that the gen that was at 50 is now at 17. It's, gone back a significant amount because of, regression. And we see another gen at 50. So the team is really going to have to spread out into 3 separate corners. If they start huddling up on the same gen, that means the minute nurse rolls up that everybody's just going to be pushed.
Yeah, and especially with those range add-ons on a map the size of Wrecker's Yard, it is going to be very, very difficult for our survivors to stay out of the nurse's way. And right there we see the Fung. The nurse is able to go from one side of the map to the other in 2 sets of blinks. And there the Fung goes down again. She's now going to be on Death Hook.
Wow.
That is her second.
Oh.
Wait! The ace got the flashlight save.
There it is, perfect. I saw the blind go off, but I wasn't sure about the drop, and that was perfect.
See, the problem is though, it's a nurse, and so the Fung goes right back down.
And Ace wasn't on a gen that entire time, so that's kind of the trade of like the flashlights are good, Saboteur is good, but if the team has to stay off of the objective, that it makes it a tough trade.
Yeah, it creates that cost to try and keep your teammates alive. Oh, and wait, I think she saw the ace there. But a good two good double backs from the ace, keeping himself out of the location the nurse predicted he'd be at.
Yeah.
But I think at this point, she could kind of just stay near that Fung's hook.
She could sort of chill. I mean, somebody could force a trade, which wouldn't be the wrong idea, but she's playing what I would consider to be, especially in a tournament setting, more quote-unquote honorably or respectfully.
Yeah, though she does come back to the hook in time to interrupt the Kate attempting to unhook the Fung.
I think the Kate was afraid of getting grabbed.
Yeah,
Ooh,
yeah.
And the stun on the nurse, very rare, and the post-blink fatigue afterwards.
Yeah, I gotta say, I do miss that. I miss being able to stun a nurse and then have her fatigue, but the Kate goes down. Oof. And that's gonna be, I believe, her second hook as well.
Ooh, strong from the ace, using the tree there to block. And we do see only 1 gen's done, but somebody is pushing out a gen. It's just hitting 50-51%. So, they're playing a very staggered game.
Yeah, but though the nurse does have to be afraid of that flashlight on the ace because he already got 1 save off. I mean, who's to say he couldn't get another?
Yeah, 100%. And that's what we saw there is her chasing him off. We see Tinkerer going off. That's going to be a Pop Goes the Weasel opportunity.
Yeah, because she has the entire duration of that Tinkerer timer, which is just hitting half. She's going to go right over to that gen.
Yep, we see beautiful communication here. I think the terror radius going away, somebody signaled to her, hey, maybe hop off that gen, maybe go walk away, don't get caught up.
Yeah, but she did see some scratch marks. Oh, a blink to the basement!
Accidental. If you're playing as nurse, the way the blinks work is if you accidentally tilt down, you will blink down, and what happened there is they were just looking down enough to get suctioned into the basement.
Yeah, which understanding that blink, the ability to blink down, can be really beneficial to you on maps that have multiple floors. or even, for example, like a building, like say you get, I don't know, Badham Preschool, for example.
Yep.
But this is going to be the death hook for Fung.
Yep.
And so at this point, there's really nothing BT can do. The game's effectively over. They're dead men walking.
Yep. That is going to be 1 extra point for 4 a.m. And there's no way for BT to get more than 3 points at this given point in time. So it's really just going to be a flex to see if they can get some stuff done. But with only one gen and several other gens at about 30-35%, I don't predict that this is going to be a bright future, let's put it that way.
No, and we did see the Dead Hard come out from Ace, because it is important to keep in mind that while Sprint Burst and Lithe are very, very good and very common perks, that initial distance is far less effective against a nurse than something like Dead Hard, which gives you the iframes and distance to either dodge the swing or stay out of her range entirely.
Yeah, and the mental fear in a nurse of like, I have to blink once and then wait to see if they Dead Hard, right?
Yeah.
That definitely affects how nurses play and use both of their blinks.
Yeah, and she was able to go check that gen and go right back to the hook. Those range add-ons are just absolutely devastating.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I would have expected in a tournament setting sometimes maybe to limit what some of the stronger killers can bring in, but the fact that she can use double range just makes this incredibly oppressive match where survivors are going to just really be going for hatch at this point.
Yeah, though we do see the Ace nearby getting another flashlight save, maybe?
Oh,
just a little late.
Yeah, his aim was just a little low at first, it looked like.
Though it is important to keep in mind that Dead by Daylight Mobile very recently updated the controls for flashlights specifically, so it's possible that our Ace is still getting accustomed to that new control scheme.
100%, yeah. That is something that rolled out, you know, from... Oh, and
there goes the Dead Hard.
Yep.
Oh, but see, that's exactly what you were talking about. The first blink scares the Dead Hard, the second blink to get the hit. That is an old technique. Basically, I mean, practically as old as Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, and now we're seeing Hero of the Day, Kate, really maybe getting the unhook there, but, I mean, to what end?
Yeah, I mean, the Kate's injured still. I mean, everybody's injured at this point. This is what we were talking about, where that snowball starts to happen, where there's just so much pressure on the survivors that they just don't have time. Oh, and what a prediction from our nurse.
Yeah.
Like, seeing the scratch marks run to that tile and just blinking past the tile.
Yeah, and it's interesting to think, you know, the mentality of, you know, because the idea, the general sort of conventional wisdom is like, oh, against nurse you could try to double back, you could try to, but at the end of the day, if a nurse is, you know, smart enough, that they're going to adapt to you really quickly, and that's what we saw there.
Yeah, and that is one of the things, while my nurse is definitely not at the level of these kinds of competitors, one of the things I've always enjoyed, and I know it's an unpopular opinion, but I do enjoy playing against nurse, especially in a world where her range add-ons are no longer a factor.
Right.
I enjoy playing against nurse because it is very much that sort of back and forth guessing game. And oh, the Ace is going to go down here too, most likely.
Yep, 100%.
That is a long time in between her blinks. That was interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe one range. It has to be double range, but that was maybe just an interesting. Yeah,
maybe
it's
a
like
connection
deja vu
thing.
Almost, right? Yeah, maybe one of my neurons fired twice. And that's gonna be that's it. That's the game sewed up right there. That is gonna be a solid 10 points for 4 a.m.
Yeah, and yeah, all the survivors either downed or dead. I mean, now it's just cleanup.
Yeah, it's just the cleanup crew. Maybe, well, you know, honestly, I don't believe either of these two have been hooked before. And so they're not instantly dead, which means the hatch is just not going to spawn until far too late.
Yeah, and at that point, yeah, there was maybe for a moment there just the slimmest of hopes that the Dwight would be able to let go on hook in time for Ace to have the luckiest hatch spawn I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like, there's always a chance, but at this point, that chance is faded to dust.
Yeah, interesting pick from the nurse. Obviously, we see what I almost feel like were two types of teams. You know, BT coming in with the experimental Onryo play, and then nurse coming in and just, you know, 4 a.m. coming and in it to win it, really. It's very commanding lead. What we expected. We did see the corrupt intervention. We did see the hook within about 30 to 45 seconds, right?
I mean, when the nurse has the range add-ons, I mean, even if she doesn't have, like, lethal pursuer, even with just corrupt intervention, that does still give you a general idea of where the survivors spawn. Because the game does like to put them away from you. But that is going to be a solid victory for 4 a.m. here.
Absolutely, and so we're going to see more of them tomorrow, where we start to see these bans start stacking. We're not going to be able to see as much nurse out of a team like that, so we might as well get it out of the way early, right?
Yeah.
And so I don't know. Maybe they have an Unreal up their sleeves. Maybe they can show us all something. And you know, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, if that nurse was any indication, that is an experienced killer player. That is somebody who you do not want on the other side.
No,
because that nurse was clean.
Yeah, there was a few missed blinks, maybe 3, 4, but for the most part, they knew exactly where they wanted to be, and they kind of knew exactly what the other team was going to do in response.
Yeah, because it's really that mix of prediction and reaction.
Right, yeah. The idea of, like, I think they're going to go here, and then observing, and then, yeah, changing it on the fly. And they did that excellently. That's what that second blink really allows for you to do, which makes the nurse, especially with range add-ons, just so impossible to play against.
Yeah, because you see a survivor run sort of into and through a tile, but after a certain point, if they path well, you don't actually see them anymore. You have a general idea of where they could be, where they're likely to go. Maybe you have a bit of an understanding of this survivor. Maybe in this sort of environment, you've scrimmed against them, like you've played them in custom games in this kind of environment.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you have to take a guess, and then maybe take another guess. Maybe you just see them.
Yeah, and it's pattern recognition, right? It's this guy has done this before, so I think they'll do it again. But also they might try to switch it up, and just keeping room in your head for all of those options, those permutations it's a lot, but if you can do it, it makes you the most deadly killer in the game.
Yeah, and that's one of the big challenges of playing against the nurse too, is not just having a game plan in your head, because one of the mistakes I see a lot of less experienced survivors make is once you get to the point where you like understand the game at a basic level, you sort of understand in general what you should do and when you should do it.
Yeah.
A lot of survivors will just like have a plan and stick to it. They'll
just
be like,
execute.
Yeah, like you see it a lot with I find people who use certain perks. Oh, and so we're going into some highlights here. We see the Onryo getting the hit on the Nia here. Or this was actually, I believe, this was the Nia's phenomenal movement.
Yeah, this is the Nia just breaking out the fanciest footwork there.
Yeah, those clean spins. And even there, you see the fake spin to make the killer think, oh, they're going that way, I'll turn. But no, actually, you went back the way you were originally going.
Yeah, and we see a hesitancy from the Sadako. There's the hit through the stun, which, we see those enough.
Yeah, happens.
It happens, but the Nia's confidence didn't waver at all.
No, you see her sitting there.
Great
and then,
stun.
that final Shack Pallet stun from the Fung, understanding that the killer has to go that way. And then from there, it was just the good old walk in the park to the open exit gate.
Right, the survivor train all the way out the door.
Yeah.
We see the nurse here with just a really solid hit.
And then I believe this is an immediate follow-up, too.
Yeah, absolutely. But the whiff there, so just a little, they misjudged it, or they were at the end of the blink, and the Fung just getting a little bit of extra time, but, doesn't last long against a nurse. It never lasts long.
And especially if she only uses one blink, she has another blink right away. And then this was the Kate going down, and I believe this was her first hook, if I remember correctly, because she put her deep in that corner and then just right back across the map.
Yeah. This is
the flashlight.
Such a good, and I think it almost looked like there was an opportunity for the nurse to look away, and maybe they missed that, but...
Yeah, I mean, either way, phenomenal positioning from the ace.
Yeah, the stun here from the Kate, and then, just a good down from the nurse. Good blink there.
Yeah, I think with the Fung dead, I mean, that was the point. Like, that hit right there, that chain of blinks to get that down, that was the point at which the game was just no longer winnable for the survivors.
Right. Yeah, and the Fung went down in an LT wall structure that just has windows, and against a nurse, I mean, like, that's nothing. It's not a complex enough structure to really give you any time unless you have good exhaustion perks.
Yeah, and, like, while you can stun a nurse, it's not easy. And then, forcing the trade on the Dwight there, oh, man. And then,
the attempt, so close.
Oh, so close. You even saw the blind overlay starting to come up there. Just a fraction of a second better. And then that prediction that we were talking about.
Great blink, yeah.
Understanding that the Kate is most likely playing that backside of the tile.
Yeah. And, really looking at this nurse, I mean, got stunned once. Got flashlight saved against once, and they still only got 2 gens done.
Yeah, and right there, even just the awareness to understand that the ace with the flashlight was going to be there, prepared to save his friend, because at that point, what else are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to go wait for the hatch?
I mean, there were like 3 gens left at that point. Like,
Yeah.
how much more is there to do? You might as well go for the flashy play, get a good highlight clip for your montage.
Right, exactly. I mean, when you're at a point deficit that is that, quite frankly, you can't come back from it, might as well go for the flex, right?
Yeah, why not?
Save. If you get 2 flashlight saves in a tournament against a nurse, you take that to the bank.
Especially like a nurse of that caliber, like
right, exactly.
Like that's the sort of player that I am impressed by that ace, even getting that first flashlight save, which it is important to keep in mind, Ace being the quietest character,
yeah.
he does have a little bit of an in-game advantage going for those kinds of plays that require you to start very close to the killer.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys weren't aware, I mean, really, there is a difference in what characters you pick to play as Survivor, right? We all know the perk Iron Will that dampens your injured sounds, but survivors like Ace are intrinsically very, very quiet, as opposed to Bill or Jane, who are very, very loud when they're injured.
Bill with his freaking 20-year smoker lungs, like, you could hear him healthy from half the map away.
Exactly, yeah. So, Ace, to be the dedicated flashlight person, this was no mistake. This was calculated, well done. And not needing Iron Will frees up your perk slot for something more potentially helpful. Not
like that Dead Hard.
Yeah, exactly. The Dead Hard, potential unbreakables. So, but that is going to be that match, that recap. It was a pretty good match there. Hopefully the next one we see some tighter stakes, but we are going to send it to a little bit of a break while we get everything ready for the next match in our single elimination round. We'll see you guys very soon. All right. Well, we're about to go into our next match. I'm going to go ahead and drop a little tidbit. It's been confirmed that it's a Spirit that we're going to be seeing here.
Ooh, fun.
Yeah, which is going to be interesting. Apparently, both teams banned Billy.
Interesting.
Depressing,
Okay.
really.
I know.
What I'm about to say, yeah.
I would love to see a Billy. I'm sure we'll get it at some point, especially on day one where we have one killer ban per team.
Yeah.
So you could, unless everybody's banning Billy.
Right, which is honestly, it's so interesting that we live in this world now where there are people that are afraid of Billy because that's not the general consensus ever.
Yeah, like Billy is one of those killers where if you are extremely good at controlling his chainsaw and like understanding where you have the opportunity to get a hit on a survivor with it, which will insta-down them. If you understand that really, really, really well, you can be a force to be reckoned with, but your average hillbilly player is almost like a toddler fumbling trying to get a square toy into a round hole.
It's one of those things where people say, well, I'm just playing Billy for the daily.
Yeah.
So it looks like the map is actually confirmed right now. We are going to the family residence.
Which is Spirit's map.
Which is, yeah, Spirit's map. Also, not easy killer maps intrinsically. There's a chance for 3 gens, but it's a pretty large map. I mean, she does move a little bit quicker. Not as quick as Hillbilly. I'm just going to throw that in there. But, right.
We'll be talking about Billy all day, huh?
Well, yeah, until I see him, right? Until I'm satiated. So, personally, I'm just going to say this, right? I'd rather take my chances against a Hillbilly than against a Nurse any day.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
A Nurse, I feel like, is pretty well locked in on a tournament setting, right? So
That's a pretty safe bet.
Yeah, exactly. I'd rather... Wisen up, guys. Stop banning Billy. All right, why are you doing this to me? I'm really excited to see this. We are going to see Blame the Skills is going to be playing our Spirit in our first match. So let's hope that they give us a good show here. I'm excited to see hopefully some flashlight saves. No, we're seeing something a little bit safer potentially coming through. So I'm excited to see what happens. I want to see more flashlight saves. I want to see more.
I would love to see more flashlight saves. Give us those pub juicer plays, guys. Come on, we know you got it in you.
I'm frankly shocked that we saw the Fung in the last match bringing in Breakout, Saboteur, and against a Nurse, right? Where typically conventional wisdom is to get the gens done as fast as you can.
Yeah.
So, hats off to the prior team for just putting in the effort to not go full sweat and just kind of, go out in a blaze of glory, if you will.
Yeah, well, I think that they realized that since that game was so all or nothing, trying to use that conventional strategy where, you expect the Nurse to at least get a couple of kills, but maybe you can get the gens done and get out, that strategy just wouldn't be good enough. You really need to pull out
a perfect game.
Yeah, you really needed a perfect game. And unfortunately, they didn't get that. The Nurse was just a little too much for our survivors.
Yeah. So loading in now, we are on the Yamaoka family residence. We are seeing our teams get readied up here, and it does seem like we're seeing some sort of walking around from our Fungs, which indicates to me at least a little corrupt intervention action.
Though it seems like Dwight's being chased. Seeing the red light of the killer through the wall, he understood she was going that way and was able to drop the pallet. Oh, expecting a phase here, he's walking. But it's important to keep in mind that she'll see you move in that grass.
Yeah. The big thing about Spirit that most people don't understand is that Spirit can phase. She leaves a husk behind, and then she sort of leaves her body, becomes invisible to survivors, and that's how we see her getting the hit on the Dwight there.
Just appearing behind him.
Right. It becomes a guessing game, but while Spirit is phasing and moving, she can see you moving grass. She can see you affecting the environment. So it is a guessing game for survivors, which that's why she is so potent. And we see right now, actually, just completely juking the Spirit right now, kind of faking. It looked like faking the window. And trying to keep an eye on behind him, trying to be very aware of when she might phase, and trying to walk or double back to throw her off of the prediction she's trying to make, but looks like she's left.
Yeah, it seems like that was potentially a bit of a bait from our killer, making the Dwight think that she was still chasing him, while actually using her phase to quickly switch targets.
Yeah.
And you see there that she can see, like you had mentioned, the environmental cues of the survivor, even if she can't see them directly.
Exactly.
That she saw the scratch marks, but she didn't see the grass ahead of where the Claudette was going. That grass was not moving.
Exactly.
So she knew the Claudette had either stopped in place or doubled back.
Yeah. And obviously the Spirit, though, getting the incredible hit on the Claudette there, I would have expected the Claudette to throw the pallet. I think we see a dead hard for distance, right?
It did look that way, but I don't think that... that distance got her to the pallet. She spun the killer just long enough.
Good job. Now let's see, is anyone going to take the hit? Now, obviously, at this point, we're seeing a gen I believe is already completed, and we're seeing several other gens. This team right now is absolutely blowing my mind against the Spirit, who I thought had a very early lead.
Yeah, she was doing really, really well in that first chase, but the Dwight doing a phenomenal job of utilizing the windows in that main building and the jungle gyms next to it. This area, like this edge of the map, is really difficult for the killer to get much done, but our survivor does manage to catch that Claudette out of position, and that'll be the first hook of the match.
Yeah, and this looks like a normal game of DBD, like a moderate to high-level solo queue, where it's 3 gens done, 1 hook. And this is where things turn up. We see that there's no progress on any other gen, and people just healed. So we're all kind of starting from this neutral position. Great hit there.
Yeah, it's also important to keep in mind that, I was just about to mention that Ruin is in play, and there the totem goes.
Yep.
But she has a bit of a build whose game plan will change over the course of the match, right? Because in the early game she has that Ruin, but once that Ruin goes, she has Pop.
Right. Yeah, the old insurance policy, right? Oh, and the hit actually bouncing off of the environment next to the Claudette.
Oh, and the body block here, so I'm assuming that means that there's a borrowed time on our Fung.
Yeah.
Which... Oh!
Great hit there, waiting out. So for those of you that don't know, Borrow Time, a perk that allows the person to unhook someone else and give that other person an endurance, an additional hit for a duration of time.
Oh, and that's the decisive strike coming out from Claudette, and that is potentially disastrous for our Spirit because that was going to be her second hook, and if she was able to hook that Claudette again and then focus her out after that, getting into that 3v1, especially if you have Pop Goes the Weasel available, is such a huge deal.
Wow. And let's see if Claudette can finish the heal. They can't, so this is going to be, the Dead Hard for distance to the window and stand in to look back.
Oh, and the boldness from the Claudette to just stand at the pallet healing, knowing that the Spirit will assume she's vaulted the pallet, and just standing there effectively right in the killer's face with zero fear.
Yeah. Absolutely, the Claudette star of the match right now. We're seeing 4 gens done, 1 gen at 47%. Going back for that Claudette again, while seemingly the smart play was really tough for our killer, and they're at a huge deficit right now.
Yeah, she's in a very difficult position right now.
Ooh.
Oh, if she gets the down on this Fung, followed by a Pop Goes the Weasel on the gen, that could be a big turning point in this match.
Yeah, and we saw the Dead Hard come out there from the Fung, which was, in my opinion, a little bit misused. I would have ran out the window and then Dead Harded, forcing the hit.
Yeah, or even just to bait the swing, then Dead Hard for the iframes.
Yeah, yeah. But that's okay. That's okay. They just got the Claudette off the hook and healed, so there might be some slowdown. Pop Goes the Weasel on the gen behind him, another one in the pocket, and they are moving across the map to the Shack, which has a gen that is presumably being worked.
Yeah, and that, I believe, looks like duration add-ons on our Spirit.
Absolutely. Yeah, she's going for as far as she can. And, of course, this is going to be a tough chase because it's away from the rest of the gens in the map, and it's a healthy survivor.
Yeah, because the thing is, she found the Nia, but the person she really needs to find, like she really desperately needs to find right now, is the Claudette.
Yeah, the Claudettes use their decisive strike. They don't really have any defensive capabilities. If you want to get a point on the board, I think that would be the way to do it, especially if you don't have Noed or any late-game perks in the pocket.
Yeah, and especially with the early pallet drop from that Nia playing the tile safe, our Spirit recognizes, like, I have to get back and defend that gen because the survivors are going to be working on it.
Exactly, yeah, and that's what they're doing. There's at least 2 people on that gen. We see that number just absolutely going bananas over there. And we do see our Pop Goes the Weasel actually just expired too, so this is a bad situation to be in for our killer.
Yeah, I think she realized that the generator in Shack was not the correct target for the Pop Goes the Weasel, considering that there was 1 survivor there and there wasn't enough progress to make it worth her time. But now she ends up in a position where she's forced to, well, not forced to, but she ends up kicking the generator that's almost finished without any perks to make that more worthwhile.
Yeah, and we're going to see the killer fall into the trap that we talk about a lot is going back and playing Gen Defender. While they go to investigate this gen, a different gen will pop just like that. And the Fung that they could have put on hook is no longer really up for that.
Yeah, and what we had talked about prior to, where Dead by Daylight is very much a game of sort of butterfly effects and snowballs, that if you look at a perk that never came into play, our Spirit has Haunted Grounds. And the thing is that what that does is it creates a really big potential early game, but at the cost of a potentially dead perk slot. And at this point, the gates are open, the survivors are out.
That is 4 survivors escape. That's 5 on the board. We're going to see something pretty similar to what we saw the last round, where it's going to be a lot of potentially, that's 5 points. That could be a lot of like 10-0. I'm really interested to see how the team kind of comes back and talks about that. So
yeah, and one thing I think is interesting here is in our Onryo match, we saw 4 purple med kits. But in this match, we see 2 purple, 2 green. So that green med kit provides a much larger boost to your healing speed. I believe it's 100% instead of 50%.
100%. It's very quick, yeah.
Yeah, it's extremely fast. But at the cost of only having 1 heal instead of 2.
Yeah.
So I wonder if the survivors were thinking of that, where they're saying, hey, that speed is more important for our efficiency than that second heal, because we think we'll be able to finish the game quickly enough.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, if you can get that person unhooked and they can just heal themselves really fast, and you can go back to what you were doing, I think that might be more important than the quantity of heals that you can get.
Yeah.
And that's there's a lot of things that happened in that match. We saw the team survivors getting very lucky. They identified early that Hex Ruin, which, if you guys don't know, Hex Ruin is a perk that allows gens to regress passively if somebody's not actively working on them. So if somebody gets a gen to 15% and then they hop off of it, the killer scares them off of it, it just starts going backwards at 200%, which is very fast. It's very good, but it's a totem, which makes it cleansable.
So it is attached to a physical object on the map that the survivors can disable.
Yep.
And once the survivors break that totem, no more ruin.
And what's incredible, I mean, we see this here, is that the killer brought Hex Haunted Grounds, which spawns 2 different totems. So in this case, there are 3 different totems that are active, right? And survivors have no way to differentiate which one's which. So the hope for the Spirit was that they would go for Ruin, find one of the Haunted Grounds, and if Haunted Grounds gets cleansed, then all of the survivors are able to be one shot down for about, 60 seconds?
Yes.
And so they were hoping that was their insurance policy there for Ruin. Like, if 2 totems are Haunted Grounds and 1 is Ruin, the odds are in your favor, right? But unfortunately, Haunted Grounds actually did nothing for them. Ruin got caught.
Yeah.
Just
they just got the 1 and 3.
Yeah, and that would have changed things pretty drastically, right? The Spirit wasn't necessarily ineffective at getting downs. It was just they got spun a few times, but Haunted Grounds, if they were able just to get a few insta downs, 1 or 2 slugs, it would have been a very different game. So
yeah, especially because so much of playing a good Spirit is being able to decipher those audio cues combined with your knowledge of survivor behavior. And to be able to say, oh, okay, like for example, the Claudette at that pallet at the jungle gym, where she was healing in front of the pallet on the side of the killer. Yeah. But it's so difficult as a killer to tell, is she on my side or is she on the other side?
Yep.
We even saw the Spirit going around that loop as if to bait the Claudette into vaulting, but she was already on that side.
Yeah, I would say the Claudette was definitely the MVP of that match. The Dwight gave a lot of early game time, but that Claudette, between that and the decisive strike, really gave their team an extra minute and a half, 2 minutes to get basically everything they needed done. And hats off to the Dwight as well. Obviously, if he went down really early, that would have been a very different game, but he bought them enough time, enough for her to change targets to someone healthy. And having to restart a chase from scratch is really hard at the beginning of a match.
Because it's all of that time wasted effectively.
Yeah, if you spend the first 60 seconds trying to go for somebody and you go, you know what, I got to peace out, you have to hope that you got some pallets out of the way so that's a weaker spot on the map. Otherwise, you just wasted time.
Yeah, and especially as a Spirit, like there's this interesting sort of dynamic as a survivor of, do I throw the pallet early and create more opportunities where she has to guess?
Yeah.
Or do I just say, screw it, you're invisible and extremely fast, I'm not even going to bother with the pallet?
Right, yeah. And there's that sort of, you're weighing your cost, you're weighing, if you might be a little greedier and not throw things if you're only on first hook, right? But if you're on death hook, you might find that you're playing far more conservatively than you would normally do.
Yeah, we even saw that Claudette spending a decent amount of time sort of towards the end of that game once she was already on death hook. We saw her very much just hiding, staying out of the fray.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what really separates good players from moderate players, right? The ability to identify, okay, if I die now, I'm going to hinder the team. So not just hiding and doing nothing, but slowly walking away, and use your team coordination to figure out when to do that and when it's going to be best. So
Yeah, it's about like an understanding of risk and the value of your various options.
Exactly. And so, yeah, incredible. From the rest of the team. We saw the Nia and the Feng weren't. Honestly, in my opinion, weren't as strong of players. It's kind of hard to tell, though, because we didn't see much from them.
Yeah, I mean, watching from our killer's point of view, we basically saw the Claudette and the Dwight for the majority of the match.
Star of the show, yeah. And that's a tough map. I don't like what we talked about there's typically, if you look at the map as a rectangle, you'll see 3 or 4 gens on one side, 3 on the other side. There's nothing in the middle. So if the team can kind of eliminate a bunch of gens on one side, it makes it really hard, especially even a Spirit or Nurse, to get across the map and get where you need to go. So they did a really good job about knowing what gens they needed to hit. That main building is very tough.
Yeah, a lot of windows. There's, I think, like 2 or 3 windows in that main building, and plus there's the 2 connected jungle gym tiles directly on either side of it. Like, that is such a difficult area to defend as the killer. There are so many resources for the survivors to use.
Yeah, and as a killer, I think that boils down to knowing where your strongest points are, right? So maybe it would have been the wrong call, but for me, I would have been like, no, I'm going to go to Shack. I'm going to go chase people around over there if I can, because this is a mess. I don't want to be part of this. At least with Shack, when the pallet's out, it's quite a bit easier.
Yeah, especially as a Spirit, because it is important to keep in mind that you can body block survivors with the husk you leave behind.
Yeah.
So, for example, if you want to body block the window of Shack from the inside, and the survivor can vault into you, but then they're forced to play a bit more of a dangerous game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, there were some choices made there, and honestly, it was a good game from everybody. Good hits from the Spirit, good phasing and call-outs there. Great play from the Claudette when she spun and then dead-hearted for distance, and then ended up spinning the killer to get to the pallet. That was game-changing.
If the Spirit had gotten that down, that would have completely changed the end game. Because especially at that point, I don't think the survivors had broken her ruin totem.
No, their ruin was still up. I mean, that was probably the first minute and a half of the game. So, yeah. She hadn't lost too many gens. That early hook would have changed that tide a little bit differently. What I'm interested in is that we're not actually seeing a lot of camping, right? We're seeing people get put on hook, but they're not just standing there just counting down the seconds. It's really they're going out there and trying to split that pressure up.
Yeah, and I think our killers sort of realize that since it's not about hook stages, as a lot of tournaments are, it's about kills. That, yes, you can camp that one person, but if the survivors pop, say, 2 gens before you secure that hook, if you just sit there, you have 3 survivors working on 3 separate gens, deadlock is not available, so you can't prevent them from splitting that pressure in the way that you typically would.
Right.
And generators are, I believe, 80 seconds.
I believe, yeah.
And so if that survivor takes 2 minutes to die on hook and generators only take 1 minute and 20, that's enough time for the survivors to do 3 gens, open the gates, and walk right out the door. So you only get that 1 kill. So it may actually, in certain circumstances, it can be really productive to secure a hook stage, make sure they go struggle, make sure they die on the hook.
Yeah.
But I think our killers are realizing that just sitting there is probably not the right thing to do.
Yeah, and I think it depends on when you get that down. If you play a strong enough killer that, or you just play it well, and you get that down within about 30 to 45 seconds, you have time to, you could camp that out and still have time to get a second person, maybe a third, depending on your build. But yeah, if you've already lost 2 gens and you're going to camp then and there, you are 100% right. If you've already lost 2 and 3 people are on 3 gens, then that's game. You're really just trying to secure that 1 point. It's a lot harder. Ideally, I think the strategy that I would see most likely today would be like 2 or 3 man slugs, right? Just trying to really completely halt the team, get 4 slugs, and then hook them and be like, there we go, I got them. Don't care about hook states.
Yeah, though it can be really, really difficult if the survivors are well coordinated and they do a good job of spreading out. Yeah. Especially if you're a killer that, for example, isn't a double range nurse.
Right.
Yeah. Like if the survivors aren't next to each other when you're playing, I don't know, say in Onryo, right? You are going to have a very difficult time downing 2 or 3 survivors, like before the people you down first are able to be picked up by their team.
Right, especially with unbreakables in play and things like that. Haunted grounds might make it so that you could get 2 or 3 slugs really quick, and then maybe get 1 hooked, 2 hooked, and then pursue from there. But other than that, it's really hard to make that particular strategy work because of how many unbreakables we see in play, and it's kind of reminiscent of a meta from like 2020, 2021.
Yeah, where you have to keep in mind both the decisive strike timers of any survivor who's in the match with you, and keep in mind that anyone could also have Unbreakable, because those two are very commonly paired together.
Exactly. Yeah, and the idea of like, well, I can't really touch anybody after they get unhooked because they'll either DS me or I'll slug them and they'll Unbreakable. So I have to go for someone else. You know, that's kind of, I think, why I expected more camping than we got. So
yeah, and you could also say that, like, to a certain extent, from the perspective of a survivor, that the threat of a DS Unbreakable enforces something of a quote-unquote healthier playstyle from the killers. But from the point of view of the killer, frankly, it's kind of miserable to play against.
It is.
When you have to keep track of all of these survivors, and they are just completely unafraid of you, because they know they have both of those tools, the Decisive Strike and the Unbreakable, in their back pocket if you just so much as look at them.
Yeah, defensive perks being used in a reactionary and offensive way is very difficult to sort of mitigate sometimes. So we have been confirmed that it looks like our killer is going to be Oni, which is exciting. I think Oni has a lot more potential on this particular map. Like we're talking about extra slugs, just slowing people down if they can really get that power out there. Artie's going to come out here and hopefully show us what a good Oni is all about. Now, the hardest thing about Oni is obviously getting your ability. How does that all work?
I mean, so initially, Oni starts with a power gauge that fills passively at a very, very slow rate. However, when a survivor is injured, they'll be dropping blood orbs that you can then absorb as the killer, which will fill that power gauge. And when it is full, you can activate your Blood Fury, which gives you, I believe, 1 minute by default, where you have an extremely high movement speed and an insta-down attack. So for a brief period, after a time of build-up, you are... I mean, I would say an Oni in his power. If an Oni had his power all game, he'd be the strongest killer in the game
100%,
by a lot.
Yeah.
Like, that level of mobility, that level of lethality, and he can maneuver around much more easily than killers with similar mobility like the Hillbilly.
Yeah, yeah. The Oni's ability to drink all this blood, and that's why I suspect we might see like an anti-healing, because the more people are injured, the more blood orbs they drop, right? And these kind of will pool in certain, if you see somebody at a gen that's injured, you'll see 100 blood orbs around them. It looks ridiculous, but
yeah, it looks very funny. It's like a whole pool of red just floating there.
Exactly. And if he absorbs those and get his ability, he gets a different weapon. He pulls out a bonobo, and yeah, he comes.
I think
incredibly
Konobo.
quick.
Bonobo's a
Konobo?
monkey.
Yeah. Is
I don't know if it's a monkey, it's an ape. I don't know the taxonomy there, but I'm pretty sure a bonobo is a living creature.
Yeah, that might be. I mean, what if you had one that was, anyway.
Hey, that would be a pretty cool cosmetic idea. Hey, Netties, maybe a bonobo skin for the Oni.
Yeah. So I think, the big thing that we're kind of looking at is just the ability to chase people down somebody really fast, and then immediately go off, hit somebody else really fast. And we see this typically at unhooks and things like that. And that's where Oni, if he hooks somebody, walks off, gets his ability, he's coming back to the hook, right?
Yeah, and if he times that well...
Oof, yeah. I mean, you either catch the person unhooking and you down them before they can get it, which means one slug, one hook, and that is a tough game to play. Or, you can, even in some cases, get the double hit.
Oh, yeah, because his hitbox stays active.
Yeah, he hits down and then up. It's strange.
Yeah.
So... yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes, and I'm hoping Oni seems like a confidence pick to me. Spirit seems like the default to go to if Nurse is banned, and vice versa. But Oni to me seems like a solid foundation.
And Oni is a very interesting killer in a competitive environment too, because in theory, if the survivors play perfectly, the Oni will never get his power.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're going to see, because, Oni, when he hits somebody, not only can he absorb the blood orbs, but when he hits somebody, he charges, I believe, like 45% of his ability.
A good
gauge.
chunk.
So 2 hits on 2 healthy survivors, and that's his ability. So survivors are going to play conservatively. They're going to try to prevent those hits from happening, throwing pallets early instead of going for that extra rotation.
Yeah, and so now that you mentioned what you had said before about the unhook scenario against an Oni with power, I wonder if we're going to see deliverances coming in from our survivor team, because that mitigates that unhook scenario entirely.
Yeah.
Especially if you also pair that with the good old DS Unbreakable.
Yes, yeah. I think that you know, that would be smart, but honestly, the teams seem to be going for... I haven't seen a Deliverance really yet.
That's
not that we've
true.
seen a lot of hooking happening to prompt that. So, because to charge Deliverance, you need to unhook someone else, and we just haven't seen a lot of the unhooking needing to happen.
It's also important to keep in mind you have to unhook them safely.
Yes.
So Deliverance is often paired with Borrowed Time because the survivors are aware that the killer wants to down that person again immediately after coming off the hook.
Exactly. Yeah. So loading into our match here, we're going to see our Oni coming out with Corrupt, Lethal Pursuer, which is going to give them a little bit of a look-see here, maybe an early ability gain.
And it seems the survivors were not aware of the Lethal Pursuer. That was not called out immediately, so maybe no distortion from our survivors.
Yeah.
A good fake double back from the Oni there to bait the pallet drop, and that's an extremely unsafe pallet, so the first hit is going to come in immediately.
That's incredible. That is a good ability charge, and, you know, Dwight's going to be, for lack of a better term, leaking for the next little bit, which is potentially going to give the Oni some time here. He's going for the first down.
An attempted body block coming in from a teammate, but not successful, and so now that is a slug and a chase that the killer's not going to take.
I maybe would have taken the chase with the Meg, but getting that first hook and not getting too greedy early, I think that is completely viable. I think that's really smart.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we were going to see potentially a strategy where the Oni gets the first hit and then just follows that survivor to make absolutely certain that he gets his power.
You know, I thought that could be the case, but that seems so risky when you could just get the down, and I think he took that opportunity.
Oh, and there's another hit, and that should, I believe, be the power active. Yeah, you see the red blood orb in his hand. That indicates that he has his power ready. I wonder if we'll see it. Yeah, there it is.
There it is. Yep, and we're going to see Demon Dash. He's going to go for the Dwight, it looks like.
Yeah, it seems like he wants to focus that target out, but he's
Dwight
getting in the locker.
DS. Yep, this is DS Dwight. And maybe nope, he's going to wait
That's
it out.
some incredible turning from the Oni.
And we're going to see the pickup here, but he's going to drop him. We'll wait for that. And there's Decisive Strike. If you get unhooked, Decisive Strike is active for 60 seconds, and it allows you just to stun the killer after they pick you up again. People get in the locker to force being picked up.
Because otherwise you could just down the survivor and leave them on the ground.
Yep. So great job from the Dwight here. One gen already done by Claudette, but there's very little progress on anything else except one. So the Oni is in a position here, if they can make it happen, to get this Dwight on second stage really, really fast.
Yeah, and like we've been talking about, Dead by Daylight is very much a game of butterfly effect and snowballs, and on very few killers is that more true than the Oni.
Oh, wow. Good fake.
The bait for the pallet, but the Dwight doesn't drop it. That's so smart.
And he's waiting to listen, it looks like. And great down. What an incredible play from the Oni. Running into the wall, knowing he doesn't have the tightest turn radius, and faking the Dwight out and making him hesitate, just enough to get that hit.
Yeah, and that is one of those really sort of fundamental higher level strategies that you can take out with the Oni, where you understand the layout of the tile well enough that you can navigate it effectively blind, staring into the wall.
I'm really interested in some of our survivor positioning right now. We're seeing this Meg pretty consistently hovering hooks, which almost makes me feel like this is a little bit less of a coordinated team. I'm really interested that there's not more gen progress. One person on one gen right now, and that's it.
Yeah, I am very surprised to see the ace running up for the unhook when the Meg was already nearby, though. I wonder if that is sort of what you were talking about, where this is maybe a bit of a less coordinated team than we've seen.
Yeah, you know, the Meg and the ace both going forward, that's something you would see in solo queue, right? Instead of, and especially the Meg being so close as the hook was happening. Very interesting. And we see everybody now has sort of diverted to gens, but I think this Oni understands now that they may be able to just sort of proxy this a little bit, scare people away, get Ruin value. Well, Ruin's actually gone now.
Yeah. So also seeing the ace running up to the unhook, but being able to have the Oni push him away, it gives the killer a bit more of an incentive to stay near the hook because he knows that that's an additional survivor not working on gens.
Exactly. From the killer perspective, a lot of times it's easy to be like, oh, this killer is camping, when in reality they saw the scratch marks, they saw the survivors, so they have good reason to stick around. They're not doing it for no reason.
Yeah, and I think the ace was a little bit mispositioned at that tile. Potentially a hit was available to the Oni, but instead he goes back to contest the unhook, and it seems like, oh no, he's not going for Dwight.
Looks like he'll divert attention. Very good down there on the Nia, I believe.
I think that might be a Nia. I'm not certain, but they cornered themselves by accident. That tile is it looks like a tile you should be able to run between those rocks, but there's a log on the other side that blocks your path.
You get absolutely stuck there, yeah. An incredible movement again from this. Downing the Dwight.
The down?
That is going to be it for Dwight, and the other person slugged, so gens are really limited right now in how much progress can be put on the board.
Yeah, there are only 2 gens completed, but there's 1 gen actively being worked on and another that's at about 3/4 progress. So while the Dwight may be dead and the survivors may have a bit of a tough time getting the remaining gen progress done, they have made a lot of progress, and this is not over by any stretch of the imagination.
I mean, I'm thinking if the last team, if they got 5 because of their 4-man escape, then,
you're right.
Then this match is already sewed up. This Oni has already commanded this victory, and at this point, it's just some bragging rights to see, how much further they make it. They could get 4. They could get 5 gens. I mean, it's not impossible.
But those gens don't mean anything for the point system.
Nope. They are out of here. They are just, really just trying to see, maybe bragging a little bit. Hey, we made it still. But yeah, that's going to be a game that is going to be, no matter what, the team's going to walk away pretty victorious here.
Yeah, I've been just so engrossed in this Oni play that I completely lost sight of the overall scale of what it is that's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, seeing Oni is always exciting. Oh, wow. Bounce there. They did slug the Claudette, so it's just Ace and Meg now. Maybe they're just trying to sew this up and get it over with. Get 4 people down or get the 3 people that are remaining down and just call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, especially as an Oni, it can be so tempting to just go for more, just that little bit more. You have your power, you have that speed, you have that insta-down. You see a survivor off in the distance, maybe I can get them.
Yeah, exactly. And we're, I think what happens if the Oni picks up here, the Ace goes for the other hook. I think if Oni is smart, he may hover a bit and drop. He sees it.
Oh, I bet he saw the scratch marks on the wall there.
Yep, and then that is going to be him just trying to get this over with.
Yeah, though I will say, I think he does have to hook this Meg first, because having already picked up and dropped her wiggle bar has progressed pretty significantly. And so he may actually have a difficult time hooking the Meg if he hooks the Ace first.
Right.
And then that's the risk of hatch.
Yeah.
Which, not that it would matter for the outcome of the game, but I don't know, maybe for some future tiebreaker, maybe just because he wants to.
Yeah. I was just going to say, the Meg having already been down, I mean, good.
The pickup comes out.
Yeah, I actually...
He's going for Ace.
Quickly, yeah.
I wonder if that's an unbreakable on the Meg. No unbreakable on Meg.
Wow, interesting. She does have the Deliverance DS that we talked about a little bit earlier, yeah.
I wonder if that was part of why our Oni was not trying to hook the Meg, was because he's aware of the possibility of Deliverance.
Yeah, reflecting back, the Meg was so greedy for an unhook that was a little bit cheeky right as the killer walked away, that was an obvious potential proc for a Deliverance play, which now doesn't ultimately matter too much, but that is a decent read.
Yeah, and the possibility of Deliverance is a really big incentive for the killer to focus out one survivor.
Exactly.
Because the only survivor, say you don't see the unhook come out, the only survivor who cannot have Deliverance is the one who just got off the hook.
Exactly. We see Oni with the Demon Dash here. He does seem to know that Claudette's here. And he's
that turning is wild.
Incredible movement. Wow.
What? I didn't know you could do that.
I'm not 100% sure. We have to look at the add-ons, but he definitely looked into the wall and then used that to curve back around, it looked like. But
I wonder if he's running a top knot back when it was a 1 second reduction instead of a half a second.
I would have to imagine, yeah. But I mean, that's going to be it. The Meg is up and running still. We'll see how far that gets him. But
yeah, I mean, at this point, it's just a formality. This is cleanup, but just, it's like a real mess. It's taken a while to get everything cleaned up.
It's really interesting in the lore of the game. Oni and Spirit are related, so it's kind of funny to see.
What's a Claudette doing?
Yeah, it's funny to see Oni come out on top and actually command a victory over Spirit, because that's not traditionally how it goes.
Yeah, that's true, but also it is important to keep in mind that if we're talking about the lore, Oni at the time was a legendary warrior, not an honorable one, but feared all across Japan.
100%, yeah. Wow, interesting. They are still going to try to play this out.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to, I mean, not that I want to see the survivors give up, but I'm kind of surprised as to what it is they're playing for at this point.
Yeah.
Honestly, it might be what we were talking about before with the blood points tiebreaker.
It could be.
I don't know. Is the blood points tiebreaker based on your overall performance or on that match?
Well, at the end of the day, I think it's the specific set that you're in. So in this particular case, I mean, the survivors, they're out, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
there's no tiebreakers for them in their future. So, but I think generally, yeah, that would be for a match, potentially.
Oh, and wow, an amazing job from the Oni there. That spacing, very, very subtle, but swinging far from the pallet so that his hitbox of his attack doesn't snap to the pallet break and instead downs the survivor.
It's a really subtle difference, but in Dead by Daylight, any time that you're a chainsaw user or Oni who can instantly break pallets with their ability, the way the game is coded or programmed makes it so that the killer will break the pallet instead of hitting the survivor, even if the survivor is like sliding it. So
yeah, though you do every once in a while get those really satisfying 2-for-1s with Bubba,
where
you down the survivor and then break the pallet, and those are always so fun. I love that.
Yeah, it's few and far between, but it is something that we do relish, especially with Bubba, right? Where it's like, oh, not another pallet, you know?
Yeah. There's especially because playing against Bubba as a survivor, you're just playing pallet simulator. Like, he breaks it quick, he catches up to you. You barely have time to. You have enough time to maybe make it to the next pallet, but that's about it.
Right, exactly.
And there's the last gen coming out.
Yeah, so we do see a potential for like a one-man escape, though I don't think Ace makes it out of this alive.
No, yeah, if anybody's getting out of here, it's Meg, but I expect the Ace is going to go down, and then I'm expecting our... Oh, no, I was going to say I expect the Oni to go check the gates real quick with the remainder of his power. But it doesn't seem like that's happening.
Yeah, I mean, we do see that the Oni is getting a speed buff from his Noed. Yeah, it looks like maybe he's expecting someone to go for hatch instead of actually go for doors.
Yeah, I wonder if he hasn't seen the hatch, because he walked right past it there.
Yeah, he may not have seen it when it's closed, obviously. It's not making any noise, so
that's true.
He may be more focused on doors. It looks like he's beelining right to where he last saw them.
The Meg is making her way over to her hooked teammate, but the Oni is making his way back.
Right, yeah, and this is kind of the situation we sort of talked about earlier of, you know, being
very
careful.
Now he knows where the hatch is for sure if he didn't before.
And we see the locker ploy actually works. And
from both survivors.
Yeah, Meg successfully...
Oh, wait!
There it is, and there's the down.
The bait from the Oni, too. That turnaround, that turning radius is wild.
Yeah.
I was not aware that was possible. But, oh, man, that is terrifying.
Yeah, that is incredible. And that's not normal either. You know, I mean, you have to be able to. You have to.
That was an interesting interaction too. The door break into the immediate fatigue, canceling the animation.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some interesting sort of quirks here, and we're seeing that, like, you know, if you turn your settings high enough, you might be able to actually get some wild movement out of the Oni.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see the camera movement, even when out of power, is much snappier than we've seen from our other killers. Yeah. So I wonder if it is like an in-game sensitivity thing where you turn it up high enough. I mean, you know, there's been a lot of discussion about
mouse DPIs.
Sensitivities in Dead by Daylight.
Yeah. And we do see that the Meg actually used their deliverance just to walk away. The Ace maybe outing them a little bit, crawling closer to the Meg themselves. Meg beelining it right there. You can always tell when somebody uses deliverance because they are broken. They can't heal for about 90 seconds.
Yeah, and you see that on the Meg. You see that little plus icon with the slash through it on her character portrait. That makes it very clear to everyone watching, who knows what the icon means, at least. That she is broken and unable to heal for the duration.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, like, kudos to the team for putting up a good fight here at the end and not fully giving up and calling it quits. Really commanding victory. Wow, what a hit.
Yeah, the Meg doubting herself for a moment. I think maybe she wasn't aware that the shack pallet was down because she started running that way, and it looked like she wasn't entirely sure of... She had to make that last-second decision that, oh no, I don't have the pallet. I have to go for the window.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, interesting. So she, right now, it looks like they were waiting out. The Deliverance, obviously, and DS have pretty similar timers on them with a little bit of a difference. I believe DS is 60 seconds and Deliverance was 90.
Yeah, but the killer playing it safe, you see the broken icon go away, you know absolutely for certain that no decisive strike is in play anymore.
Exactly. No guessing, no eyeballing it. So, yeah, what a commanding victory from this Oni. Excited to see some of the highlights from that game.
Yeah, that was just an incredible performance.
Yeah.
We'll have some great clips from that.
100%, yeah. I mean, good kudos to the survivors. 5 gens done. The Claudette putting in a ton of work for their team. I think the lack of coordination is really what got them in a tough spot. So.
Yeah, and interesting you see the camaraderie, too. A perk that I feel like you don't see terribly often outside of a coordinated setting.
Exactly.
But in these environments where you can communicate with your team and say, I have this perk active, which camaraderie, for those of you who may not be aware, if you are on the hook on second stage, I believe it's second stage only. I could be wrong about that. It's such a niche perk. You see it so rarely.
Question. Yeah.
But in these competitive environments, if you are on the hook and and a teammate comes near you, your hook timer is paused for, I believe it's like 34 seconds. It was like some unusual number.
Yeah.
And this is a perk that's really, really difficult to use in solo queue because you can't communicate to your teammates because you're the one who has to have the perk and you have to be on the hook.
Well, the beauty is in DBD Mobile, you can see the loadouts. So that's the good news
you can.
here.
True.
You're going to get a lot more use out of camaraderie as long as people are paying attention. That's the hard part in any solo queue environment. Who is actually looking, right?
Yeah, getting your teammates to both pay attention and play around it.
Right.
That is no easy task.
Yeah. So, yeah, what a incredible victory from the Oni, and we're going to see that is really just a 10-point situation, 10-0.
Yeah, and that is Rarity coming out on top of that match. I think that was pretty clear. That was a strong, I believe it was an 8-0.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was what?
Or 10-0
yeah, 4
rather,
people escape and 4, yeah, and then
4 deaths.
+1 for both. Yep.
Yep.
So, yeah, a really great match there. Excited to see some of those replays. Pretty spicy stuff.
Oh, yeah. I mean, some of those flicks from the Oni, like the precision on his movement, that was so impressive.
Yeah, I mean, him doubling back at the pagoda was... I've never seen an Oni move like that. So
yeah,
it's maybe a fun mobile-only moment.
Yep. I mean, that man's got some sauce.
Now, let's see here. This is the first chase of the Dwight and the Spirit.
Yeah, and this was a really interesting moment too. That first hit at the window, but then followed by the bait to go for the Claudette instead. But the clean movement on Claudette,
and she didn't camp the pallet either.
Yeah, that's one of those moments where the killer started to back off, but then the survivor just ran right through, so the swing missed.
Yeah. Yeah, great play there. Good down there, too. And we see the Claudette knowing that she can body block. The Spirit has to take the hit here. They cannot touch Fung, and that's going to force and the Spirit's hoping there that DS or that BT's gone.
Yeah, but the Claudette just barely overestimating the duration of that BT, but it doesn't even matter because she has the DS.
Yeah, when you have stacked defensive things like that, it's incredible. And we see the spin and the hit. And this is the that was actually the second hit.
Yeah, and this is that first pallet play from the Oni, which just before that clip was that fake double back where he turns away and then turns back to scare the Dwight into dropping the pallet, and then the failed body block from the Meg.
And I have to wonder here, is this a body block from the Meg or like what's because Meg's just coming out of nowhere.
No, she was running at him. That was definitely an attempt at a body block.
See, to me, if I'm playing against an Oni,
oh no, you don't
get in the way.
Oh yeah. no, because you're just feeding him his power at that point.
Wow, and the movement around that tile around the pallet.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
this is it. Yeah.
This is the best part right here. Right back around.
Yeah.
What
wow.
in the world? That's not normal.
That's barely human right there.
Yeah, that Oni is homegrown.
He's just built different.
So yeah, I mean, here at the end we see the Ace with his unbreakable.
And then the massive turnaround that corner, which you see some Onis on doing those really big like 180 flicks, but not even necessary there with the turning available to this Oni.
No, this Oni is definitely good at their flicks, but they're relying more on just having really great movement, and so the flicks are just easier. Because on mobile, I imagine those 90, 120 flicks are just way harder.
Yeah, but even you see one of the things that they did a really, really good job of that might be a little difficult to pick up on for our viewers who are inexperienced with Oni is that pre-turning. Yeah. Like as you're about to say make a right turn around a corner, you don't necessarily go straight and then try and turn because you'll often have to cancel your power and then do the wind up and then start your dash again.
It's like driving a semi truck. You gotta go a little wide first. Yeah.
Yeah, like you start to sort of turn into the turn almost before you get there.
Yeah, and it's definitely a skill that you get a feel for. It's very hard to describe it and explain it. You really have to play and kind of. But yeah, it's you kind of going with the breeze a little bit instead of making those sharp angles. Which you can make sharp angles.
You can. You absolutely can. I mean, we saw it right there.
Yeah. So what a great Oni player. Very excited to see kind of what comes. I'm feel things are ramping up as we get more into the day. So stop banning Hillbilly. I see you. Stop doing it. And we'll talk about one of those very soon. But we are going to throw it to a bit of a break, a little 5-minute, get some water, go to the bathroom if you got to, and we're really excited to hop back into the next matches. All right. Well, look, we're diving into round 3. I'm hoping to see Billy. We've all.
Oh, I would love a Billy.
I also want to just talk real quick again. That Oni last match, blowing my mind. 200 cents apparently.
Yeah, apparently there's some shenanigans you can do with high sensitivity, but I mean, hey, welcome to Dead by Daylight.
Right. Yeah. If it's not Oni,
It's
we've all
Billy,
seen a Blight
it's Blight,
before.
it's,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, hell, maybe even Nurse gets longer blinks on 200 cents, who knows?
Yeah, let's see. So going into this next match, excited to see what's going to happen. We are seeing RSK versus Robin Gaming R. There's an R at the end. So excited to see kind of what happens here. We are looking at the Disturbed Ward map. This is interesting. The counterpart to this one being Father Campbell's Chapel. They are in the same realm. This is not an easy killer map.
No, it's not. This is a very big map with a very strong main building.
Yeah.
So this is really difficult unless you're a killer with like extremely high mobility.
Yeah.
You're going to have a pretty tough time actually applying pressure here.
Now, you may ask, like, what makes a map good or bad for killers? And at the end of the day, it just boils down to size and how spread out things are. You know, if a killer can walk up to a generator, scare a few people off, and be within spitting distance of another generator, that's really good for the killer. But the bigger these maps get, like this one, there's a gen in the middle in the main building, and then
On the
everything
second
else
floor.
on the second floor, which is a whole nother conundrum where, as a killer, you can typically walk up and see if a gen has progress and scare people away. But on the second floor, you have no way of knowing where anyone's going. You have no way of knowing how far that gen has even progressed. You have to physically walk all the way upstairs and look at it. So
yeah, and like you can hear it, but like if like say you hear a survivor working on the gen, just being able to hear that doesn't help. You got to go take the stairs.
Exactly. Yeah. So we are pretty excited to dive into this one. I mean, Bubba could do well. We could see some face camping because it sounds like we do have a Bubba coming up.
Yeah, I would be very interested to see how a Bubba does on Disturbed Ward, because as a killer with absolutely no mobility tools, I think he is. I think it'll take a while for us to see that first down, but it's important to keep in mind that since the map is so big, the pallets are a little more spread out. There's more dead zones.
Yeah,
there's more areas with nothing for the survivor to use.
Yeah, if he plays goalie well enough, he might be able to keep people from those harder areas. So diving in here, Rarity versus FTF. Let's see kind of what happens with this match. And, oh, sorry, that is RSK right now we're going to be looking at. So, yeah, the match is underway. Disturbed Ward, a very dark map, actually.
Yeah, a very dark map.
Already in chase right now, I think, with a one of the Fungs. Or actually, maybe that was the
I think, is that a Kate? No, that's a Fung. That's definitely a Fung. I recognize that outfit.
Yeah, I see that jacket there. And wow, the Bubba using some really great mind games, starting the chainsaw, but then moving backwards to show their red light the other direction.
Yeah, though we are for now just spectating this ace who is checking the totem. I believe he finds a hex. So, ooh, I wonder what that could be.
Yeah, Ruin has been popular for the day, so I have no doubt in my mind that is going to be exactly what he has found here.
Oh, and very interesting. We see, so this is a little off screen at the moment, but we have a Fung in a locker who is hiding from the Bubba because he can't grab while using his power.
And Ace is here hopping on their very first generator, and we do see that Fung emerging from the locker is going to get picked up immediately. They are going on to hook. It looks like, what you guys can't see right now, it does look like that is going to be a basement hook.
Yeah, and a basement against a Bubba, that is an infamous combination. And yeah, you can see from that hook location, you see how far down that is. Oh yeah, that's the basement.
Yeah, that is going to be tough. If the Bubba chose to stay there, it'd be a really, really tough match for everybody else. But it looks like he is getting adventurous. He is going to go out there and pressure some people.
Yeah, I think he's afraid of that gen progress happening in the background, that the gens haven't popped quite yet. There's only one gen that's finished. But as far as the killer knows, there might be 2 more on the way.
Yeah, exactly. He's not exactly sure how many people were on that generator. And so right now what we're actually seeing is that this team is being very patient. They are waiting. They're not immediately running for that unhook. And we see the gen progress continuously counting up while Bubba tries to ascertain where somebody might be. Really not a big fan of playing the main building, it looks like.
No, but the thing is that strategy of leaving your teammate on the hook for a little while, especially against a Bubba, is a great idea for our survivors. Because the thing is, you have a minute. You have 60 full seconds until you go to the next stage. Oh, but it seems like the Bubba is going to be coming back to contest this unhook. And so I wonder if the survivors will be able to escape. It looks like they are able to get out of the basement, but he's checking the locker. Maybe a misinput there from our killer.
Yeah, yeah. And we do see that the person who was on hook, obviously getting away the Fung there. So Ace is locked in right now, having to pre-throw the pallet because of the threat of Bubba, which is one of his great strengths, but really no damage being done to Ace while gens are being worked in the background.
Yeah, this Ace playing safe, which is very smart, especially when he knows for a fact the basement is there. Oh,
and the
no.
Bubba tantrum. Of course, if Bubba's chainsawing and he bumps into something, it's called a tantrum. He basically throws a giant fit and gets stunned for a pretty lengthy duration of time.
Yeah, and that is a very, very strong window the Ace just vaulted, which puts our killer in a tough position, and it seems like he's going to decide to switch targets.
I think this is a really good choice, and he gets the easy down there on the Kate, who couldn't quite make it, didn't pre-run fast enough, was really trying to stick on that gen a bit longer.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of miscommunication between our survivors. The Ace telling his team, he's on me, he's on me. But little does he know, after vaulting that window, he loses line of sight of the killer, and that gives our Bubba an opportunity to switch targets.
Absolutely, yeah. And we're seeing that is going to be the second hook for our killer, but we've already got 3 gens done and 1 more as well on its way, so he's definitely going to need to turn up that heat and make a little bit more of a decisive sort of decision here. Of course, there is this gen regressing. He does have a hook nearby. He can sort of camp that out a little bit and buy himself some time.
And also, if you take a look at his build, there is a special surprise that will help him later.
Yeah. Yeah, so right now we're looking at the perk No Way Out from the Trickster, which means that after, when endgame is happening, the minute survivors go to open the exit gates, they are locked for a duration of time, which is going to give him a little bit of extra sort of oomph in the endgame there. Surprised he's not running NOED with it, though.
I know, I'm definitely a little surprised, but we have also been we see the Corrupt Intervention and the Ruin, which unfortunately, that's just the struggle of running Ruin without any other Hex totems to defend it. We saw the Ace getting on that totem within, maybe 30 seconds of the match starting?
Just unfortunate.
Like, Ruin is a perk that can provide you so much value, but the cost of that is that it's extremely inconsistent. Yeah. Sometimes the totem stays up all game, sometimes it's gone before you get your first hook.
Exactly, yeah. And right now we're actually seeing that our looks like one of the Fungs has gone to, or the Kate has gone to stage 2. And he's just going to try to camp this one out and try to keep people off of gens and really try to get at least a point or 2 on the board, hoping that 2 gens aren't too ready to go too fast.
Yeah, I do believe the survivor on the hook is probably communicating with their team, letting them know that the killer is still in the area. Wait, wow. A down coming out on, I believe that's a Fung.
Incredible movement there. Really kind of shocked that they didn't accidentally bump. Obviously, you could see them taking those corners a bit wide when they were using their ability, so they didn't bump. But
yeah, because those hitboxes can be pretty finicky.
And they are going to be able to walk up to the gen with the most progress right now and actually get a little bit of passive regression on it, while another gen is just kind of accelerating off in the distance there. And this is one he won't be able to defend very well.
Yeah, it is important to keep in mind that the default regression rate when a generator is kicked by the killer with no perks involved is 1/4 of the speed of a single survivor working on that generator.
Yeah.
So base regression, while it can be impactful if a generator is left alone for a long period of time, it's probably not going to do a whole lot in this kind of a coordinated environment. And these survivors have shown they are quite coordinated.
Right, yeah. I mean, the translation there is basically that if it takes 80 seconds to do a gen, it takes about 5 minutes for a gen to hit 0 from 99 if the killer's not using any perks.
Yeah, and we see, again, the Ace playing extremely safe at this tile. He starts off at the TL wall, a tile with 2 windows in close proximity where Bubba's power can be pretty difficult to use, running into what I believe was a long wall jungle gym and dropping that pallet immediately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's not taking any risks because at any given point in time, if anyone gets hooked, they are, and the final gen pops especially, they are really susceptible to just being camped out.
Oh, yeah.
And so we do see the injured survivor running here. Maybe this could be a bit of a red herring, a bit of a Well, let's see. It seems like they ran maybe the more obvious route, and so to me that's a red flag. But
Yeah, but there's no pallet at that tile.
Nope,
So it
and
doesn't matter how good you are.
deeply unfortunate here. We do see that 2 gens could pop, and I think he knows this. He's leaving, and the exits are powered. Wow.
Yeah, but the thing is, he really, really needs to find that ace, because that ace is his last stack of No Way Out. Not that it matters at this point, because the survivors have touched the gate, so the perk is active.
Yeah.
Those gates are locked. You're locked in here with Bubba.
Yeah. So he's going to be able to get his hook now, and ooh, the Unbreakable coming up. Unfortunate timing, but he does swing. It's just a whole mishmash.
Does this pallet have two? Does this tile have 2 pallets in it?
It does. It does. The majesty of DVD Mobile is that some tiles have 2 pallets.
Interesting, huh? Well, that is going to make for a very difficult time for our killer.
Yeah.
Catching a
especially on
survivor, a long wall with 1 pallet is strong enough. With 2, I don't envy him. It seems like he's going to leave here.
Yeah, which is interesting. No Way Out's up, which means it only takes a few seconds to open the gate. I would have stayed. A bird in the hand, might be worth a lot more than potentially catching people as they saunter away.
Yeah, I'm curious. Until we can get a good look at that exit gate, it's a little bit difficult to tell just how much progress it has, because I don't think that the ace had the full 20 seconds required to get that gate almost but not quite open. 99ing, as referred to by the community, getting it 99% finished.
Sure, and we're seeing the ace here really being conservative with his sprint burst and just walking, so that the Bubba has to waste an extraordinary amount of time to even figure out where he might be, if he's there at all.
Yeah, and then at this point, this is a situation where our killer just needs to make the best of a bad situation. Like, at this point, he's having a very tough time. He needs to just catch someone, get him on a hook, and just stare lovingly into their eyes for a minute or 2 while they die.
Wow, great hit there. He, really to make these to make the chainsaw work, you really have to be careful you're not bumping on anything. I believe this is an older style of Bubba where you don't maybe have those charges to burn to use that chainsaw. So really good hit there, really good job. And let's hope that this ace doesn't wiggle out. There we go. And I think the team might leave him. I think they might leave him.
If I was in this situation, I'd leave him. I expect, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing the Bubba sitting right at the top of those basement stairs. I believe he's body blocking the door, so that if the survivors want to get in, they can't come in from a side that leads directly to the stairway, and they may have to. They'll have to either get very close to the killer or take a long drop and eat that stagger penalty.
Yeah, and this is
wild. Oh, wait, potentially another hook? No.
That is it. And let's see if that's communicated to the team. Let's see if anybody comes back. He may have walked away just to bait them into coming back.
But no one's in position to come for that save. The other gate's all the way across the map.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think this will be 1 point on the board for our Bubba player, but that's going to be 3 points for everyone else, which makes this not a complete blowout of a match. We'll see what happens in the next round and see if the team can pull it back around.
Yeah, and if this was a format based on hook stages rather than kills, this would have been a very solid performance from our killer, because this will be the equivalent of 3 hooks on the ace, 2 hooks on the Kate, 1 hook on each of the Fungs. That would have been a pretty solid performance from our killer. And It seems like Fung is going to be waiting to take the hatch, waiting for her teammate to walk out the gate.
And there we go. Ace died, and they're down the chute.
Yeah, and she's out of there.
So, yeah, I mean, not a bad match. I mean, Bubba, we kind of predicted it, right? These things, when you have as much experience as we do.
Oh, yeah, look at us
right.
with all of our knowledge.
It's easy to tell, right? A killer without incredible mobility or without projectiles at a map that is that big, it's just going to be a tough one.
Yeah, because especially those main building windows are so killer. I mean, pardon the turn of phrase there. Finger guns to the chat. I'm sure y'all will roast me for that one in a couple of minutes when you hear it. But those windows are just so painful to deal with as a killer without mobility. And the thing is, I don't think we saw any usage of Bamboozle that match.
And to me, that indicates that they forgot they had it. Right? When I put on Bamboozle for build requests or something, I'll put it on and then go, oh, that's right, I had that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have vaulted at the shack, right?
Yeah, the shack window could have been good. Because, there was a point where the ace dropped that pallet early, and I believe there was a chase at the shack after that pallet drop, but I'm not sure. No, actually, I don't think there was.
No, I think that was the only chase there, yeah. But even then, Bubba chose to go around instead of vaulting it, which, if you can fake the ace to go away from the pallet and then get the vault, you might get something special.
Yeah, which, important note for those of us watching at home, Bamboozle as a perk grants you both increased vaulting speed as killer and also blocks the window for, I think it's like 16 seconds. It's like a decent chunk of time.
Yeah, it's a good amount of time.
So it makes that window completely unusable for the survivors for the duration.
Yeah.
Which effectively shuts down a tile, and it forces them to use the pallet if there is one, and if there isn't, well, good luck.
Yeah, and that's really the mantra. If there's no pallets against a Bubba and you can't use a window, good luck is really the best thing we can tell you.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you just got to get lucky, basically. Hope the Bubba makes a mistake.
Yeah, and this is one of those interesting things where I think, when you're a newer player, the sort of gut feeling for Bubba, because he can insta-down you and because he has decent controllability while in that ability, it kind of feels like, oh, Bubba's like way too strong. He's overpowered.
Yeah, the insta-downs are scary when your positioning isn't very good.
Yeah, but as you get better, you kind of realize that Bubba, he can't move very quickly. He has to take a lot of time to get to you, and if you play it safely and buy your team enough time, he really is not much of a threat unless you slip up regularly. Yeah,
he's one of those killers that there are some opinions in the community that, there's a lot of varying opinions regarding the balance of the game, who's the power role, who's in control of the outcome of the match more than the other side. And Bubba is one of those killers that can really struggle if the survivors play safe. They don't take risks.
Yep.
They're efficient. That he just has such a difficult time keeping up with that.
Yeah. It really, and that's why you see, I think, so many face camp Bubbas, right? Is the idea of like, well, got my one, and if anyone contests it, then I will get multiple, because that's just so easy to do.
Yeah, I mean, there are some people who I've talked to, some people I ran into back in ye olden days, when they were where one person specifically I remember very clearly, because I discussed it with him after the match. We had like a nice little conversation, not particularly hostile, considering he just face camped me to death.
Sure.
But his argument was something kind of similar to what you said, where if he downs someone, puts them on the hook, and face camps them, mathematically he should get a 2K, and that's a draw, right?
Yeah.
That's a tie. And so he is totally cool with a tie, assuming that the survivors, make a couple of mistakes, they let you down them quickly enough. And I always thought that mindset was kind of interesting.
It is interesting because, the idea of playing for a guaranteed amount of kills versus just being like, I'm going to go in here and see if I get what I get is, it's always a bit interesting. So, and we have a bit of a contrast here because, the next killer was just confirmed to us as a spirit. And if there's anything to go off of from the last spirit round, it could go either way. This Bubba may not have performed too poorly if this spirit gets kind of beat up like they did last time. Different player, of course, but Spirit isn't necessarily the guaranteed shoe-in that you might think.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, it's important to keep in mind that Spirit's power does have a pretty long recharge time. Yeah. If you use your entire power in one go, that is 15 seconds before it's available to use again.
Yeah.
And at a high level of play, the survivors can get a lot done in 15 seconds.
100%, especially with toolbox, healing, things of that nature.
Yeah, oh yeah.
15 seconds. And you have to be really careful as a spirit player. You could use your ability to move across the map if you chose to do that, but then you're out for 15 seconds. You have to get your first hit without it or something of that nature. So you have to really pick and choose when you're going to use it and, be very thoughtful and intentional. It's just too easy to lose track of that and constantly not have it when you need it.
Yeah, because it really is about preparation for the next few seconds.
Yeah.
Like, if you use your whole power to cross the map, like you said, that's 15 seconds where you don't have a power. And as a spirit, that is extremely detrimental because Spirit's power is strong enough that her movement speed is slower than typical.
Yeah.
So we see... I don't know if those are the correct teams. We have RSK and RGB. I believe this is going to be RBG's Killer, and RSK's... RBG's Survivors and RSK's Killer.
Yep. And it does look like our Survivors trying to be a little bit patient there, trying to find... Maybe looking for totems, really looking in those nooks and crannies to see if there's any totems nearby before they hop on the gen.
Yeah, and then immediately the Ruin check, the good old-fashioned tap the gen, see if it regresses.
Yep, because Ruin does passively regress.
Oh,
Nice
wait,
down.
was that Survivor already injured, or was that Haunted Grounds?
That Survivor was already injured. We did
no Haunted
catch
Grounds.
the last half of that chase,
Yeah. So we do see, though, that there is Ruin in play. And so the survivors are going to be on the lookout for that. But there are times when it can be the right decision to just power through the ruin and get the gens done.
Yeah, this is an interesting position because once Corrupt Intervention is over, and if Ruin gets found, this killer has 0 perks in their kit. They're really going to be looking at just trying to like plow through survivors without any additional assistance once those 2 perks are up. And we already see Corrupt Intervention is 3/4 of the way through.
Yeah, and while Corrupt is very much a bit of guaranteed slowdown at the start of the match, it sort of serves 2 primary functions. Yeah, a phenomenal phase from the Spirit. But Corrupt sort of serves 2 separate functions simultaneously, right? First, it prevents the survivors, at least most of them, sometimes all of them, from immediately getting on gens, and it forces them to run towards you, but it also effectively shrinks the map for the first 2 minutes of the game. Wow. The knowledge from the killer to phase into the main building and then managing to get just far enough to hit that survivor off the gen, fantastic.
It definitely looks like this Spirit is using movement speed add-ons. They are zooming while they're in their phase far faster than I would have thought, and that is an incredibly fast down. I think this Survivor team's in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, this is one of those points where the early game snowball starts to happen, and at this point, do you even have time to look for Ruin?
Right, this is the hard part right now. This is what I call survivors having to play the unhooking game.
Oh my god, what a read! Knowing that the survivors would go around the hill, the Spirit takes what seems to be a bad path around the outside, but was in fact a perfect prediction.
Exactly. Yeah, there's 1 or 2 ways that could play out, is that both survivors and the dead hard for distance is going to get them to the pallet.
But see, that's what we're talking about, that downtime and the slow movement speed.
Wow.
Oh.
The fake. The Lori expected the Spirit to go around, but the Spirit just needed to wait until they heard the Lori vaulting the pallet.
Yeah, and even before on that previous tile, the first down that they got on, I believe it was a Fung. Or no, I don't think that was the Fung. I think it might have been a Meg.
The first down was Yui.
No, sorry, not the first down. The previous down that we saw. That the Spirit was going around the side of the wall before the survivor vaulted.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they knew that, like, so they see the scratch marks going that way. They make the prediction the survivor's going to vault. And that's a lot of playing Spirit well, is that prediction.
Yep.
Because you can't go through walls like a nurse.
No.
You may be invisible and really fast, but you still have to abide by some of the rules.
Yeah. And we're seeing here actually like a lot of intelligence from the Spirit, not picking up until they know where everybody is, right? Not risking walking too far away from a slug and a hook, and then just following up, immediately getting into another chase.
Yeah, and I believe we saw what may have been a bait at a sabotage from the Fung, just crouching in front of that hook, potentially making it look like she's going to sabotage it to bait the killer into wasting some time and going somewhere else, but that bait gets called out.
And let's see, this is mind games back and forth. The speed on the Spirit's going to make it, and that's a down. Yeah.
Yeah, that's such a difficult position to be in if you're that Yui.
Yeah, and if you're not quite sure what the Spirit looks like when they're phasing, all the survivors can see is the husk. They cannot see where the ethereal form of Spirit is, and that makes it really, you're just predicting, you're guessing, and that allows the Spirit to just have that much more power over that situation if they can hear well, and if they, if you're predictable.
Yeah, like what we were talking about before about how like a Bubba is a character who struggles to take control of the chase. Spirit is very much in control.
Exactly.
And a Deliverance coming out from our Lori does relieve some of that pressure, and because a teammate is not required, but it seems like the Spirit is hot on her tail.
Yeah, there was a little bit of moment there where the Spirit wasn't exactly sure where to be, but that's okay. Lori likely having...
Oh, the Dead Hard!
What a wild Dead Hard. That is going to waste some time. Spirit knows they got to get off of that chase.
Yeah, getting to that window, that's a chase ender right there.
And I think the Spirit has built enough pressure. They've only lost 1 gen. I don't think they need to do anything remotely close to camping. They have so much already. 2 people on Death Hook, and really no gen pressure to count for.
Yeah, it is important to keep in mind, though, that Ruin Totem has been taken out of commission for a little while now. So any gen progress that the survivors make is permanent. I mean, unless she kicks it.
Yeah, unless she takes her time. Which right now, what we've seen from the Spirit is an incredible tenacity to go and play it to some degree, playing it cool, right? Having a hook, having a down, and going, I don't need to do much to win right now. And then after that, getting right into chases and being relentless in those chases.
Yeah, she is.
Wow.
Oh, wow. The Lori, I believe, maybe hearing the phasing sound of the Spirit and recognizing that like not knowing which side the spirit is on, whether she was in or out of the building, taking that vault just on a prayer that she's right, and guessing wrong.
Yeah, absolutely great read from the Spirit. Really, at this point, if I were the Spirit player, I'd be thinking to myself, these guys are skittish. They're easily scared into what I want them to do, and I'm going to use that to my advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, our Spirit has done a phenomenal job of baiting those window vaults and going preemptively to that spot where they're like, okay, yeah, like you said, these survivors are skittish. They're going to think I'm coming for them. They're scared, so they're just going to vault.
Yeah, and we see the Spirit really doing a good job of just waiting until they get their ability, and there it is
the double
again.
back. Oh, man, that's brutal.
That's the fear, right? When you're playing against a Spirit, is just you can't see them, you can't know where exactly they are, and so you end up kind of just hoping to confuse them. Sometimes if you're too predictable or you have the same pattern over and over, you just really put yourself in a bad spot.
Yeah, because kind of in a similar vein to Nurse.
Wow.
Oh, no, the Meg
down.
getting stuck on the wall.
Same, Meg, same.
Yeah, she just like me for real.
This is interesting. One person dead, already, points on the board. This is going to be, everyone's injured right now. One gen done. Spirit has done an incredible job at commanding this lead and just predicting people into the grave.
Yeah, and it's important to keep in mind that while a Spirit is extremely lethal in chase, she is even scarier when you're injured because she can hear those cries of pain you make. She normally can see the scratch marks at all times, but having that additional audio cue just makes it so much easier for her to pinpoint your location. I believe she sees both survivors here, and so she knows that nobody is going to save their friend right now.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting situation to be in for the survivors. There's almost an uncoordination about them where they're not exactly sure how to handle the situation. Do they go for it? Do they not? We saw the Fung get on a gen for probably about 2.4 seconds and then decide that maybe that wasn't the play. So it seems like they're maybe a little bit lagging up behind in how they're coordinating.
Yeah, but the positioning of where that lorry took the chase means that the Spirit is able to keep an eye on the Fung's approach to the hook.
Exactly.
And just, it's so difficult to actually get that unhook when the killer wants to play territorial. And that is going to be, I believe...
Yep. That is another kill. So that is going to be wrapping it up for this team right now. Our Spirit is going to command a victory that is going to push their team forward.
Yeah, and one thing that is actually very interesting that I see from the Spirit is that while she is phasing, if she isn't 100% sure of where the survivor is, I'm not sure what's going on here. I think she wants that 4K. I think that's what's going on. I think she wants that 4K. But you notice when the Spirit is phasing, she's often looking downwards because there may be a survivor with Iron Will walking through that grass.
Yeah, I think that's really important to note is if you're bringing the perk Iron Will as a survivor, if you're injured, you don't make any sounds that sound like you're injured. So you could easily deceive the Spirit by doubling back or just simply walking away from an area. And if you're silent, it makes it hard for the killer to know.
Oh, and that is the lorry seen by the Spirit. She's running down into one of those map corners, so it is going to be very, very difficult for her to get out of here without taking that first hit. And if you let a Spirit just get a basic attack, the stun. Phenomenal job from the lorry doubling back through that pallet.
Yeah, absolutely getting just the corner, just giving the Spirit a little bit of a splinter on that pallet there. But that might be enough to get her out of the situation and get her to hatch. Not going to change the game, but that'll be the first hard-fought hatch we see.
Yeah. She must not have seen it because she was running in the direction of the hatch, but I don't think the lorry saw it, and I don't think our killer has either.
I think they're maybe too far away to get the audio cue. And with as dark as this map is, honestly, being able to see the black fog rolling out of it is not intrinsically easy.
Yeah, though I think... no balance landing on our lorry.
And that is going to be game. That is a wonderful 4K from our Spirit player here. Incredibly well played. This is a Spirit that has clearly played Spirit before. This was not a safety pick by any stretch of the imagination. They came here to win, and they did it commandingly. At the beginning I said that Hex Ruin being gone and Corrupt being gone could pose a problem, but there were clearly some coordination issues and some really fast downs from the Spirit that, I take all those words back,
Yeah, I mean, with a build like that, your game plan is very much to build pressure early because you have this period between, I believe there was Lethal in play as well.
Yep.
Between Lethal, Corrupt, and Ruin, you have a very, very, very strong early game.
Yep.
And so I think the game plan there, which went phenomenally, was to build as much pressure as you can to get as much value as you can during that early game. And so by that time later in the match where you really don't have any perks left until No Way Out procs when the gens are done, to try and build enough pressure so that your lack of perks doesn't really matter.
Yeah, if you can front load the beginning of your match strong enough, you really don't run into those problems. And the good news about Lethal Pursuer is, like, when you spawn as the killer, you can see where the totem is, you can see where the survivors are, you know where you need to put yourself to divert them away from it and give everyone a little bit more extra time on the field. And honestly, not that they needed it, but they executed really well. It seemed like they kept an incredibly level head, and that was a top-tier Spirit. I'm glad we saw just such a commanding lead from one today, because that is how scary Spirit can be, especially with those speed add-ons.
Oh, yeah. I mean, a Spirit by default moves at, I think it's like 176%, yeah, which is very, very fast. That's almost as fast as a Hillbilly Chainsaw. Hint, hint. But we, she moves so fast, and when you add speed add-ons on top of that, like, she can do some really incredible things in chase.
Yeah, and we're seeing the incredible Bubba Chainsaw, just great precision here.
Yeah, which just the length of that saw and the precision of maneuvering through that tile, just such a fantastic job.
Really good job on the Bubba there, too. He almost got spun, but he whipped around so fast to get the M1.
Yeah, and it's important to keep in mind, again, those long active hitboxes. And then another long saw to down the ace, and we move into our Spirit highlights. So we see a first hit on the Fung, and then she tries to make it away, but just to no avail. She walks into a dead zone. There's nothing for her here. And what we see out of the Spirit incredibly is they don't walk into the tile. They just peek into it. Oh, I don't see you there. Great prediction. And they just play goalie. They know if you're in a corner, they don't need to flush you out, They will get you to come out, and this is the great hit and prediction on the That
Lori.
read was so good, because that's not even I think you'll path this tile this way. This is I know what you're going to do before you're even doing it.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's what happens when you just you see players and you go, yeah, I know this kind of player. I know exactly what you're going to do. And we see this back and forth. Most of these replays from the Spirit are just really patient plays. They're listening, they're watching, and they're using that prior knowledge to get it good down. That's a great dead hard.
And it's the thing about that dead hard as well is that was an early dead hard too. That wasn't even a dead hard directly to the window. Oh, and the prediction going the outside of the building. Man, this Spirit's game knowledge is just incredible.
Yeah, clean up crew. And that was one of those things where if I were the survivors, I would have tried to change what I was doing. Instead of like doubling back across things when the Spirit starts phasing, I would have started making as much distance as I could. Just try to change the strategy to keep them guessing. When you realize that you're getting called out on everything you're trying to do, you got to try something different, right?
Or even like that Claudette we saw on Family Residence, just standing at the pallet. It's almost like just staring the killer in the face, daring you, just walk straight into this. I dare you.
Yeah, there's nothing more infuriating than playing as Spirit, phasing, being like, this guy's going to vault at me. It's going to be great. And then you unphase, and the survivor's just standing there.
Yeah, and they're just staring at you like, you thought you could get me, huh?
Yeah, so...
Like, you thought you were smarter than me? Nah.
Yeah, it's that sort of patience that we're kind of looking for a little bit out of the survivors, just being able to switch up on the fly and change directions instead of making those quick, just gut reactions that put them into a sort of path, if you will.
Because, like, as someone who is not really a great Spirit myself, I definitely fall into that trap of over-predicting. But our Spirit really did find the balance.
Yeah.
And so, after a phenomenal match, I will send you guys over to a little break while we rest our voices and prepare for the next match.
Yeah. And we're back. We're back. Nice, short little breaks, very concise, very predictable. I like the groove we're getting into here.
Yeah, we got a nice cadence going.
Yeah. So we are going to do just a really fast refresher on how this particular Phase 1 works, because it is a little bit different than what you would expect from a tournament setting. Do you want to kind of go over today specifically?
Yeah, for sure. So for today, this is a best of one single elimination. And so what that means is that each team will play both sides. They will play one match of Killer and one match of Survivor. They pick the same map for both matches to be played, and each team bans one killer from the other team. So for example, if we were on opposite teams, I would ban Hillbilly.
And I would drop out. And I would probably ban Nurse because I want to play against Hillbilly.
Yeah. And so this situation is basically a best of one. So there's a sum total of points from both matches put together. So if each survivor that escapes is 1 point, and if all 4 survivors escape, that you get 1 extra point to make 5. And so from the killer side, it's sort of the inverse. For each kill you get, that's 1 point. And for each, if you kill all 4, that's an extra point for 5.
Yep.
And so then the killer side and the survivor side of each team get summed together, and then that's our final match score.
Yeah, we're actually seeing a lot more sort of blowout matches than I would expect, where it's not really neck and neck. I'm hoping to see, as we kind of get closer to the end here, a little bit more of a points race, if you will, for, oh, did they really need this last kill if they want to pull this off type situation. So
Yeah, because those tight matches where it's really down to the wire, there's that tension of, oh, you really, really need this. Oh, that's just so delicious.
Yeah. Now, our map for this particular match 4 for today is actually going to be the Rancid Abattoir, which this is a pre-Sunshine Delight Rancid Abattoir. This is going to be a dark corn maze blindness sort of problem, I think, for our killers. But I don't know. How do you feel? This map is always really kind of tough for killers, I feel like.
I think it can kind of go either way. I think with the version of the map that I believe we'll have in this tournament today, there is that one window on the main building. You know the one.
Yeah.
Right next to those railings.
Yeah.
I still have nightmares about that window.
Because this may be pre-breakable wall as well.
Yeah, I believe it is. And so the thing is, I think most of the map is pretty fair. There's one side where you have like a jungle gym into the cow tree, into another jungle gym that can be a little bit tough, but you can often burn through those pallets pretty quickly, depending on the character you're playing.
Yeah.
And then the other side of the map is kind of similar, but I think generally I don't mind Abattoir too much.
Yeah.
Aside from that one freaking window.
I'll take it over Cowshed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'll take RPD over Cowshed. At least on RPD, I can actually sneak up on people.
Exactly. Yeah. We are seeing Lazy Family versus Vendetta today. Lazy Family performing pretty well in their sort of qualifiers to get thus far. So we'll have to see really the killer is a spirit. And so we're going to have to see how they can fare against a spirit. Will our spirit be as commanding as the one we just saw? I always expect spirits to be very strong. So to see our very first one for the day kind of struggle a bit, I'm hoping that that's obviously not going to be the pattern. I expect a really strong shot from the spirit, and I'm hoping for a little bit more survivor coordination, a little bit more understanding of how to handle these situations.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, that really is sort of the larger scale counter to spirit is team-wide efficiency.
Yeah.
Because if the spirit is playing well enough, you're gonna go down. That's just kind of all there is to it. Like you could, eventually you'll flip the coin wrong, right?
Yeah. Now, I do want to take my words back here. We are in the match, and so the image we had was actually old Abattoir, but we do have the new sunny, delightful Abattoir. So, which I prefer this. I know that's not a common thing to hear, but I love the sort of daylight maps.
See, I prefer the layout and tile design of the new Abattoir, but boy, do I miss the old lighting, and is tracking scratch marks just such a pain with the brightness on this map.
Yeah, that is certainly true. We do see Corrupt Intervention, and it looks like our killer has gone through several gens without seeing anybody. It looks like our team is being very smart about waiting out that Corrupt Intervention.
And is that a survivor in the basement I'm seeing?
Yeah, I mean, maybe we see some Plunderer's Instinct for a key, maybe an early out, but honestly, who's going to think you're in the basement this early?
Yeah, I mean, if I don't hear that chest, I'm not checking the basement, that's for sure.
So the idea here is Corrupt Intervention going is that it locks certain gens, which would force survivors to move closer to the killer to work on other gens. But the really smart thing survivors can do is just wait. Just do nothing on any gen, and that's going to really...
Wait, she's checking the edge of the map. And we have the Nia there.
On the Nia.
I wonder if that was game sense, understanding the survivor spawn locations relative to where she spawned and her corrupt.
I think it's a little bit of A, and I think it's a little bit of luck, which would be B there, of just kind of maybe they saw or heard a footstep that we aren't quite clued into, but yeah, really great work there pursuing the Nia, just breaking that pallet.
Yeah, a safe play from our Nia, which is probably a good call at the start of this match. I expect a pretty early drop on this pallet as well, but instead she's trying to transition to the next tile over.
And the body block. Wow, the failed skill check on the gen we saw, which is going to cause a little regression, but 2 people injured is not a bad trade to make.
Yeah, preventing that down is so much more valuable than 10% gen progress.
And preventing the pallet. Oh,
yeah,
no.
A little bit of miscommunication there about the pathing from that Fung.
And this is going to be a Call of Brine going into play. And the smart thing here is for our Spirit to use Call of Brine on this gen and to have Pop available for a different gen so that they're not being used in tandem.
Yeah, because Call of Brine applies to every gen the killer kicks. However, Pop Goes the Weasel only gets 1 single use per unique hook.
Exactly. So the idea here of like, okay, there was a gen I saw earlier, and really remembering that is incredible work on our killer. And we do see there are other gens still counting up right now, 39, 40, 41%. So our team is not without sort of progress, I think, but they are playing a very slow, very careful game. They're not getting too greedy, and they're not exposing themselves too soon.
Yeah, and that is one of the things that is so important against these higher tier killers, is denying a chase when you have the opportunity. Like, recognizing that the strength of her chase power means that you going down is effectively inevitable. And so if you can force her to waste some time looking for you, that is still extremely valuable.
Wow. And so here we actually see that the Spirit, the Adam thought Spirit was still on him, but Spirit actually just kind of ran across the Nia. So not too shabby here, getting a really strong 2 pallets out of the way. This is not bad for the killer whatsoever.
Yeah, and this is sort of what I was talking about, where you can clear through those pallets. It can be a little bit difficult, and there can be sort of a line of pallets down this edge of the map.
Yeah.
But the thing is, there's also enough gens here that to make it maybe worth her while to stick around a little while. And she finds the Atom going back towards that gen at Cowtree.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about earlier of like if you can chew through some of these pallets, you don't want to leave a chase unless you can get through at least a few pallets, because then when you re-engage in that chase, that whole side of the map is significantly weaker.
Because yeah, at the end of the day, it's often about relative value. And getting that hit through the window is a lot of value for our Spirit, because now Atom being injured makes him infinitely easier to track. But from her confusion, I believe he has Iron Will.
Wow, good job from the Atom there. Not vaulting the window, not panicking like what we saw in the last match where they're playing it a lot safer. We see the Atom here deciding to take a cut and run, and even if he goes down here, he has wasted an additional 10 to 15 seconds. Baiting the Dead Hard there, maybe?
Yeah, the fear. Oh, and the successful Dead Hard.
Wow.
Oh, and he gets another rotation of the pallet, I think.
He actually gets the pallet.
Yeah. Oh,
no,
but
he
greedy.
Oh, man. That was an incredible play there from the Atom. But that's okay, because he still wasted a colossal amount of the killer's time, and that's really what we're looking for. So.
And look at where his teammates are, too. Her next chase, she's going to have to go pretty far to find someone. They're all on the other side of the map.
Now, if they're not careful, they may put themselves in a bad position with what gens are remaining at the end of this ordeal, but this is a good Pop Goes the Weasel moment. Call of Brine's going to go ahead and kick in, and we have some late game No Way Out that's going to keep them in, if it even gets that far.
Yeah, and so far, it seems that she has 2 unique survivors hooked, which means that No Way Out will be active for, I believe it's 36 seconds. Which is a decent, because I believe it's 24 base plus 12 per unique hook, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I would have to assume so, but maybe this version of No Way Out doesn't even have tokens, because
that's true. I don't see the tokens. Yeah, that's true. I don't see the tokens there. But I'd be very curious to read the text of that perk at some point.
Now we are looking at, it looks like 1 gen is complete, even though the indicator kind of shows that another one should be. It's actually regressing actively as we speak. So the Spirit is in control right now. This Nia being real cheeky.
Yeah, but she was able to force the Nia away from the unhook, and it seems like the Claudette, recognizing that the Atom is going to go struggle, is just going to trade.
That's not a bad call to make, but it's risky in a no baked-in borrowed time world.
Yeah, but I can't. I imagine that the Claudette most likely has borrowed time, which is why the Nia, instead of trading, decided to
Wow.
disengage. The Dead Hard for the window, too.
Yeah, dead harding just to get enough distance to make it to the window.
See, but now the problem is that the Atom is running back to where his teammate is downed, which if the Spirit is able to down him quickly, which it doesn't seem like she's going to be able to do, that could have potentially been a lot of pressure on the survivors in one particular spot.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie here. This is a game-ending chase for this Spirit. Going after and trying to tunnel out this Atom is really not the play.
Especially considering you can see he has a decisive strike active too.
Exactly. And you have to expect as the killer that there are 4 decisive strikes that are ready to go. And so at this point, when they could have just hooked the Claudette, you know, a bird in the hand, we've talked about it before, getting a little bit too greedy as the killer is really going to punish, is going to put you down here. And
Interesting, though. He's just standing there spinning. She knows he's used his Dead Hard already.
oh,
that was...
unfortunate.
Okay, I respect a bit of greed, but that was just unwise. That, once she swung there, you got to go back and drop that pallet immediately.
Yeah, I mean, really at the end of the day, he's not on Death Hook, and they have been able to get nearly every single gen done. That was a game-losing chase that she should have broke off from far sooner than she did, and the survivors definitely knew to take advantage.
Yeah, but that's the difficulty of playing killer at this level, right? And then you see the Nia just standing there, knowing that this killer is so invested in getting this Atom dead that the Nia doesn't even have to run. She's not even afraid.
Good hit on the Claudette there. You know, going to try to control gens with Brine. As Spirit, as a faster killer, you might be able to get a little bit of control, but you can't keep people
but
from
this
coming
Claudette,
back.
she's coming back. Oh, wait, this could be a very dangerous situation for this Claudette. Plays it safe, though.
All right, let's see. 2 gens remaining, I believe.
Another early drop.
It's very smart. Very, very smart. You know, our Spirit had such a commanding lead earlier, but I don't think that this Spirit has quite the tenacity that we saw earlier, and the predictability, or on the inversely, the survivors have just seemed to be very much aware of how to play against Spirit in a better manner.
Yeah, I think there were a couple of decisions made in those like critical moments in the mid game where, like you had mentioned, just not breaking off that chase with the Atom and like not taking that hook when the Claudette traded. That just the survivors were able to relieve so much of that pressure.
Exactly. Yeah, I think, you know, knowing that decisive strike, knowing that borrow time, knowing that all these things could be present, I think you cannot afford to try to ignore trade opportunities, you know, to take somebody out of the game.
Yeah, but it can be so difficult as killer to try and think. You're not just thinking about the immediate moment, but thinking about, especially in this setting where, again, the points are based off of kills,
Yeah.
recognizing, like, am I going to even get any kills if I let this Atom with Iron Will slip away from me?
Right. Yeah. And that's the hard part. And really, when you've played enough killer, you know, I think Atom is probably one of the strongest loopers they have. He has the greatest loadout for being looped like that, especially against Spirit. That, you know, it's unfortunate because the Nia hasn't seemed as skilled from what we've seen. And so, you know, it's like continuously taking the chase with Atom. If it had been Nia, how would this match go? You know.
Yeah. But it looks like that Nia, if I saw correctly, it does look like that Nia has an active Deliverance, which, because she has not yet been hooked, is going to cause some serious problems for our killer if that hook does come out.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then again, the early drop on the Shack pallet from Fung, just playing it safe, and that's the last gen.
That is last gen right there. Yeah, it was that one chase, all the pressure went away, and it was just really hard to corral them and get them back.
Yeah, and our killer so desperately wants to find the Atom, but he's standing at that little tile right at the edge of the map. Right here. Oh, okay, a down on the Fung. That
hit.
Right next to a gate, too, which I don't believe has been touched because, well, No Way Out's active, so there's no progress on it.
Can't be touched, yeah.
But so at this point, I think the decision might be to just put this Fung here, defend her, defend this gate, take your one.
Yeah,
I don't know. It seems like she might be greeting for more while No Way Out's active.
I don't necessarily disagree with the decision, but with you know, they're obviously going to be looking for the person who's injured, and it's a big hope, it's a big risk, especially, you know,
now that she's healed.
Yeah, yep. So at this point, we do see the Spirit coming back, which is, you know, really the way to play it. Hope people get a little bit greedy, because you're not an insta-down killer. The team might come through and try to pick you up, but at the same time, 3 people escaping is enough points on the board that you might be able to make it work.
Yeah, and I really do wonder if the survivors are going to try to pressure this door to bait the killer away from the hook just enough. Because the thing is, there are 2 survivors who have not yet been hooked and can afford to take that trade.
Yeah, and that's the big deal here. We see
See them coming in.
Exactly. Yeah, they are going to go for it. This could end really poorly.
We're playing the grab. Oh, the grab cancel.
Grab
the swing on the Nia. She's running, but I wonder if the killer is going to try and commit to the Feng, who's death hook and injured, or if he's going to go for the Nia and try and get more.
Yeah, I think they are. There we go. Great trade hit there. Wow.
And attempted the body block from the Atom, too, which is very bold considering he's death hook, but the gate is open, so you don't need a survivor free to pop that gate.
Now, if I were the Spirit here, I wouldn't push them out of the gate, right? I wouldn't pressure them to leave, necessarily. I would see if I could bait them into picking the slug up or coming back for another unhook sort of adventure, you know?
Yeah, but it seems like the Nia's just crawling. She's effectively putting the Spirit on the clock here by crawling towards that gate.
Yep.
That, like, she's saying, you have to hook me within this time. But I think she wants to find the Atom because she knows the Atom is still in the game, but he's not showing himself.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely a risky position to be in. Now, the Nia, we did see a little bit of a glimpse into what Nia has in their loadout. And so, you know, at the end of the day, there's nothing guaranteed right now about this scenario.
Yeah, no, the Atom's just going to go, though. The Deliverance on the Nia. That's why the Atom was staying in the match. I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah, if the Atom leaves, yeah, there's no chance for that.
But you know what? I bet you she has her DS, too. I bet you money. Oh, maybe not, because... You know what? I wonder if this killer was playing around a borrowed time that wasn't there.
You know, and the interesting part is, like, you know, you want to get close enough to the door so that you can crawl out.
Ooh.
Yeah, she should be able to crawl out without much of an issue. But if you're too far from the door, you can't crawl out before your DS deactivates.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And knowing that there isn't that base kit borrowed time in play, the Neo was a little bit hesitant, wanted to make a little bit more distance to the door. And we see that DS.
Yeah, decisive strike coming in, and that is going to be 4 escapes. Really a lot of pressure at the beginning that evaporated just a few decisions.
That chase with the Atom that just went a little bit too long. That Iron Will really putting in a lot of work.
Yeah.
Making that Spirit guess. And even just that moment at the long wall in that corner.
Yeah.
Where the Atom just stood still at the corner there.
Yeah.
Because he knew the Spirit's going to phase. I have Iron Will. She has to guess. And if I just stand here, she's going to think I kept running.
Yeah, and this is a perfect contrast to what we talked about earlier of survivors that are just gut reaction, just not thinking about it, being a little bit afraid of what the Spirit could be doing. We see this Atom really thinking 2-3 steps ahead and having contingencies for whatever could go whatever direction. Did an incredible job at prolonging his team's capability to get things done, especially after that unhook. You know, not jumping in a locker to get immediate DS value, but really trying to extend everything out. Really great plays. It goes to show how, like, that Spirit had such good early game pressure that they ended up losing that. Just 1 or 2 decisions, and it just kind of evaporated. So kudos to both teams. This is going to be another one of those blowout situations. Hopefully maybe this goes on to points, a tie, but we'll see what happens.
Hey, I mean, we could see a 4-out from the survivors in this next match. You never know.
Yeah, we definitely could. And realistically, you know, I wouldn't mind that at all. So yeah, this was a really good match, a really interesting set of survivors. And honestly, the one thing I want to note from our Spirit player, and what we saw in contrast from the Spirit prior, is the Spirit prior going out and around, predicting that people were going to do certain things. It felt like the Spirit was going into tiles and chasing people through windows instead of going around them and things of that nature. So just decisions made, and you can never predict exactly what's going to happen, but we saw a bit of a different play style coming from both sides, and we saw how different both of those things could be.
Yeah, and kind of in a similar vein to not necessarily using your power for mobility, because then you won't have it for chase. If you go into the tile, you're committing a limited resource to get you into that position.
Exactly.
And so it's possible that you using that resource then makes it more difficult for you to catch the survivor because you're leaving options uncovered.
Exactly. And it's something we talk about pretty regularly of like if you go into a tile, especially if somebody's in a corner, you go into a tile, you give them an option to go around you. Whereas if you play goalie, you can kind of keep people in the corner and wait for them to make mistakes and things of that nature. So, which is interesting. We're maybe going to get another contrast here as we hear that Spirit is actually the next killer as they switch sides. So we're going to see how the teams can really balance this out. And can we get another 4-man escape? I mean, Spirits apparently today are volatile. They either get the 4K or they get nothing at all.
Yeah.
So I don't know. What are you predicting for this next one for this team?
See, I would like to see. I mean, as much as I'm sure our Spirit player doesn't want this, I would be very curious to see a similar performance from the Survivors in this match.
Yeah.
Because I would love to see just more fantastic Spirit counterplay. Like it, because she's a killer who, to a certain extent, yes, you do just have to guess. But that guessing is not uneducated.
Right.
It's about understanding your opponent and understanding what it's the they know that I know that they know that I know kind of game.
Exactly. Yeah, you're trying to predict the prediction. That's not even it's a pretty wild time to see this unfurling because like I said, we are playing against an older Spirit who has more of a universal phase sound, and so yeah, it does boil down to experience, I think, and experience as the killer and experience against, and I think we've seen that several times today, just the variability that can happen. It's an interesting killer because I think a lot of people might play a Spirit the first time and be like, oh, this isn't good. This isn't fun.
Because she's difficult. She's not an easy killer.
No, it takes to play Spirit, you have to, I think, play Survivor at a high level.
Oh, absolutely.
And have the understanding of where people are going to go and where you'll influence them to go.
Yeah, and especially one of the things that watching competitive Spirit in the past, back before she had a directional phasing sound, one of the things that was really interesting is that you have this sort of almost a flow chart when you're playing a tile against a Spirit that you see. So first off, when she starts her phase, her animation resets as well. That idle animation changes. And so that's the indicator to our Survivor. And sometimes you'll also see the hair snap, like the physics get a little wonky when she changes her state.
Yep.
And so you end up in this situation where you know where she starts, you know that she's phasing. And so if I haven't seen her here, that means she's probably here.
Yeah. And
so you end up in the situation where the Spirit player is actually doing mind games as if the Survivor can see her.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting to see them try to pressure back and forth. And we are going to try to load into here. Again, still the same map, Rancid Abattoir. And it looks like we're bringing Corrupt, Ruin, Pop, and Noed to prevent that sort of end game, everybody getting out, right? Corrupt Intervention. We're seeing something pretty similar to what we did last round where there's like somebody in a basement just standing there.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I wonder if they spawned and they know there's a gen nearby that's blocked by Corrupt Intervention. And so the overall strategy from the Survivors is to just hide. Yeah. Stay stealthy. Because the thing is, if you can prevent the killer from getting into a chase and forcing pallets down and getting hits for the entire duration of Corrupt, that perk has done nothing.
Exactly. It's
you have wasted one of the killer's 4 perk slots at no cost whatsoever.
Yeah, and this is interesting, right? Because with Noed, my first thought process would be, no matter what, even if this goes poorly for the whole match, Noed's going to give him a hook at the end, and that's going to put him on the board enough to win.
Yeah, it is very possible because the thing is though, in that situation, wait, they didn't see the Claudette.
No, there it is.
She saw her. Nice. Okay, a sprint burst coming out, I believe. Yeah, but not quite enough to get her out of the Spirit's reach. That's a long sword.
Let's see what happens here. Yep, they're tracking the scratches really well. The pre-throw, can they make it around?
Ooh, she ran out of timer.
Really good job right there, and it seems like Spirit's going to divert their attention. This could be a dangerous call to make. You really do need to get that first hook after this much time.
Yeah, because you really also have to keep in mind those med kits. It doesn't look like the med kit's going to be coming into play here. Maybe saving that for a little later in the match.
Potentially, it looked like the David started to heal and then switched to his med kit maybe just to get that heal faster.
Yeah, potentially they might value that time efficiency in the early game because that is really, really important. Like, early game is the most important time in any given match of Dead by Daylight.
We saw that Spirit stop short at that tile, that filler pallet while the Fung actually kept running to the main building. So the Spirit sort of mind-gaming themselves and being like, I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder if that Fung has Iron Will, forcing that killer to make more and more guesses than if they can hear you.
Yeah, this is quite interesting and great down there. Not too much loss to get it too. Gens right now are at 0. Ruin doing a really good job at the beginning of being sure that any 2-3% just went away immediately.
Yeah, but that Ruin Totem is gone, so no more passive regression throughout the rest of the match. And I think she finds the reset here.
Yeah.
Oh, but she doesn't see them.
Wow.
Or does she? Wait.
She's going to phase right over them. They walked around the hill, I think.
Oh, wow. She must not have heard the David breathing.
Wow, that's, what's interesting is like Corrupt Intervention front-loaded the beginning of this match, and then Ruin front-loaded it even more. So it's not necessarily wasted time, but there is only Pop Goes the Weasel in play right now.
But, I mean, as we know from historically, Pop Goes the Weasel can do a lot of work for you.
Absolutely.
But against it, oh, the fake phase, I wonder. Standing still, thinking the survivors may be holding that corner. Because it's also important to keep in mind, without any rules, a missed swing, I believe.
That was a dead hard.
That was
from
a
the
dead
Meg.
Oh, yeah.
That
wow.
was such a good dead hard from that Meg.
Yeah, the reaction time to recognize the Spirit appearing right on your head and to dead hard in time.
Honestly, maybe for me, I would have been like, I'm at the pallet dead hard.
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, hey, maybe that's why we're not in these tournaments.
Right, exactly. And we see great sprint burst from the Claudette, warping back a little bit for that pallet throw at Shaq.
Yeah, keeping in mind that vacuum space where you've run through the pallet, but you still have the drop prompt. Oh, hearing the vault. The Spirit's going to double back. Another vault again.
Really good job. We see the Spirit starting to pick up on these mind games a little bit.
Yeah, doing a great job of understanding what the Survivor's pathing is going to be. Though the Claudette has made a lot of distance, and from the fact that she's walking, I assume she has Iron Will, but the Spirit sees the corn move.
Sees the corn move or just notices that scratches don't continue and stops and goes away. Hold on a second here.
Yeah, because that's the thing is it's so crucial as Spirit to be looking out for those environmental cues. And I think that may be part of the reason that we're playing on a corn map.
Yeah.
Is because you have these big swaths of space on the map that are just full of those environmental cues.
Exactly. I think that's probably a good call. I mean, I know of any killer to put on this map, I think it would be somebody like the Spirit. So we have 2 gens done. Pop Goes the Weasel on that other gen. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be very curious. Oh, you see the fake phase there from the killer, the Survivor not realizing that her power is probably still on cooldown and walking away from the tile. That good old-fashioned standstill mind game.
And we're going to try to phase through, and it looks like they've made so much distance, but it does not matter. They tried to fake the window, it looked like, running at it and then taking a sharp turn, but fortunately still going down.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of Survivors getting hit as they're vaulting those windows, so it's understandable from the Survivor's side to instead fake the window because the killer's more likely to swing if they think they're going to get that hit.
100%, yeah. And right now we're seeing Claudette just getting healed, so we're not seeing a lot of time to...
And that's both Survivors coming because now they recognize the Spirit is playing that grab game really well. And so you need 2 Survivors in here. Ooh, a missed swing.
A little interesting, like, sort of latency bump there.
Yeah, and I think that was that. It looked like she started the grab animation on the Claudette. Maybe that got canceled by that latency you were mentioning.
Yeah.
And so, a decisive strike coming out. Missed. A missed DS.
Wait, was it a DS? No, that was the Fung going for the unhook. No DS there.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I don't know. I believe. Oh, maybe not.
Or the Meg.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, you have to keep in mind that this decisive strike doesn't activate off of unhooks. This is a DS that's active no matter what you do.
Yeah, I don't think. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, we see the whole team really at a tough spot. 1 person dead, just the Claudette. David injured, but not a lot of gen progress right now. 1 is ready to go, 96%, but hasn't moved in a minute.
Yeah, and David maybe getting a little scared of a phase that wasn't coming and vaulting back into the tile and directly into the killer's arms.
And there we go. There's the Pop Goes the Weasel. It's going to put that way down, 70%. It's going to allow them just a little bit more time because when they unhook that David, they are assuredly going to get back on that particular generator.
Yeah, and it seems like the killer at this point is recognizing that she wants to defend sort of this shack side of the map. And so she did a real quick check on that main building gen to see how much progress it has. Saw it was basically nothing, and then went to go check that other gen over by the shack where she interrupted the Claudette.
Yep. Good job from the Spirit here, knowing they unhooked and knowing that somebody is likely to have stayed, but following the old scratch marks, that is going to allow the survivor who unhooked to actually get on that gen and continue pushing that. And you can see that number going up.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're going to see another DS from David here, because he didn't use his Dead Hard. So, or if he has it, I don't believe there was an exhaustion perk used by David in that chase.
I don't believe so, no.
No, he is exhausted. So it was a sprint burst. That'll do it. He used the sprint burst to make the distance, tried to get far enough away to heal. The Spirit caught back up to him, and you got nothing.
Good hit. Good job from the Spirit there. And we see, yeah, the Fung was trying to work on that gen, trying to get progress there. David right now, if he does have an Unbreakable, it's going to be the time to use it as soon as this phase passes by.
Yeah, once the Spirit uses her full phase to try and catch this Fung, especially if we see the pickup come out, I expect if there is an Unbreakable on David, it'll be used then. There it is.
Yeah, good job. Well, that might have been the team
pickup,
actually.
I think that was the pickup. You're right.
Yeah, Claudette being, hope being that the Spirit will just go right after the David.
Well, see, it's interesting because with having perk duplicates, when you're using that Iron Will, which is effectively mandatory against spirits who are playing at this level especially, that's one less perk slot for those defensive tools.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, right now we're seeing that like this Spirit has been able to, with Pop Goes the Weasel and just with getting that grab, has been able to completely reverse what would have been a much tighter game than actually is right now.
Yeah, when there was that grab on the hill, because the like having a hill with a hook on it almost functions like a miniature basement.
Exactly.
Because there's only one way for the survivors to get in, and it becomes really, really difficult for them to actually get that unhook safely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you may ask yourself, oh, why is the killer letting them like walk up the hill? And it's because if the killer hits them, they take the hit, they run up the hill, they get the hook trade. But if the killer is patient and they try to grab the survivor who's going for the unhook, it could result in something like this that completely changes the tide of the match.
Yeah, especially because that grab game is very much like a little mini mind game between the killer and the survivor. Because you as the killer, there is a bit of server latency, so if the survivor has let go on their screen, you're not going to get that grab.
Exactly.
But if you time it with that latency in mind, and you grab the survivor right as they start the grab animation, that's it, they're cooked.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and I think latency and all that, it's pretty hard to get a grab sometimes just because of latency, and sometimes you get that grab denial. But this has worked out very much in the Spirit's favor. Spirit over phasing, and good job there.
Oh, the Fung circling around the edge of the map, but I believe the Spirit would have heard her footsteps there. Because while Iron Will does silence all of your breathing and pain sounds while you're injured, it does not silence your feet.
Exactly. Yeah. And this is what we talked about earlier. The Spirit took a lot of time at the beginning of this match to be sure that there are no pallets left on this side of the map, and that has been tremendous as they continue to defend these gens that are at 70, 80, 90% over and over. There's no windows that are incredibly effective, at least, in keeping her away. And this is a fake phase, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether we're seeing... I think that David calling her out there, recognizing that her power was on cooldown and just holding his position, knowing that she can't be phasing on him.
That was really, really smart. And, of course, there's no pallet here, so it's just hoping that they can play this window correctly. But ultimately knowing that the cooldown on Spirit's ability is not that... No, and he peels off. Good
just
job.
That smallest bit of phase at the wrong time. Just enough time for the David to make distance. He's camping the pallet, though.
Yeah.
Oh, not able to drop it in time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really good plays from David there, though, buying at least a little bit of time. I still don't think the team makes it out here, but the Claudette, the Fung, both healthy. David going on stage 2 here.
Yeah, especially because you have to keep in mind only 2 gens have been done, soon to be 3 in just a moment.
There it
as
is.
The survivors finish that gen they've been fighting for in the corner, but both remaining survivors are here. And I think the killer might know that. Because you can kind of get a sense of, as an experienced player, you know how long it takes for the survivors to do a gen.
Exactly.
And if a survivor gets a gen from half to full in 20 seconds, there's 2 people there.
Yeah, there's generally some sort of mental mathematics that you can do. Ooh, the misread, the Fung vaulting back into the Spirit, sort of panics, spamming the button, if you will. And that's really going to hurt the team pretty hard.
Yeah, that was such an amazing initial play to get the correct read about which side the Spirit would be on, to drop that pallet early, not taking that risk, But then that vault, maybe a little bit of fear in there, yeah, just sealing her fate.
Yeah, potential lack of confidence of like, I'm going to throw it and then vault it, and maybe just executing a plan they had instead of, really sticking to like a sort of like, okay, I think she's going to do this, and so I'm going to try to do this and sticking to that plan.
Yeah, and with 2 survivors dead and 3 gens completed, that is going to be the hatch becoming visible on the map.
Yep.
Not open yet unless these 2 remaining survivors have a key. However, now any player who runs over the location of the hatch will have that information for later in the game when it's relevant.
Now, it is worth noting, this is not a particularly close game. This has already been sealed up for our Spirit player now, so there's really no, there's no coming back that can happen. It's just going to be playing it out to see how it goes. But it does look like our Spirit player and their team is going to be moving on.
Yeah, but I know, as the killer, you can definitely get a little bit of ego involved sometimes where you're like, I want this. I want these kills. And as a survivor, sometimes it's less about winning and more about just sticking it to the killer.
Exactly, yeah. And I think, great prediction from the Spirit there on one of those filler pallets. It's so hard to play those pallets against the Spirit because they just move so much faster than you do.
Yeah, and it seems like the Spirit is not going to be taking that chance of hatch because she knows that David is Death Hook and she wants that Claudette as well. So she's going to put the man down and take a little time, look around, hunt for his teammate, at which point the Claudette, I'm sure this has been called out, and if not, she can see the drop. And so she is going to be hiding. She has no intentions of getting found, but...
Interesting. I wonder how they predicted it or how they saw it.
I think she may have just seen like the glimmer of the dress or a hand sticking out from behind that tree just for a frame or two.
Yeah, incredible. Giving the nodders there, of course, when they saw that they were there.
Yeah, because at this point, this is game over.
And we do see a little bit of like the flash and the flare, like getting the 360 hit and all that stuff. I'd be interested to see if this energy keeps up when they are losing.
Yeah, because this is just confidence from our killer at this point. She knows she's in control.
Not totally unearned confidence, but definitely it was a closer match than I think that they might recollect, especially at the beginning.
Yeah, if things had gone, again, that we keep talking about it, the games of butterfly effects and snowballs, that if 1 or 2 things had gone a little bit differently, this outcome could have been drastically different. Because how many times was that gen in the corner almost finished?
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, if they had not been able to grab the Fung and just hook traded, I don't know that they would have made it out. This would have been a very different match that would have bought enough time for the gen in the corner to get done, and they wouldn't have had all 4 people rushing the hook, right?
Yeah, because once you get that grab, if you're not playing nice, you drop that survivor. You have so much pressure all in one spot. You need both other survivors there to come deal with that.
Yeah, yeah. So great plays from the Spirit. Incredible work. They really were able to sort of claw back. It wasn't necessarily the easy sort of match you would think, but Lazy Family is going to progress, and we'll see if they keep that sort of confident energy tomorrow in the double elimination, which is going to be a little bit more difficult, and it's going to be honestly. With all the bans and things that are possible, it's going to be a much more interesting set of matches. I don't think we'll see as many Spirits. We're going to have to see people that are a lot better at some of those lower tier killers.
Yeah, I bet we're definitely going to see a lot more character diversity tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Just like you said, purely by nature of how many characters will be banned in any given match. You're not necessarily... Like, I would assume we'll see Spirit banned. I would think we'll probably see Nurse banned. And judging from how things are going, we'll never get to see the Billy.
Why? What are you doing?
I don't know. Maybe there's some 200 sensitivity shenanigans with Billy, too, the same way there are with Oni, but who knows?
I hope there are.
Yeah.
So, great match from the Spirit, of course. I'm hoping that on the next match we see maybe some Huntress or something of that nature, but I think we're ready for some replays here coming up because there were some really good moments leading in, and initially I think this is a great moment. This Spirit is having the sense to come out here and catch this Nia. Honestly, had they wasted any more time, that could have been a tougher match.
Yeah, just like recognizing to check the edge of the map because they know the survivors are hiding.
Adam getting that good whiff there just by having really unpredictable movement, baiting the dead hard.
Yeah, that bait. Because she knows, the thing is she knows he has it, but I think she'd forgotten he used it already. Exactly. And then just that little bit too much greed.
And let's see what happens here with this Spirit. Great phase right onto the Claudette.
Because right there, another example of seeing those environmental cues, seeing the grass move and knowing exactly the survivor's position.
Yeah, exactly. And, this is actually a good play for the survivors as much as it is for the killer, being able to get that DS here.
Yeah, and then, this is just such a heartbreaker. How many times in our careers have we had a survivor do exactly that?
That's why it was changed, yeah.
Yeah.
So here is a good part of the second match here where the Spirit actually comes out clean on top and gets a...
That frame perfect dead hard, too, because you notice the swing stopped, too.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a pull on the swing, yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
the aim dressing kicks in.
Yeah. But unfortunately, there's retribution there. And this is the game-changing moment right here. And just the pull. You see the latency as the server's figuring out who actually got it. And, yeah, that is going to be 2 people incapacitated. The rest of the team has to come rescue.
Yeah, and that was the turning point. That grab was the turning point where this game really started to go downhill. And then again, that the phase that David thought was coming and just... that prediction, but sometimes all you have to do is fake.
Oh, man.
And then, that vault from the Fung.
So many of these survivors just playing themselves in the second match here. Panicking, David panicking in the Fung. Of course, that was a great play from the David. Really, you can only do so much with those pallets. But
yeah, like a filler pallet against a Spirit with movement speed add-ons. Good luck.
Yeah, really what he's supposed to do. So really a very commanding victory from the Spirit on the second game. But like great plays from everybody, both sides. And big kudos to the Meg there for the incredible dead hard at that pallet. That's probably the best dead hard we'll see this weekend.
Yeah, and there were absolutely like great plays on both sides in both halves of that match. And I am really looking forward to seeing more later. But it seems that we will be sending y'all back to a quick break, and we will return after that.
All right, welcome back. Quick, fast break. 5 minutes is not as long as I think it is ever.
No, it always goes nice
Wild.
and quick. Which, I mean, as much as it's, it's nice to get a little break, but also I really want to get into these games.
Yeah, especially because the next game we have a hag, which I don't know why I didn't really put on my bingo card. I guess it's because I assume people just don't take the time to really master hag.
Yeah.
And that's why I think our survivors may have a hard time countering hag, but you don't see enough of them, right? How do you practice against that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think when you're preparing for something in a comp setting like this, you have people who are, like, maybe not necessarily hag specialists, but people who have a lot of experience on the character, because she's a very unique one.
Yeah. Yeah, especially, I mean, I think this hag could do really well because the map we're seeing for today is going to be Father Campbell's Chapel, which is, I would consider to be a fairly balanced map. It doesn't lean too hard one way, and it's not incredibly large. The main building isn't overtly powerful, depending
I think there
on
are
the
certain
window.
setups you can get with the windows.
Yeah, there is one long window that
Oh,
could be
yeah.
pretty tough, but
And also, sometimes, every once in a while, you'll get that long wall window directly into shack window. But
yeah.
the thing is, you got to keep in mind, hag's traps, when you run over them, she can just teleport there, and that's a hit.
Yeah, so for those of you that are a little bit less experienced with how hag functions, is she could place down traps, and then if these traps are triggered, which they are moderately visible, there's like mud scrawls, right?
Yeah,
but
and it's
if-
a 4-meter radius around the trap, so
Yep.
you don't have to walk over it directly, you just have to get close.
Exactly. And if you trigger one of these traps, the hag can immediately teleport to it. So it makes it kind of a guessing game of where are the traps, and a lot of the time the prevailing hag strategy is to hit somebody, they'll run away, they'll try to go to the shack, another loop, and then, hey, there's a trap there, and the hag is right on top of you. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes because it's a setup killer. There's only 2 setup killers right now, and that's Trapper and Hag, and we're not seeing any Trapper. So
Maybe someday.
maybe someday. So we're really looking to see, okay, the Hag has to spend the first at least 30 seconds of their match setting up this sort of web to push people into, typically. But maybe they don't.
Yeah, which I definitely expect Corrupt Intervention. I think...
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a hag not run Corrupt Intervention, unless they were doing her Adept.
Yeah, it seems really mandatory, and honestly, I don't know what to expect for the rest of the perks. So it's going to be, I don't know, it's going to be really, really interesting to figure out what they bring. I don't think they would bring Lethal Pursuer necessarily.
No, just because she's not a chase killer. Hag is very much a
No.
macro killer.
Yeah.
She's about controlling an area, and from the survivor side, it's about dismantling that control.
Exactly. I think we might see something like Pop or Call of Brine, but I don't even think we see Hex Ruin because, again,
No.
you can't go out there and chase people away from it.
No,
you
and
know?
because the thing is, yeah, Hex Ruin gets its most value when you're able to split that pressure and chase multiple survivors
Exactly.
and get survivors in that sort of cycle of you always have something to do that isn't gens.
Yeah, 100%. And so yeah, the variability that could come in with the build here is going to be really interesting. And again, I don't know that I would have put Hag on our bingo sheet for the day, but this could go just like it did with Oni, where we're both impressed, elated, and excited to watch, and then it just goes exactly how I'd want it to. So
Yeah, and it is interesting too because hags in public matches, like the way you'd play at home,
oh yeah,
tend to be we'll be charitable and call it territorial.
yeah.
Where they tend to pick an area, that's where they go, and if you get hooked in that within that web of her 10 traps, which will all be at the same tile you're hooked at, you're going to have a very bad time. But at a more competitive level like this, where we have teams that are very coordinated, I am really hoping that we see from the survivors someone almost tailing her, where
Exactly,
your goal is she can place up to 10 traps on the map at once. And your goal as a team of survivors is to deny her those traps, to follow her around and harass her, disarm her traps, like prevent her from building that web of power in a certain area. Because once she gets that up, your life is just a nightmare.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of prevailing strategies to play against Hag. There's tailing her, and there's also the minute she picks up a survivor to transport them anywhere, that's when you run through all her traps, you know?
Yeah, because there are times where, because it may be important to not necessarily take her attention to a certain space.
Exactly.
Maybe there's a gen you want to do that you know there's a trap at the tile, but you really want to get that gen done. So you don't trigger the trap, you don't disarm it. because then she can't teleport there.
Exactly. Yeah. So there's a lot of ways to do it, and Hag could be strong in sort of a basement scenario, but it's not even guaranteed because survivors can run up, poke the trap, and if they know pretty, relatively where the trap is, they can hit it and run away, and it leaves the Hag having to walk a little bit to still get that hit. It's not quite as instantaneous as you would think. So there are some ways, especially if people are sort of flocking to a hook to prevent a Hag that's in a basement. It's not totally a surefire as something like Bubba, right?
Yeah, because just the lack of that insta down and the fact that if you want to set a trap, you have to go through that whole animation of like leaning down, drawing the trap, getting back up again, and in that time, survivors can reposition. They can disarm your other traps. There's a lot more nuanced back and forth with Hag than I think most people realize.
Yeah, and I think there's something really interesting in potentially the add-ons that could be brought. There could be placement speed. There could be range to teleport.
We could potentially see a mint rag.
We could.
With no other add-on, but we could see a mint rag.
That would be wild to see. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting things that could happen with regards to builds. So we're going to see as we kind of load in here. Again, Father Campbell's Chapel, very, very dark map. We got this is, of course, match 5. So let's take a look here. Let's take a look.
And that darkness can be very important for hiding your traps as Hag.
Exactly. Yeah, we see our survivors being very patient. No one is sprinting to give away their position too soon. And there is corrupt intervention. We saw that. So everyone's being very, very careful. Again, Hag is not going to find them and necessarily want to chase them down.
Yeah, it's interesting. We're seeing some iron wills on our survivors, and I'm very curious as to why that is. I wonder if the survivors were expecting a spirit, potentially.
I would expect almost to always see spirit in a tournament of this nature. We are seeing an interesting set of perks, and that's kind of what we talked about earlier. Yeah.
That perfect range on the baiting trap. Yeah, that was perfect. From the Nia staying just out of range.
Yep, and then Nia disarming that trap immediately. And it seems like, typically as a Hag player, not that I play a ton of Hag, but I play Hag pretty all right. Oh, the latency there. Good job.
Yeah, but that trap placement really coming in clutch. That you take a couple of seconds to place a trap, that trap gets you value 30 seconds later.
Now we're going to see a teleport. Okay, there we go. She leaves. So say if we see a teleport, I guarantee we see a dead hard come out of that Claudette.
Yeah, because she also recognized that trap placement, because you can hear that there is that sort of swish, swish audio cue that you get as the survivor.
Yeah, 100%. And so right now, I mean, we're not seeing too much gen progress, but we are seeing,
That's an interesting trap.
Yeah, that one is assuming that they just beeline for it, I guess.
Yeah, so you know what? Maybe they disarm the trap at the gen, the obvious one that she placed very much in the light. Then on their way out, they trigger that trap on the edge of the map that they're not expecting.
Ooh, this Nia's being caught in a... And this is kind of goes back to what you said. The Nia knows there's a trap near the gen and is just trying not to proc it, trying not to draw attention to this area.
Yeah, where it seems like this is a similar situation. Oh, wow, they baited the edge map trap. That's wild.
Really good job from the survivors here. But this could end poorly. Of course, this Quentin, strong Quentin,
yeah, prestige and everything.
This is the hard part with Hag, is if you hit somebody and then stop to place a trap, and you do that repetitiously, it's really hard to close out your chases. You really need to be pushing them back into the web pretty consistently.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of med kits on the survivor team here, so that hit and run style strategy is going to be very tough to find results with.
Yeah, and they did get that hit through the pallet there. 2 people injured. Sloppy Butcher in play. Merciless Storm is in this particular match.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what value that brings to a Hag as a killer with lower than average mobility and probably going to have a hard time interrupting those gens that are almost finished.
Yeah, I'm really wondering if this Hag is a confident Hag or if this was just a pick that they thought they could make work. Because it is.
Ooh, another hit coming out.
It was a good hit.
Yeah, they didn't quite bait that trap as well as they thought they did.
Yeah. And yeah, we're kind of seeing some of the trap placements are not quite as confident, and it looks like we're playing a little gen defender more than we are closing out chases. We're going to see that this is pretty reminiscent maybe of the initial Sadako match of not actually committing to too much.
Yeah, and it is also important to keep in mind that as Hag's base kit, we can't see her add-ons, but Hag's base kit has a 40-meter range to teleport to. So I think that actually just came into play right there, that trap was baited just out of her teleport range, then she had to walk a little bit towards it to teleport to it, which gave the survivor enough distance to avoid that hit completely.
The hard part about playing Hag here is you cannot really afford to place traps in the exact same location over and over. If you're too predictable, I think that the survivors are just going to start avoiding locations.
Yeah, and one thing I see that's very interesting is that
wow.
Nia with Sprint Burst sitting directly on top of the trap, unafraid of it, because she knows if she sprints away, she'll activate her exhaustion, and it doesn't matter. She'll have the distance.
Exactly, yeah. There's another trap. Not quite enough of a swing, though. Claudette just skirting the edge of the trap sort of perimeter.
Yeah, but you see here, like, the survivors have been doing such a phenomenal job getting rid of the Hag's traps, and that was some interesting pathing from both players there.
Yeah, that was. I thought that was a hit for a second. That was wild to have accidentally missed that one.
Yeah, but you can see the survivors have been doing such a phenomenal job, and right there came out what you had mentioned about disarming traps while she's carrying someone. But the survivors have done such a good job of disarming her traps that she has only ever had like 2 or 3 traps out on the map at any given time. She just hasn't had the time to build up her web.
Yeah, exactly. And I think at the end of the day, you have to be really careful. There's a very fine balance between trapping generators and trapping loops, right?
Yeah.
In my opinion, anytime I've watched really high-level players, the trapping generators thing, it becomes predictable, right? People can just crouch walk up to the gen, get some work done, no harm, no foul. And you really have to be trapping the loops to be sure that people are running into the traps mid-chase. They don't have the chance to consider whether there might be one or not.
Yeah, and I do think it was interesting before when we saw the Hag approaching that Quentin. We saw she had a couple of traps on the side, like that on the sort of the right side of that generator. But she also approached from that same side, not pushing the Quentin into her traps. And I think that's a pretty significant missed opportunity.
Yeah, I think that leans itself to maybe giving us the idea here that this Hag isn't an experienced Hag, but maybe that they were banned from playing who they really wanted to.
Yeah, though a good moonwalk there, but unfortunately, I believe that was the ace, just disconnecting from the tile entirely, not even giving her the chance to mind game.
Exactly, yeah. We are seeing really everybody's healthy. We are seeing at least 2 gens done. They're really trying to keep a grapple on those. Good hit. While Quentin continues to work that gen, it looks like.
Yeah, I think that trap may have even been a distraction because we saw, I believe it was the Claudette, who was on the side of the trap away from the generator. And the Hag, when she teleports to a trap, will spawn in facing the survivor that triggered it.
Exactly.
So I believe that Claudette may have even intentionally taken a hit as a distraction.
Yeah, I could absolutely see that. That's not necessarily uncommon. Really interesting hit there. But again, these hits, because there is no follow-up, they ultimately don't matter.
Yeah, the survivors will just leave the web because at this point it's very, very clear to them that she's trying to control the 3 gen right around the shack. That there's like that hill, there's the shack, and then there's that other gen that she's just coming from. And it seems like that's the only area this Hag really cares to patrol. Oh, and a good activation on that trap, hiding it in the grass, even though it's next to that other trap.
Yeah, it seems like the trap that's out in the open maybe is a red herring for the one that's actually underneath the Quentin as he gets up to move. But the problem here is there's no shack sort of traps right now, which now is rectified, but it would have been good to be able to trigger that and get right into it.
Yeah, and he's been able to make some distance. I wonder if he'll know that she reset that trap at the hill, or if he'll get baited and that will be the hook that starts this snowball.
Yeah, we're hoping to see a big snowball here. This has been a bit of a war of attrition, but it's a war that this Hag will inevitably lose if they cannot get somebody on a hook and really keep them there, or get a hook and a slug.
Yeah, the Quentin is back on that gen, and there are 2 there is a trap on either side. Oh, the Dead Hard coming
away.
out.
Yeah, really smart there.
Yeah, just recognizing he knew those traps were there, and he was ready with the Dead Hard.
Wow, really smart placement there. The Hag, of course, Call of Brine, setting the traps back down. This is not going to save the killer here. Survivors can get progress on a gen faster than Brine can regress that.
Yeah.
Wow, and a big whiff from the Hag. Ooh, but the second one hit. We're seeing maybe a little bit of a latency, so some of those things don't look like they're quite connecting, but... And it looks like if we look at the gen progress, we're 52% on one, 35 on another. It has, again, it is a war of attrition. Maybe Hag whittles them down just enough. We're really going to need to see some survivors that are willing to kind of maybe play bait or try to take that focus a little bit.
Yeah, I think at this point there have been enough hits from our killer that the survivors are probably out of medkit charges.
Yes, yeah.
And so at this point they're very much relying on each other to keep themselves fully healed.
100%, yeah. And we even see that now with like Quentin going through and just avoiding Shaq, being scared that there is a trap in there, and running all the way out and around. And looks like our Hag having some control issues there.
Yeah, just taking a moment to maybe reorient herself.
Just breathing, yeah.
Yeah. Because this has been a very... The thing is, this match is very, very slow, but a lot has happened. We've had a lot of small bits of back and forth.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing right now, especially with that sloppy butcher, the fact that there is no med kit in play anymore. That these kind of healing out of these is going to be interesting. And really, what I think the Hag is looking for is for somebody to make a single mistake. I do think we need to see. Oh wow, good hit there. Second trap proccing there. And we'll see if this Claudette gets caught up here. There's not too many pallets in play, but they should be able to make it to main building.
Yeah, and I have to say, though, I think one of the things I'm seeing from this Hag that I'm not a huge fan of, that while her gen selection has been very good and she's been doing a really phenomenal job of keeping her web active, at least as much as she's been able to get out there, there are times where she teleports to a trap late and still immediately swings, even though she should know that the survivor will be out of range by that point.
Exactly. I think the big thing here is that you especially as a Hag, you have to understand. Ooh, wow, great call out there, but a swing and a miss.
Maybe a little bit of auto aim coming into play.
Yeah, good hit there. 3 people injured. Yeah, as a Hag, you have to be able to time. You know, if your trap goes off and you can teleport immediately, you have full right to be able to maybe make that swing. But if it triggers and you teleport 3 seconds late, you have to know that you're not going to be able to get that swing, right?
Yeah, like a survivor isn't just going to sit in your trap radius and stare at the phantasm that appears.
Right.
Like, they're going to make some distance because they've just given you an opportunity and they don't know if you'll take it or not.
All right, we do see a gen that was approaching. It's 98%. Which one was that? That is ready to go. I have a feeling it's one of the 3 that they've been trying to really work on, but maybe not. Maybe they're leaving it for later so they could break the 3 and then go do that one. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, but at this point, when the killer has been so dedicated to holding this 3-gen for so long, what's even the point of leaving a Gen 99 somewhere else?
I don't know.
Like, do you think she's actually gonna go do that? No, she's been defending this 3-gen from the first second of the match, practically.
See what happens. I mean, Quentin right now, if he takes a hit and runs to Shaq, then there's going to be some hard troubles ahead, and I think Hag's waiting to click that button and get that teleport.
There it is. Oh, but the Ace pulling her away.
Aside. That was
Wait, I wonder if she's out of range now. No, but okay, but the Quentin, now that the pressure is off him, yeah, you see what I mean? There it is coming in again, those late swings.
Yeah, I mean, the Ace coming through to pop a trap when they think that the Quentin is going to hit a trap is really good misdirection.
Yeah, that's such phenomenal coordination from our survivors.
And I think it was a misplay of the Hag to immediately reset, knowing that Quentin was potentially going to run over one. And I think that may be the game-changing moment right there.
Yeah, because that is very much a moment where you have to recognize priorities.
Exactly.
Like, you have to say, what is going to provide me more value here? To get the instant hit on the Quentin and get that down, potentially even a basement. I don't know if it's in Shaq or not. And then the potential snowball that comes from having a hook deep in your 3-gen like that. Or resetting this trap, getting, frankly, not a lot of value from it, and then letting the survivors get this full reset.
Yeah. What we're seeing here is the gen that has Call of Brine is regressing several percentages very, very quickly. The one that is 98 is one that is not in the 3-gen. It is somewhere else. Maybe they've just prepped it so they can break the 3-gen and then pop that one and just kind of get done as soon as possible. But it's not one that's regressed, which means it's not one that the Hag has seen and kicked.
Yeah, I would assume it's one of those faraway gens, which she doesn't have the mobility to get there, and if she does leave this 3-gen at this point, all of this work she's put in would be for nothing.
Exactly.
And then right there, even the Quentin, that instant swing, just a fraction of a second late, but he's already on the other side of the generator, so she just smacks metal.
Yeah, it's interesting the timings for this Hag. You know, mismanaging the teleportation has caused a little bit of grief. I mean, Hag is not a killer that is intended to chase, but honestly, this is a play right here if they end up coming back around and pushing.
Yeah, and it seems like they're drawing her attention away from the gen that Quentin is on, which is a great job of keeping her away from her teammate.
Yeah, we might be here for another hour and a half, but I think at the end of the day, the survivors are going to maybe pull something off here. They are incredibly dedicated, and this Quentin is doing work on his gen in his own right.
Yeah, and they've been doing a really, really great job of splitting this pressure between the 2 gens that are furthest away within that 3 gen and just ignoring the Shack gen at this point.
Yeah, if this was a solo... Ooh, wow,
he didn't realize he'd set off that trap.
Wonderful. If this was a solo queue environment, this would be really hard because survivors do need to coordinate between the 2. But this is kind of the issue here is the Hag now, because the pressure is split, realizes they need to go back to this gen. They can't commit to the chase.
Yeah, but at the same time, as she's leaving to go contest these survivors, the Quentin is just making his way right back over to that gen. And as long as the Claudette doesn't run her to him, I could definitely see her going back to those 2 survivors.
Really good hit there on the Claudette. Let's see.
Oh, the Quentin's going to go down
so
here.
He
has to go down
Z-Wall
here.
Warrior. Let's see what happens.
I mean, we joke.
No shot. I'm telling
way.
You, the Z-Wall Warrior. Wow.
Oh, she had him dead to rights in that corner, though.
Yeah, the problem was that she went into the corner and let him run out the side instead of playing goalie.
Yeah, like you've been saying this whole time, you have to zone the survivors just by your presence.
Exactly. Force them to run into you if they want out.
And that's the gen finished.
Yep, there they go. That's the 3 gen broken. They're going to go pop another gen really fast here.
And then what's her next closest gen? Is it even potentially the main building? Is that gen even still available?
I imagine they probably did main first, maybe?
Yeah, and okay. She's running the Z-Wall correctly this time. Wait, the Dead Heart comes out. I think she lost track of him for a second there. Yeah. But that's a hook, but the hook is so much less impactful now that her 3 gen is broken.
Yep. 100%. The best thing, she has the hill hook, but at this point she walks away with maybe a kill. They'll be able to pop their 98% gen, and then 3 people will go do another gen in about 35 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like, if anything, a 1K for our killer.
Yeah, I mean, we see a gen right now progressing 30, 32, 35, just absolutely taking off. That's 2 people on it. We do see what looks like the Nia just ready for this unhook, ready to crouch.
Yeah, but it does seem like she's given him the old 10 trap strat.
Yeah.
So it might be so the thing is, the Nia might be able to get the unhook, but getting away is going to be the hard part.
Yeah, 100%.
But it seems like the pressure is coming up here. The Hag realizing that she doesn't have a 3 gen to defend. Oh, wow. The failed Merciless Storm.
Wow, incredible work there. The gen, it looks like, still popped at the exact same time. So it was maybe the last skill check, but 2 people being on. And there they go.
Oh, that's the last gen done. That's the gates open, the hatch spawned.
I think there's a strategy in leaving a gen 98, 99% of giving that killer that false hope. Oh, there's one more, there's one more. No, there's not.
Yeah, because maybe like you said, that they have that little bit of hope that baits them into leaving that hook, when realistically, if she had known what we know, she would have just stayed there.
Yep, exactly. And I think that influenced that play. These survivors were incredibly patient and were really careful to not slip up. And we find that, again, commitment is the big problem. We all have commitment issues sometimes, and that's okay. But we saw the killer commitment not really, it's very hard to commit a tag, but at some point you got to do something,
Yeah, it is interesting because in talking with some friends who are involved in the competitive scene, apparently the predominant strategy for Hag is to force the survivor to play a filler palette and just bloodlust them, because that way you guarantee that first hook.
I could see that. I could definitely see that. Yeah.
And then from there you end up playing this war of attrition, because you can play slow, the survivors can play slow, and they can disarm your traps one by one, little by little, trying to diffuse your pressure, but they're on the clock.
Exactly. Yeah. We see that was a great hit at the LT wall there, it looked like. And that's really what we'd wanted to see the whole time is one hit, and then they run away, and then another hit, and then wash.
Yeah, I think it was just so difficult with the best 3 gen on the map also being one of the strongest areas of the map for the survivors.
Yeah.
Like that shack corner having usually a jungle gym, the shack, and a couple of filler pallets in it. is just such a difficult area for the killer to defend in general.
Yeah, and I think there was enough quirks with the way that the killer decided to replace traps instead of pursuing and things like that that ended up, or just smart plays by the ace popping a trap when, you know, they needed to sort of pull aggro their way, right? Stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, the survivor's coordination with diverting the killer's attention was just absolutely phenomenal, and especially the consistency of that over such a long and arduous match. Like, they really just did a fantastic job.
Yeah, really incredible patience coming from, I mean, both sides of it. I think that the Hag was put in a really tough position, had a really tough, very fair part of the map for them. Really, the biggest obstacle was the shack, and really once you place, get the pallet out of the way, right, shack gets pretty thin there. So really good work. Unfortunately, just made a few blunders here and there. Quentin letting Quentin out of the corner.
Yeah, there were definitely some missed opportunities.
Yeah, and these survivors playing very slowly. We see the Nia pretty consistently crouching and not, you know, working on a gen while there's a trap under their feet and choosing not to draw attention.
Yeah, like recognizing that while, yes, the threat of that trap is there, getting that gen progress before triggering it while the killer is occupied elsewhere is more important.
Yeah, I mean, why would it matter if you trigger it if the killer already sees you, right? That's a big one. If the killer's approaching and you get up to run away, well, the trap's not going to do them much good in most cases anyway, so...
Yeah, like maybe it'll make up a small amount of that initial distance, but we did see a couple of sprint bursts on the survivor side, and if there's one perk that's good at consistently getting you initial distance, it's sprint burst.
Yeah, I think the really wild part of this is just, you know, I in the comp scene, at least we don't see too much competitive Hag, but when I see any high-level Hag, most of the time it's not trapping the generators, it's trapping the tiles themselves, and I think that was the key piece of information that I would have changed is trapping the loops. Maybe you could trap the gens after you've trapped the loops. But
yeah, because you have 10 traps.
Exactly. But you really need to be trapping where the survivors are going to be going once you put pressure on them. You need to use your presence as a killer to push them into the traps and then get them right there.
Yeah.
And that's the important piece right there that I think was missing. But you know, I think they played as well as they could, and I think they really tried to hang on as best as they could, and you know, kudos to that.
Yeah, and I do have to say, good recognition from the survivors at the end of the game, because as much as it can be painful sometimes to let a teammate die, it's a Hag, it's endgame. Like, you Call of Brine is not so obvious of a perk that you can call it out confirmed, so there's also the possibility that there's a no-ed in play.
Yeah, 100%.
And so, do you really want to risk trying to save against a Hag far from either gate when there's the possibility of no-ed? I mean, I wouldn't.
No, and that's the case of, like, we've seen this really consistently with most of our survivor teams of, like, oh, there's one person on hook, we'll take our 3. We'll take what we can, right? And not getting too greedy, because a no-ed could completely make it from, oh, the killer's getting 1 point to, oh, the killer has 5. Like, we messed up.
Yeah, because you step in a couple of traps you don't expect when those attacks are insta-downs. That's pretty scary.
Yeah.
That is a scary possibility.
It's a bad day, yeah. I mean, especially against a Hag, right? Like, any other killer, they kind of have to catch you, they have to chase you, but Hag can just pop up, get you. Yeah.
And it is interesting, too, seeing that's one of the very key differences between what you see when you're playing at home and what you see in this more competitive environment, where survivors understand that there are limits to the effectiveness of altruism.
Yeah.
Where, you know, how many times do you see when you're playing Dead by Daylight, when you're on Survivor, that, like, you get hooked in endgame, you're like, team, please don't save me. Please just leave. Just play your lives and go. The killer's camping me. And then the killer ends up getting, like, 1, 2, maybe even the 4K.
Yeah.
Like, because your teammates play overly altruistic and don't respect the killer's power.
Exactly, yeah. And I think, you know, there's honestly, you know, the negative sentiment towards, like, killers camping and things like that. Look, if it's endgame, what are they supposed to do?
There's no gens left to defend.
Exactly, right. Like, if they chase somebody else, the chance of that person, you know, running to the 99 gate and opening it and leaving, and the hook you had, that's unhooked now. You know, so I think it is the smart play to generally... Everybody wants to be the hero, right? Everybody wants to swoop in and do some cool stuff with Dead Hard or whatever. Generally not worth it.
Yeah, especially back in the day when you could phase through hooks.
Oh man,
Yeah, you bait the unhook dead hard through the hook. The killer swings. You unhook from the other side.
Yeah.
That was like a DBD YouTube staple.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see what killer we get next. I'm hoping for anything other than a spirit, maybe a hillbilly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so, but we can dream, right?
Yeah. My dreams are apparently too big. So.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see another Oni because there were some absolutely wild plays that happened in our last Oni match, and I would love to see some more of that.
Yeah, I would definitely love to see a Huntress even, you know, because while any potential for aim assist could be a thing, Huntress is still incredibly limited, very slow, and has to reload, you know, enough. So I would love to see a Huntress or something of that nature, I guess, and just kind of, I don't know, change it up. Father's Campbell could be good for Huntress, right? Just throwing from the window, maybe.
Yeah, I could potentially see that, and a lot of those loops too, especially a lot of the filler palettes.
Oh yeah.
You have so much free reign to throw over those, and that's like, even once the pallets dropped, like normally against a killer that has to land a basic attack on you, dropping the pallet makes you safer. But the thing is, against a Huntress, depending on the layout of the tile, sometimes that puts you in an even worse scenario because she can throw at you while you're vaulting.
Yeah, there's so much of a, okay, I'm going to not throw it, and I think she'll pull back a hatchet, which gives me another rotation. But oh no, she didn't pull back the hatchet, so she gets the hit. You know, like,
yeah, there's very much that 50-50, that coin flip you play every time you run the pallet.
Exactly. Yeah. So, you know, I would love to see something like Huntress we talked about earlier. Plague. I'm really shocked we're not seeing more Plague. But, you know, maybe we'll see that more tomorrow, especially as people are forced to play away from the strong favorites and things of that nature. So, I don't know. I'm with you. I think an Oni would be refreshing on this one. Huntress would be interesting.
Yeah, I also definitely think a Plague would be an interesting pick against the sort of Survivor meta we've seen developing, because it seems like a lot of Survivors are bringing Iron Will preemptively out of the expectation that the other team will be playing a Spirit for their killer.
Yeah.
And so the thing is that while, yes, Iron Will does mute your sounds of pain, you're still throwing up when you're infected by the Plague, and that is not muted at all by Iron Will.
No.
And so Plague effectively would negate an entire perk slot just by the existence of her power.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there's something really interesting, and to play Plague, I think you have to be really good at micromanagement, and to some degree, I think Plague is a bit of a setup killer as well. You really want to not commit to the first chase you see necessarily, but find a guy, throw up on him, and then find other people and throw up on them.
Yeah, especially if you're running like that Thanatophobia too. It can be beneficial to you to like take a little time, invest in sort of spreading the plague, so to speak.
Yeah.
In the early game, and to kind of use that to get you a little bit of slowdown into the mid game.
100%, yeah. And so I think there's a not a missed opportunity, but I think people are sleeping on Plague a little bit. But especially with all the bans going out, the prize pool is there. I don't know if people are willing to take too many risks necessarily.
Yeah, especially at this early single elimination stage.
Exactly. When there's double elim, a little bit more margin for maybe, okay, maybe we play something a little bit different. But yeah, so I don't know. Honestly, a little bit excited, a little bit concerned. I mean, that hag match went on for a lot longer.
That was a long one.
Yeah. So hopefully we see, you know, if we see another hag, which I'm not opposed to, I'd like to see a more voracious hag with a little bit more mastery under their belt.
Yeah, I would definitely be interested in seeing, because one thing we didn't see that is one of the aspects of Hag's kit that I think is personally really interesting is that the trap activation snaps the survivor's camera as well. And so I see every once in a while, I'll see people who are maybe not like Hag specialists, but have that sort of more creative, less standard Hag playstyle, that they will use that camera snap to divert the survivor's momentum.
Yeah.
Because the survivor is running the loop, they expect the trap to be in the loop itself.
Yeah.
But you place the trap out of the loop just enough that its radius catches the path of the survivor, and instead of running forward, they have that brief moment where they're pulled out from the loop by their own momentum, and maybe that's the difference in getting you that hit as a 4.4 killer. Exactly.
Yeah, I think that, you know, sort of boils down to expectation and then, you know, defying it right now. is I think what we're seeing with some of the killers that are less successful is they have a consistency about them, a sort of practice, a thing that they do over and over, right? That is fairly predictable for the survivors to pull out. And so something like that hag that would be able to come in and then be able to play something so outside of the norm and adjust on the fly, those are the type of hag players that are just incredibly potent. And really those are the killer players that are potent, the ones that are able to change their overall strategy and behaviors just on the fly the minute they realize that that's not working or I should stop doing that.
Yeah, and even like you had mentioned, having those sort of unorthodox play styles, like when it comes to for example, a competitive huntress, right? There's sort of an expectation of how she plays. You often see like brutal bamboozle, like you see perks to shut down those resources the survivors want to use.
Yeah.
But what was interesting is I remember some time ago, probably about a year ago now, I watched Ralph do some scrims as Huntress. And he, as, you know, I don't know how many of you at home are aware of Ralph. He is a very, very experienced Huntress player, extremely skilled at the character, but plays in a very unusual way. Where he plays exclusively using his hatchets. He actually has a command in his chat that counts how many times he uses his basic attacks because it's that rare. And he really, really plays around those mind games based on timing.
Yeah.
And so it was really interesting seeing high-level competitive survivors getting thrown off by this unusual playstyle on the Huntress.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I would love to see someone do something similar here today.
Yeah, I would love to see. I mean, I would love to see a Huntress at all.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you know, I'm really hoping for at least before the end of the day to see a Huntress. But it does look like we are seeing Oni. You get your wish.
Hey, I'm happy about that.
Loaded in, yeah. Especially Father Campbell's not a bad map for Oni.
Yeah, it's on a bit of the smaller side. Not like we're not talking Mother's Dwelling here.
Yeah, we're talking, you know, including Shack, often 4-5 tiles maybe across the whole map, and the main building without a pallet entirely. So, you know, got that junky one on the outside. But yeah, so this could be a complete slaughterfest. And you know, honestly, like I said, the matches have been sort of these blowouts. Our killer player doesn't have to do much to secure the win.
Yeah.
They just have to be sure they get a kill, and so.
Well, you got to keep in mind they need 2. Because our hag did get 8 kills. They need 2 kills to take this match out.
A little too soon, yeah. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. They'll have to get 2 kills. I don't think that's particularly difficult. I don't think.
I mean, for an Oni, I think if we see as clean of a performance from our survivors this game as we did last game, I think that first power is going to take quite a long time.
Yeah, I think our Oni's going to have to be very patient and smart with their pallets. Yeah.
But I am really looking forward to seeing another Oni match. Our last one was just so exciting. And I have to say, I hope for the sake of our survivors that they don't give that first hit as early as the survivors did last time we saw an Oni.
Throw Shack Pal immediately.
Yeah, just throw everything.
I mean, even from that match earlier today, I mean, seeing the Meg that like was attempting to body block, there were some things that make sense against other killers, maybe not against the Oni.
Yeah, because especially if he downs that Dwight early enough, he needs to get another basic attack to land his power because the Dwight hadn't dropped enough orbs.
Exactly, and so you're basically just giving him the power on a platter if he wanted it, right?
Yeah, and so sometimes, unintuitively enough, the correct decision can actually be to go down as a survivor.
Exactly.
Just to deny him his power at that early stage in the match.
100%, yeah. So let's see here. We are loading into the match. We see some more slow movement from the survivors. Indicates to me that there's probably a corrupt intervention in play.
Yeah, and it seems like all 4 spawned over by the circus.
Yeah.
And we see they're kind of moving their way around the edge of the map, just trying to stay out of the obvious sight lines of where you would expect the killer to be looking.
Exactly, yeah. Trying to be sure, you know, that they're not really poking out, not leaving scratches, certainly, and not hiding in lockers, which is something that sometimes you'll see in these scenarios, but it just is too much of a gamble.
Yeah, and one thing that was interesting is I saw from that Claudette just doing that little spin to hide the med kit.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
It's a bright red and it sticks out a little bit further than your hand does, and so it is so crucial to not let the killer see that. Like, I can't even count the number of times that I've seen, like an item sticking out from a survivor.
Exactly.
And we are going to have to restart that lobby because an offering was brought, which is not supposed to happen.
Yeah, there was an offering that we did see there. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and reset that because I believe that offering maybe have them all spawning together.
Oh, that may have been the case, too.
I'm not
yeah.
exactly sure. So
that would explain why all 4 survivors were all in circus together.
Yeah, not entirely sure, but yeah, that's okay. We're going to go ahead and restart that one. So the thing here is, like, I predict we'll see Corrupt again. So we're going to see people waiting out again at the beginning.
And even without Corrupt, just letting the killer check an area, get that sort of, like you had mentioned before, that false feeling of security that, oh, there's no survivors here. And then when they leave, then you get on gens.
Yeah, I think that is a very smart prevailing strategy. Just, the false sense of security, they're going to walk away. They're going to check literally every other gen before they get back to yours, which is going to buy you 50-60% easily.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. And it's going to be interesting to see if the survivors know if it's Oni or not, right?
I mean, I think they do. I'm sure at some point they saw him in that last match.
Yeah, and do they change their builds based on that? Do they change how they, mostly medkits, I think a map at the end. So maybe they change it to being all medkits again.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't believe the survivors are allowed to change their builds. I believe they have to keep everyone has to keep the same builds from that previous match. Just because, especially against certain killers. Like, for example, if you didn't bring in that Iron Will and you see the killer's a spirit and you can switch to having 4 Iron Wills, that's a massive change in the potential outcome of that match in ways that are, I wouldn't necessarily call them unfair, but extremely significant.
Right. Yeah. You're not totally wrong. So, yeah. We're waiting for everybody to get into lobby again, so we can restart appropriately, and then we'll be good to go back in the match. I am excited to see another Oni though. Realistically, the wildest thing about Father Campbell's is, you have main building, you have Shack on one side, you have the circus on the other, but really neither of those sides are intrinsically safe, right? Once you break the Shack pallet, sometimes you have a hill, sometimes you have nothing.
Yeah, sometimes, yes, especially in that corner, like in the Hag game, there was the hill there, which, while it was oriented to sort of keep the gen against the wall, which is, better for the survivors than it is for the killer, it definitely does make things a little bit less safe in that corner because you can't really play that hill unless you bring in the balanced landing.
Exactly. So it's going to make that, like, infinitely harder to kind of work with for the survivors. They'll have to play that sort of main building, which is interesting because, with Oni, there is this level of, like, you want to play conservatively, but if the very few pallets they have get broken too fast, then they're going to have very little to work with. So there's going to have to be a balance that gets struck here, and if our Oni plays it right, I think they'll be able to really just kind of walk through this, is kind of my prediction. Just the map is very much in their favor.
Yeah, and one of the things that is also very interesting about those killers whose powers grant them high movement speed is that there are loops, like, for example, there's that one window that usually spawns on, I believe, the circus side of the main building, that you have that very long wall around.
Yeah.
And that window is traditionally extremely safe for the survivors because the walls on either side of it are so long. However, playing against an Oni who's moving extremely quickly, that length actually becomes detrimental to the survivors because of that difference in movement speeds.
Yeah.
Where you are not able to make that extra rotation back to the window before the killer's able to catch up to you.
Exactly. Yeah. It leaves you with very few options. There's some filler pallets over in the circus you have to be aware of, but it can be really tough to make those do anything for you in the long run. And that's where we're gonna have to see the survivors that really just split up and just try to plow through gens as fast as they can. The body blocking for each other and stuff that we've kind of seen in other matches is not. I think if they take their eyes off the prize here, it's going to go really quickly.
Yeah, playing against Oni is very much a delicate balance because you have to. Like, one of the things I see sometimes that is very interesting, that is a strategy that's really unique to Oni because of sort of the timed nature of his power, is that when he activates his power, sometimes, and this didn't happen last time, but I've seen it happen, every survivor who isn't actively being chased hides.
Yeah.
Because if you can make him waste his power and start from scratch, you've effectively reset to the beginning of the match, except now gens are done.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something that I'm very interested to see if they manage that, right? You can't just afford to sit on the gen and wait until he's right on top of you and take the down, right?
But also, you can't afford to waste a full minute hiding necessarily. Sometimes you can if maybe the Oni pops his power a little bit prematurely. Maybe he doesn't have a survivor in mind and wants to use that for both mobility and then the chase once he gets there.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that'll be the big thing is trying to see if they use it post hook, if they use it mid chase. You know, conventional wisdom for me is if you can close out a chase without it, use it after the hook, right? As a sort of patrol pressure, but I don't know. Yeah, it'd be interesting. I don't think people pick Oni to wing it. I think people pick Oni to try to win. So I expect a very, very competent Oni to come forward on this one.
I absolutely hope so.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Now, we didn't see a top knot as the add-on for the last Oni.
Oh, really? Was that not interesting? Okay.
So I'm interested to see what they choose on this next one. And to see, what their build might be. Are they going to go for, sloppy Thana, something of that nature, or are they going to go more traditional corrupt ruin pop?
Yeah, and because I know Oni has a very a decently wide suite of very good add-ons. Like you'll see the Splintered Hull for the extra orb drop rate. You'll see the Lion Fang for the 10 seconds of extra duration. You'll see Akito's Crutch and the Talisman for the movement speed. Like Oni has a pretty varied set of useful add-ons, and then sometimes maybe a little less necessary when you can do the sorts of crazy turns we saw before. But you'll see the top knot as well to reduce that charge time on your demon dash.
100%, yeah. And I think there's enough add-ons that change the expected way for him to play.
Mm-hmm.
It really varies how the survivors have to work around it as well, right? Knowing that there's additional duration, right?
Yeah, knowing that extra movement speed, you have to drop that pallet a little earlier. Maybe you get one less rotation. Maybe you don't get any rotations at all.
Right, exactly. And that's... It's going to be interesting to see what happens on the fly. I think Oni is one of the most promising killers we have, right under Spirit in some cases. And I expect to see a lot more Oni, especially going into tomorrow. I actually expect to see some Oni bans.
Yeah, I do too.
But, I don't know. I think I'd rather maybe play against an Oni than a Nurse or something like that. But I don't like Nurse. So
yeah, I mean, Oni is also so tough because... one of the really big aspects of playing against an Oni is playing that really, really safe early game, delaying that first power as long as you can.
Yeah.
But the thing is that in order to do that, unless the killer just chases one survivor for the entire duration of the match, it's a lot about communicating which pallets have been dropped.
Oh, yeah.
Because the worst case scenario for that early game pre-power activation is you run to a tile thinking the pallet is there and there isn't one.
Yeah, because we're not seeing windows of opportunity as like a widespread thing because it's competitive, it's conversational, right?
Yeah, and you don't have the room in your builds for that perk that's something that's useful but maybe not game-changing.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that communication's fallible. I think people can make mistakes or miscommunicate or mishear, and so teams are gonna have to be pretty tight knit. If you throw Shack Pallet early, you really have to be sure everyone's super aware of that to avoid that space. Especially if he's in Demon Dash, you could play the window maybe normally, but if he's in power, you definitely can't afford to just run to Shack, right?
Yeah.
So.
And it is interesting because I wonder if on the sort of survivor team side, we're seeing them use the sort of traditional clock callouts, right?
Sure.
Where you have a certain part location of the map that's oriented that this is 12 o'clock. And you effectively go around like the hands of a clock, and then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc.
Yeah.
And often you'll see teams call out like, okay, I dropped the pallet at 7.
Yeah.
But if there's a miscommunication about maybe that pallet's at 8, maybe that pallet's at 6, right?
Perception change.
Yeah, and then so that very, very slight miscommunication, even when you have a system, can really again, that butterfly effect, that one pallet you think is there but isn't, can create that giant snowball.
Exactly. Yeah. It can create a really, especially depending on when it is. If it's early enough in the game, where there's you just hook somebody, you go over there, somebody else is there, 2 downs really fast back to back, and that completely could change everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes. It looks like we are going to, fingers crossed, load into the match. We have had some disconnection issues, so we'll see what happens here. But hopefully Oni puts on a good show. It is 1-3 right now. The points aren't completely thrown one way. So, you know, they do need a few kills here. This is kind of the highest stakes game I think we've really had.
Definitely the closest.
Yeah, so nobody performing entirely too well. But we'll see here. If it's a 2K, that's a wrap.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're just here to watch some good Dead by Daylight.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed right now with the players we've had, the varying strategies coming from survivors and killers, really, and the variability and skill has been really phenomenal to watch as well. So I think all in all, this has been a pretty successful day one, phase one. We're loading in here, and let's see what we've got cooked up.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to be seeing that sort of similar mix of deliverance and camaraderie that we saw in our last Oni match, where teams recognize that it can be very difficult to be playing around those hooks and managing those unhook scenarios properly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely could be. We're seeing a deliverance. There is a camaraderie right there, yeah, from our Claudette. Everybody, of course, hiding. Taking a lot of time. I think Corrupt is still in play. Now, we do have Brutal Strength from Oni. They recognize that there might be a lot of pallets that are pre-thrown.
Oh, and there's the first hit. Not even a pallet thrown.
And Claudette getting stuck there, wasting a little bit of the sprint burst they had.
Yeah, and I have to say, I really do like the Brutal Strength pick on Oni. That's actually a pretty staple part of my build on him. For that exact reason, that Brutal helps you do that M1 killer zoning, that you force the survivor into a bad location, like towards the edge of the map. You break the pallet, they have to run away now, but that Brutal Strength reduces the time they have to make that distance.
Exactly. Yeah, great first hook within the first 45 seconds, not allowing for too much gen progress to happen. We have Pop Goes the Weasel and Call of Brine loaded up and ready to go. This is a really commanding start. If they can keep the momentum, then I have no doubt that they are going to do incredibly well.
Yeah, especially with Corrupt Intervention not deactivating on that first hook.
Yep.
That map is still effectively shrunk. And it is going to be, they see another survivor making their way for the unhook.
This won't be a full trade, but this is going to be pretty tough.
And that's probably going to be power. Yep, there it is.
Maybe they run somebody off one of the gens, but I think they might. Yeah, they're going to go for the down here. This is...
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, no! But the bonk, they missed. They missed. Really good job on the Jake just maintaining their momentum.
But I think the Oni... Oh, no, he didn't see the Claudette. I thought he might be going for her for a second, but taking the long way around the shack.
Whoa,
ducking into that corner.
Wow.
Even just that, such a subtle thing from the Jake there, the decision to let the Oni do the post-hit cooldown and waste that extra single second. The vault in, recognizing that he's going to come around the corner. The vault back, not quite sitting in that corner.
Good down there.
Yeah, he does go down, but a phenomenal job from our Jake to use only the shack pallet to buy all of that time for his team.
Yeah, wonderful. That's one gen done already. Another gen about to pop here very shortly. I think, really, in my opinion, if I were the Oni, I would have gone through, use my Pop Goes the Weasel, let them unhook, let them heal, right? But that Jake, maybe he might second guess chasing that Jake again. Is a very strong player, very patient, right? Not going with gut reactions, being sure that they're paying very close attention to all their resources.
Yeah, no, then the reads from the Oni were good, but the reads from the Jake were better. That he knew that the Oni was going to take the long way around shack, and instead of like running around the outside, vaulting that window and back into the shack.
Yeah, 100%. And we're seeing now this Oni definitely overplaying. Yeah, here we go. As I say, you have Brutal Strength. You can't really afford to play these pallets too much here. So they're going to go back to where you see all these gens in this corner. You definitely want to go back there and try to maintain some semblance of control over them, especially with Pop Goes the Weasel and Call of Brine. You can't let these go for too long, and this is a smart choice.
And I believe that was also a deliverance on Jake, which he activated by unhooking the Claudette. Which does explain that seemingly a little bit overly altruistic unhook.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, and interesting. Okay, the locker juke from the Claudette.
Really
but
good
she
job.
Does get hit. She doesn't quite make it to the window.
All right, let's see what happens here. I mean, ultimately, the thing we look at with the Oni is when they use their ability earlier, they down somebody who was already injured. So at the end of the day, they didn't get as much value as they could have out of their ability. But we do see all these blood orbs here from the survivor who was on the gen.
And that is another use of the Oni's power, so the survivors are going to have to be very, very careful with how they play this next minute or so.
Yeah, and this Oni right now, Call of Brine active on several of these gens, is really going to work on patrolling these for a bit, which is a bit dicey, but he has no way of knowing that nobody is really on these.
Yeah, and I have to say, I'm not a big fan of that power activation to then patrol the 3-gen, but I mean, it's clearly worked out for him, finding a survivor doing a gen and landing a fantastic flick around that object on the map to get that down.
You know, the thing about Oni's Demon Dash is at the end of the day, you know, survivors can hear it globally across the map, and so the big thing is, oh, where's he coming from? And so to come from the angle he did was a little bit less expected, I think, than, but it was very dicey because it did give the survivor free access to the fast vault at that main building window. So it paid off that time, but was definitely a little bit riskier than I would have anticipated.
Yeah, and with the amount of orbs that are left on the map, I gotta say, I'm surprised he didn't activate his power on the Claudette there, because I believe she was full health at the time. He may have even been able to body block her in that corner. A couple of spins coming out.
Little flare.
Yeah, but I believe he may have even been able to like body block her against that tile and then just guarantee the down by popping his power. That's another down on the Quentin.
And this is exactly what I would have done here. Slug and go back to the gens you know that people are going to be on.
Yeah, don't risk the DS. The Call of Brine activation off that skill check. The second down on Jake.
And this is, yeah, you take this. You definitely don't want to get too greedy for it.
Yeah, but you also want to play around the potential decisive strike on that Quentin.
Yeah. So good job here. And then, you know, if they're on Shack Gen, you use your pop to, you know, push that even further down. That's going to be at 20% or so.
Yeah. Oh, that is very rough for the survivors, especially because he's chasing an injured person here. Oh, the big mind game.
Wow, look at that. Not showing his red stain anywhere and just the Claudette going off of gut instinct.
Yeah. Oh, what phenomenal pathing from the Oni. Like, absolutely just inside Claudette's head there. He knew exactly what she was thinking.
You know, yeah, as a Survivor player, you typically always want to confirm where the killer's location is before hitting any of those vaults. And in this case, they just kind of assumed the Oni would be chasing, and it was a great read from the Oni.
Yeah, especially on a killer shack that does have those small gaps you can look through. There are spots you can stand where you are safe in terms of your distance from the locations the killer can come from, but you can still get information by peeking through those little gaps in the wall.
Exactly. Yeah, those little slats can leave a lot of room. So just the Claudette not quite taking enough time to confirm just kind of what we talked about way earlier, is just having the plan and executing on it instead of reacting to what the killer may be doing.
Yeah, just a little bit hasty and just not quite patient enough. But it seems like we're going to see another power activation to go check on this gen. He should see some scratch marks, and I believe that's the Quentin, who, at this point, is that DS still active? I don't know. I don't think it is.
No way.
But the bait.
That's a miss.
Oh, wow. What a good job from Quentin.
And he's going to leave it smart. There's right now.
See, I don't know, because I might have, I don't know, because he's not Death Hook, but our Oni has what feels like a pretty convincing lead at this point.
I agree. However, I also do understand that there's just 5 gens behind him and none in front of him. And the idea that people are spread across 3 gens, he's lost 2. It's a gamble. I think I would play safe there as well.
See, but the thing is, by leaving the Quentin, he then just gets nothing from that power use, and all the survivors are healed. He's kind of back to square one here.
I agree. I think the survivors are doing exactly what you'd anticipated of like, oh, okay, he's in power. We're just not going to be near gens at all because he isn't going to leave them to come like just find us on the map somewhere necessarily.
Yeah, but I think the Quentin here may not have enough distance if the Oni paths well. Oh, but he expected the Quentin to be hiding near the gen.
And here's the issue is, like, I think this, out of all the gens, is the one that
look at all that blood.
Oh, there we go. That's going to be a good down if he can make that happen.
Yeah, that's power, because that must have been the reset location, too, where all of the survivors went back to healed. But he goes back. There's 2 survivors in his path.
He definitely saw the one. Does he...
Oh.
Unexpected hit here. Good job. They didn't even look behind them. Easy down.
And that's a kill if he takes it. Yeah, he's going to.
Yeah, 100%. Good job there. The survivor just not even just hoping that they can be hidden well enough, not looking behind them. Really great play from the Oni.
Yeah, and at this point with 3 gens left to do, 1 survivor dead, These survivors are in a very difficult location, but very smart from the killer to recognize that that survivor was Death Hook and just take that kill.
Even smarter from the killer after that and unfortunately that gen pops, but realizing, okay, wait, I have Pop Goes the Weasel. This gen has like 15%. I know the other gen has like 70%. They didn't quite get there in time, but good job being a little bit aware of their perks.
Yeah, that map awareness and using those perks effectively is just so crucial.
Oh.
Wait, oh, he found the Quentin. Oh, no.
Wow, what an incredible play. He must have jumped out the window and then made a curve back.
Yeah, I think he like stuck himself on the tree for a second there, because that's one of those things that's actually much more difficult to do with Oni when you have those speed add-ons.
Yeah.
Is intentionally getting stuck on objects on the map so that you can freeze yourself in place and turn.
Yeah, what incredible work from that Oni. You know, his first few Demon Dash hits were really inconsistent. It was a little bit worrisome, but now it seems like they're definitely trying to hit that stride a little bit better than they were.
Yeah, and if my estimation is right, he should be coming up on his power again pretty soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just based on all those blood orbs. And of course, this is the injured Claudette.
With no borrowed time.
And now we do know DS is in play. Does he slug here?
I think he does. Yeah. I think he has the pressure. He'll have his power in like another maybe 5 orbs, I think. With this, yeah, that's power. Oh, is he going back to check the gens?
He
or
might
what's
be checking Quentin to see if someone's healing.
Yeah, but then I think he goes back to the gen because he knows the survivors have been very attached to this gen, and so he knows they really like to keep going into that next door tile.
Ooh.
And oh, is Feng making the same mistake that Jake did? She is.
Textbook. You know, knowing that Oni missed it, it maybe would have been smart to walk the other side.
And the Quentin isn't even being picked up. This is so rough for our survivors.
Yeah, it looks like our Oni is going to potentially, I mean, like, things could change, but they're definitely taking hold of this one. The mid-game really working out in their favor here.
Yeah, and the thing is, the Feng does have a Deliverance and a Decisive Strike, so she does have some defensive tools here to get them out of this sticky situation, alleviate some of this pressure. But the thing is, the Oni already has his power again, and everyone's injured.
Yeah, he has his power. The gens right now are rapidly approaching, all of them being back at 0%. I don't see a way where our survivors can really... Oh,
a missed swing. That's huge. And the thing is, the Deliverance also coming out from our Feng here.
Wow. Can we talk about the read, the 360 spin onto running to the outside edge of the map to catch the Quentin?
Wild.
That is probably the most cocky play I've seen all day, and well-deserved at that.
Yeah, I mean, this Oni, this has really just been a showcase for this Oni. Like, he has just been absolutely clean this game. Like, yes, a missed swing here and there. One kind of wasted power because the survivors did such a good job of staying out of his sight. But just across the board, such a fantastic job. And I think he heard the injured Feng here.
Wow.
Not quite a hit, though. She plays that fire barrel, but she's going to go down.
You know, and this is the interesting thing, is like this particular side of the map is kind of what we talked about. Once the few pallets get out of the way, the survivors have no choice but to just hide.
Yeah, and it seems like he is going to slug.
Ooh, does he suspect the locker? No, he blows right by it, it looks like.
Yeah, wait.
The survivor's not injured, so he has no way of really knowing. He might just take the one that he's got.
Yeah, I think at this point, if he takes that hook, that should be a win here. Nice and solidly. I think that third kill should secure it.
Yeah, not enough gens, I believe, for a hatch spawn. So yeah, we're really and right now not an insta death either. Stage 2.
Yeah, but that Deliverance used, the Decisive Strike will be in play, but I don't know whether or not she burned that Unbreakable earlier, because she was slugged for a little while, but I don't think she had the chance to use her pickup.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Not that I think the Oni is terribly pressured about it. I think the idea here is to...
Seems like she's letting go. Yeah, I think she recognizes that the best outcome here is for her teammate to get hatch.
Yeah, which won't be quite enough points to keep them in the running, but this was probably the most contentious kind of back and forth that we've really seen, and this Oni really earned this W. The beginning was a bit shaky, but really good work here.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, a couple of relatively small mistakes. He sees the scratches, but follows them the wrong way.
Yeah.
But the thing is, unfortunately for Claudette, she's running away from the hatch.
Yeah, she wasn't really sure where it was. Neither of them had apparently seen it. All right, we'll see the scratch.
Yeah,
His dash has to be running close to dry.
I mean, considering he hasn't gotten it down, he has the full minute duration. Oh, the missed swing. Okay, this does create an opportunity for our Claudette to potentially outrun his power, but...
Well, no pallet left.
Yeah, not going to happen.
And there is the 4K. That means that it looks like our Oni is ushering their team on to victory. A really good Hag match earlier. It was good to see Hag, but to see another Oni, especially an Oni that commands a win like this, sign me up.
Yeah, and as someone who plays a lot of Oni myself, it is always a lot of fun to see how well these competitive level players like take the killer beyond what I'm doing.
Yeah, 100%. So really excited to see BBB move on. Really great work from both the survivors against the Hag, right? Really great work there, and then just to see this Oni absolutely come through. And brutal strength, great idea. Really, we haven't seen brutal almost at all in this tournament, I don't think.
Yeah, well, I think for most killers, it's much less valuable than it is for the Oni, where getting that single hit from that extra zoning matters so much more.
Yeah, and I think that's the smart play. Instead of front-loading just a bunch of perks that could slow down the game, going for something that's really going to help you make the best use of your base kit, I think is going to be the smart play, and it paid off. So
yeah,
we are going to go into our highlights now. We have some interesting Hag highlights here. Just that great window hit. Really textbook. It's how you'd want that to go. Good hit on the Nia on the gen as the Nia worked on it.
And then I believe this is going to go into that another hit on the Claudette here, yeah.
Yeah, around the corner, mind you.
Yeah, a little bit funky looking, but sometimes that happens.
Yeah. So we're going to see another teleportation here. Great hit. This was such a delayed set of interactions for me.
Yeah, I mean, both sides just spent so much time fighting over this gen. I mean, it was that gen and then the other one slightly off to the side. A good movement from the Claudette, but then a very interesting hit coming out from the Hag there.
Yeah, I think it caught the Claudette off just as much as it did us. Yeah.
Yeah.
So really good hit. And then this Quentin running to Shaq. And this was an incredible play. The ace popping this and distracting the Hag not paying attention to who actually popped that trap.
Yeah, and on top of that, pulling her out of range of the trap at Shaq that the Quentin was going to trigger.
Exactly, yeah. And we're moving on to Oni. I mean, there's so many plays here.
Oh,
yeah.
that was from that first hit. It was just downhill from there.
Yeah, this was a really good down. The good bonk here, of course, the Jake MVP for the Survivor side of this, just doing a really good job at burning some of the Oni's time. This is a really good idea to go all the way around, but just tuck in right here.
Yeah, and the Jake playing the Shaq so well there.
Great
and even,
hit.
Again, that small thing, just wasting that extra second while the Oni's in his wall-hitting animation before he throws out the pallet for that stun.
Exactly. You don't want to interrupt the animation.
Yeah, because that's a second where he can't be hitting you.
And good hit here. Just a really textbook reactionary hit. And then leaving for the slug, I think that was really what clinched the game.
Oh, and this is the big mind game.
And here it goes,
that
all
was
the way
so
around.
good.
Boom.
The timing, the awareness.
Did the Claudette actually dead hard at the window too?
I don't think so.
Know.
I don't think she did. It's hard to say.
And we see.
And then the Jake.
Just.
And then the Fung. Oh.
Yeah, just back to back, the exact same spots. Not learning from their mistakes. Oh man, that's where you pour one out. You know, I think, and then we got to see the flare clip a second time.
Yeah, just give him that spin.
360.
the 720
out to the edge, and then right. Oh yeah, you put that on Twitter. You throw that up there.
That's a social media clip for sure.
So
you're throwing out a 720 in a tournament, and then that gets you the last down of the game. Like, come on.
Yeah, I think 720 into for me as a killer, I would have predicted Quentin would go back into the normal tile.
Yeah, see, me too.
But he doesn't. And
Because I think they're playing on that level where the Quentin knows that the Oni wants to go through the tile because he thinks that's where the Quentin's going to be.
The Oni knows that Quentin thinks that Oni knows.
Yeah, the classic.
Yeah, so, I think there was something really great in that the Oni kind of catching their stride a little bit. The slug on the Quentin was really smart. Sometimes it's good to not eat DS, just to take that slug and keep pushing.
Yeah, and we did see both Akito's Crutch and Splintered Hull in that game, so it was faster orb drop rate as well as faster movement speed while he's using his power.
Yeah, which the faster movement speed is so good for getting those patrols. Makes turning a little bit harder sometimes.
Just a little bit, yeah.
But, and kind of like what you said, it makes it harder to kind of hook on something and pivot yourself the way you need to go. So. But really good stuff. We are excited to talk about kind of the next teams. We're well over halfway through this right now. We are going to throw it to a break here, get up, use the restroom, and we'll see you all here in a few minutes. Beautiful. There we go. We're back. Yeah, we're ready for match 6. Just a few matches left, really, today. Honestly, y'all could keep throwing Onis at me. Maybe this hillbilly thing's overrated. So, yeah, I don't know. What are you predicting to see out of these next few matches? I mean, I think we've kind of gotten an idea for what to expect out of, Oni, Spirit, Nurse.
Yeah, which, I mean, it makes sense. You're going to play the good killers when you have as few bans as possible.
Sure.
But I don't know. I would like to see another Oni. I think Oni matches tend to be pretty exciting.
Yeah.
A lot happens. There's a lot of big moments, a lot of turning points. So I would love to see another Oni.
Yeah, I agree. It's like per capita, it's been interesting to see that like we've seen a lot of Spirits, we've seen a lot of Onis, but the Onis have always 4K.
Yeah.
So like if we're looking at the numbers right now, Oni is actually the better pick if you're unsure of yourself, perhaps. Spirit, I think personally, does have like a bit of a higher skill ceiling because you can't see the survivors. So
yeah, there's a lot more like meta game going on there.
Yeah, to be fair to the Spirit players, it is a bit harder. For a long time, I think the sort of prevailing thought was that like, oh, Spirit's so easy to play. I don't think Spirit is. I think you have to not only be like able-bodied enough to hear well, but too, I think it does take like a lot of predictive knowledge. And Oni's just outright brute force and speed.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big part of why people like referred to Spirit as like an easy killer was because for a long time there was just that like standstill mind game.
Sure.
Where it's like, all you have to do is you like stand next to the pallet and you just sit there and watch what the survivor does.
Yeah.
And that takes away a lot of that skill requirement of that prediction.
Yeah, that's a big part, is just standing there and waiting for them to come to you. I got you.
Especially because, a lot of the time the survivors, especially in like your everyday random matches, wouldn't really understand that like if you are doing that, the best thing they could do is like get away. And so they would be like, oh my god, she's like phasing at the loop, I have to like run that way, and they just run into you and get hit. Yeah,
that sort of panic. And you'd sometimes see the really smart survivors that just stand there.
Yeah, because they're just waiting.
But it's so rare because it is a toss up. It's just going the other direction, right? It is a random sort of guess. So I want to see a Huntress in the next one. I really want to see one Huntress today, which again, when you're playing single elimination, I get it. Bit of a risk.
Yeah, and you don't want to take that risk.
No, but I want someone to take that risk, I want someone to be just so confident that they come out there, Oak-halved. I don't know what else they would run. Glowing Concoction.
Probably
right?
Babushka.
Probably, unfortunately. I always forget that exists. I never run Babushka.
Yeah, me either. I'm like,
I'll get addicted.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm an infantry belt Oak-halved enjoyer, which that's sometimes true. I'll throw in the shiny pin there if I'm, especially, like, I'll usually swap out infantry belt for shiny pin if I'm having a day of Huntress where I'm like, dude, I'm just throwing careless hatchets. I need to, like, get back into that mindset of being deliberate and focused and actually throw hatchets that make sense instead of just like, I throw hatchets. I'm the Huntress.
Yeah. I'm really hoping, Father Campbell's again would be, it looks like we might be running into another Father Campbell situation. We'll see. But I think that would be a good opportunity for a Huntress. Again, both sides of the map could be fairly dead. But we just heard some really good news.
Yeah, you see us both smiling.
Yeah, so we're getting Billy next match, and I don't care if you say he's busted. And the next match is actually Blood Lodge, so this is an interesting where Billy's really strong right now, and Blood Lodge is not a good killer map.
See, but the thing that's important is one of the biggest things that makes Blood Lodge a tough killer map is its size.
Yes,
and
so
the thing is,
the position.
With Billy's mobility, maybe it matters a bit less.
Yeah, I think it matters a bit less. I think it'll still... Not that Billy's going to get a lot of like intrinsic chainsaws across map. I don't think we're going to sort of expect that. But
not at this level of play.
No, but I think the ability to see him coming from a greater distance will still hinder him a little bit. So
yeah,
we'll see how it goes. I think this could go his way because it is a big enough map for him to move. My biggest concern is RNG, right?
Yeah.
His ability to curve around a truck or a car tile, right? Some of those junkier tiles could be there unless they don't spawn.
Yeah, that's true. If you get a lot of those like awkwardly shaped like random debris piles that are sort of curved, those are such a pain to curve.
Yeah, but I don't think you pick Billy unless you are totally confident that you are going to be able to do it.
Oh yeah, Billy is not like my preferred killer got banned, let me play Billy. Like Billy is a killer that like requires a very high baseline of skill just to be functional.
Right, yeah. I would say, I mean, I constantly make the argument that Billy is harder to play than Nurse.
I completely agree.
Yeah, with Nurse,
especially
if you mess
in
up,
public
you
matches.
just... Oh, especially, yeah. Because, I mean, with Nurse, if you mess up that blink, right, you just do another blink, right? Or you recharge, and then you just go. But with Billy, you have to know how close you need to be, the speed, the distance, and if you mess up, oh, God, it's brutal. It's so painful.
Yeah,
you know?
So we will now be loading into our match of Q-Bill Felino versus Pulse.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this goes. And the maneuverability
Oh my
on this
God!
Billy
Okay,
is
wait.
actually
No,
insane.
I see why people are saying he's busted. Never mind. This is absurd.
Yeah, he basically can turn however he would like. This is the most insane thing I've ever witnessed.
I don't even have words for what I just witnessed.
So for those of you that don't really know, Billy typically cannot turn himself while he's mid-chainsaw.
Certainly not like this.
No, so Billy has about a half-second window where he can curve, and then that's it. He's stuck in a generally forward momentum. This Billy is, I don't want to say it's bugged or not because I don't know, but this seems like a bug where Billy is able to move wherever he wants at maximum speed, and honestly, I'm here for it.
Yeah, give us this Billy, honestly. Sign me up. I want that. Like, this is a menace.
You know what's wild about this is he's still not able to get these, like, necessarily super fast, super easy downs. Survivors are still countering it, so this is maybe a testament to, you know, how not even this is really broken. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, well, it's also, like, you have to keep in mind that Dead by Daylight is not a game that is balanced around this level of play.
No.
Like, Dead by Daylight's balance is meant for people who play pretty casually, like the people who just sort of play on the weekends and stuff. Like, it's not meant for people who play like this. And I like that this Fung is just kind of sitting in a corner.
Really smart idea, yeah.
Like, because this Billy is, like, circling the tile like a shark.
I am blown away by just
This is insane.
Like, what am I watching right now?
Like, I was expecting curves, not whatever this is.
I mean, he got curves, you know?
Yeah, that's for sure.
He's got all of them.
Okay, interesting. She jumps in the locker.
Wow, first
okay,
hook.
see, but it's also, you gotta say, Tinkerer just procced, and it's two people on a gen all the way across the map.
Yep.
So, I don't necessarily know if I like this basement hook, unless he's gonna do some crazy shenanigans to curve his way out of the basement.
Simply playing Billy at all right now is crazy shenanigans. So
Yeah, you're right about that.
just looking, he's
Seeing that up in the
slaloming.
distance.
Oh my God.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, this is the wildest match of Dead by Daylight I've ever seen in my life.
This is the true power of Max Thompson Jr.
I do think I understand why people are banning him regularly.
Yeah, I get it now. I see. I understand.
Now, I mean, I'm not gonna be that guy, but I think if I were to suggest anything, I think tournament organizers should ban Billy in his entirety so that people stop wasting their personal bans on him.
Yeah, see, or I would say if this is sort of similar to the Oni, where this is caused by that like 200% sensitivity, just like require a sensitivity maximum of like 100%.
Yeah,
Like specifically for Billy and Oni. Like killers that are actually meaningfully affected by that mechanic.
Yeah, honestly though, I mean, at the end of the day, the comments about how unbalanced he is are still not really settling well as he has one hook.
Yes, but it's also important to keep in mind that like the survivors. I'm sorry.
He was going faster and faster.
I'm sorry. Okay, but you got to keep in mind he has one hook, but the survivors also only have one gen.
One gen on the verge of two, right? And so
That's true.
It is fairly balanced. And I'm not saying that this is something that the game developers like shouldn't work on or something of that nature. But what I am saying is this does not like. I still think he's a little bit weaker than Oni in some regard here, right? Because it is just a straightforward.
Yeah, he can't
momentum.
his ability to control it is still very limited. Like one of the things you see with Oni that we didn't really see much in the last match, I think, because of the turning ability that he has. One of the things you see a lot from Oni, at least the way I play him, is often using that sort of AD tap strafing to slow your momentum to allow you to turn better.
Exactly.
That Billy can't do. Billy does not have an equivalent for that, even with this absolutely bonkers turning that he has.
Exactly. I mean, right now we see 2 gens done. A third is at 80%.
Yeah, that's another Tinkerer proc.
And he has no perks. He only has Tinkerer. So this is such a confidence play to not bring Pop Goes the Weasel or something else
that's
additional.
true. This is like the kind of build that I would run as Billy, where it's like a build that just relies on like you have to just down people.
Yeah, exactly.
And like if you're not getting your pressure from downing people, you have no pressure.
Exactly. And so, yeah, I think generally it would be easy to say that this is like super, super broken. And I think in public matches, this is super not permissible.
Yeah.
But I generally speaking, in this particular format, I think our survivors are making do. They knew exactly when they heard that chainsaw what was happening.
I wonder if
here.
we'll see the Fung flare here. No, she corners instead. Interesting. I mean, she still goes down, and now she's dead.
Yeah.
And so the survivors are going to get a 4th gen done.
Ooh.
But the thing is that this 5th gen... Oh!
Good hit there.
Wow,
Jake
what a
going
curve
down.
on the Jake. I'm surprised he's not picking up the Fung, though, considering that she's Death Hook.
You know, I think the idea there was to try to just build a little bit more, knowing that 4 gens are done, and knowing that like he doesn't have to hook too far away from her, he could come back to her.
Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly surprised that like
DS earlier, right?
No, I don't think he did.
That might be the fear here then.
That's true, but the thing is, I feel like you saving your decisive strike is not something that gets done.
Sure. I don't know if she's had the
it
opportunity.
Is possible,
to use
right?
It,
like if you, well, she would have. I think so, because she got off the hook, and I think she went down within the next minute.
yeah, that's the hard part of like I'm not 100% sure. She did get hit and eat BT, so yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe she just doesn't have it at all. I don't.
Yeah. I wonder, does he have the read here? That chainsaw seemed like he knew there was a survivor hovering for the unhook.
Yeah. Ooh, what's gonna happen here?
Ooh, wait.
Good.
Yeah, she goes down again.
She goes down again. Yeah.
But
No
I think,
soul guard. I think at the end of the day, being able to like have him hit her again allows the other 2 that just unhooked to get away a little bit. Ooh, good play on Claude.
Nice,
there.
very smart to force the locker.
It's like the Bubba strategy almost, right?
Yeah, except he actually like has so little control unless he wants to like run circles around that long wall, which would have been hilarious to see.
That would have been great. Yeah, so we're seeing a gen at 42%, but we're not seeing any additional progress added to it in the past few minutes. So the team's still scrambled a little bit, having a harder time to kind of get their footing.
Yeah, and that's kind of the beauty of that moment where our killer had a down and a hook right next to each other, is that being in that situation really does force the other survivors to all get off gens and go help.
Exactly.
I have to say, though, the knowledge from the Claudette that he could get her around that tile and to run to the pallet instead of trying to play it, phenomenal.
Yeah, 100%. Really, really smart. 75%. We're seeing the Tinkerer proc, which eliminates his terror radius and gives him a notification. So
but I think at this point the survivors are aware. Oh, the read!
My God.
Oh my God!
Yeah, that was incredible. No call of Brine or anything, so this is a bit of a power play. But
no, but the thing
pallet.
is, no, but he knows because of the amount of progress on that gen and how quickly it got done, he knows there are 2 survivors here.
Yeah, I think this is a really, is really strong. Honestly, when the Fung got hit, that would have been the time to kind of get out of there and move out.
Yeah, Jake needed to just book it.
I think they played that smart by not immediately running, but I think that they are a bit predictable, yeah.
Yeah, and at this point, now he's going to have the Jake on Death Hook. The Fung is going to be slugged nearby. I think he's going to take this hook after looking around for a little while longer, because she's crawling away.
Yeah.
Like, she's kind of forcing him to pick up here, or give up one or the other, unless he saw the Claudette at the shack.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, at that distance, tiny screen, maybe.
Yeah, hard to say.
Yeah, the draw distance is also
that
a
he
little
see.
tough.
He
For
sees.
sure.
Wait, does he not see her? No. I saw her. I mean, I guess I also have an arrow above her name on it, so it
Yeah.
makes it a little easier.
Yeah, we get a giant. Yeah, maybe. Why is that stump moving? Yeah, so this is going to be an easy hook here.
He's going to be looking for the Claudette now, I think. Because if he can keep the Jake injured, that's fine. That's more pressure that the survivors have to alleviate. But, oh, okay, he definitely sees her now.
Wow, going through that lengthy stun cooldown.
Yeah. Oh, but the Deliverance coming out on the Nia, though.
Wow, and that gen's at 80. No other progress. Oh, okay, so they got on a different gen. And let's see. I don't know. I don't know how they're really going to do that. The Deliverance right now, it's close enough that could be very significant of a play for them.
I'm sorry, I can't get over that.
It's so ridiculous.
That's wild. But yeah, he's checking the gen. He wants to kind of like do a little patrolling, especially because his chainsaw won't overheat too, so he could do this forever.
Yeah, this is a no. Now, I would say this movement with overheat, I would not complain.
Yeah. But also, good decision making from the Jake to sort of play that. No way.
No, and he gets vacuumed
What?
into the pallet like what we talked about earlier in the
That's
day.
tragic. Because especially the thing is, it's important to keep in mind that if the killer lets go of his chainsaw before the pallet snap, he can get that down.
Yeah.
But with movement like that and the speed that feels like double engravings, that is extremely precise.
Right, I would highly doubt. Now, we see Tinkerer go off again precisely in the corner where he'd kicked, so...
But is he going to be able to get there in time?
he should. It's
He
only
should.
one person.
Oh, that's true.
So it should. It'll be very close, and I think he'll stop to kick, but it's going to be a down for sure, right?
I mean...
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
No!
the sprint burst.
The sprint... Oh, wow.
It actually cut the saw off soon.
That's
but
such a precise thing for the survivor to do, though, to understand the spacing between you and the killer so much that you force the auto-aim on the chainsaw.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, that's a really great play. Of course, I believe the Nia is actually still going to go down. Good M1. And I think our other survivors hopped off their gen to try to hide, potentially make a hatch play, but we might be going for the 4K here.
Yeah, see, this is one of those situations which is why I used to run Whispers on Billy for a long time. Not necessarily for slugging for the 4K specifically, but because when you have one survivor left, the only perk that they cannot ever hide from is Whispers.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, the number of times I was accused of cheating because I pulled someone out of a locker with Whispers,
Yeah.
that it never got old.
Yeah, especially if you can kind of gauge when it activates and where the center of that like detection radius is.
Yeah, and you can even do sort of a little wiggle back and forth, too, to sort of triangulate. Like, if the survivor... It can be a little tougher if the survivor's moving, but if the survivor isn't moving, then they're just a sitting duck. And the thing is, nobody ever expects you to have Whispers, because who runs that? I mean, certainly no one in this tournament.
No. Yeah, this was a wild... I'm really glad we got to see a Billy. What an incredible... And you know what? Here's the thing about this, though. I mean, this Billy has performed, I would say, about as well as Oni, about as well as several of our spirits. So,
Yeah.
you know, I wouldn't say that this is, again, the most broken thing in the world.
Yeah, and this feels like this Billy has been performing, like, about as well as can reasonably be expected.
Exactly.
Like, this feels like a good but reasonable performance from our Hillbilly. And the...
Whoa, the dead hard.
Whoa, sprint burst. She already... The Nia
yeah,
has
I
sprint
guess
burst.
I
But he knows the Claudette's
Yeah.
around, so he's going to be looking for... Oh, he sees those scratch marks for sure. Yeah, okay. This is going to be a 4K. Because, I mean, I need to see how he plays this. Okay, well, you know, fair enough.
That's how he plays it, yeah.
Fair enough.
Really great work there. But, I mean, incredible stuff. I definitely think that there are some concerns regarding what is happening here, and if this is tethered to sensitivity, but just wacky stuff. Glad this is... I'm going back to the VOD. I'm clipping this.
I have to
I'm
watch
putting our
this back
reactions
later,
up.
yeah.
This is
This was
a
just
match.
unbelievable. Like, this was just wild.
Yeah, the first time we saw that chainsaw was just a moment. Yeah.
Yeah, if only chat could have seen our faces.
I felt like mine melted off for a second. It was pretty wild. It's kind of nice to see a Billy do so well, though. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's really a nice change of pace. I mean, the expected result in a comp Billy game is, I believe, like anywhere from like 4 to 7 stages, I think, is about the expected result.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting it's really refreshing to see a Billy 4K in a comp setting.
Yeah, it's great to see a Billy not have to just curve and hope that people make mistakes with double
And
engravings.
zone and I feel like nowadays you probably see low pro Doom is probably the preferred combo.
Yeah, I mean typically now after the additional changes that we've seen. So yeah, what a wild match.
Yeah, that was just quite the ride.
The highlights for that. I hope you guys are working hard in there. Okay.
I'm sure
Yeah.
I'm sure they've got a lot to work with.
Yeah. So that one was really good.
Yeah, and that's going to be 5 points for Pulse on the board.
Easy. Yeah. Which Pulse not. We're friends. I'm gonna hit them up on socials. I'm gonna take them out for drinks. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
would love. I would love to have the killer teach me how to play Billy like that.
Well, I mean, to some degree, first you have to be playing mobile. That's
yeah,
step one.
that is kind of important. I mean, what are you telling me? I can't just play on 30,000 DPI?
You can try. So we're going into the next round here. Very excited to see kind of what they choose to contend with.
I would love to. I would love to see another Billy.
Double Billy?
If we get 2 of those, that would just be a treat.
Oh, back to back. You guys have to hear our prayers, please. Right? Do I need to get the 7 Dragon Balls? What do we do to make this happen? Right? Yeah, I think it's wacky again. Billy's broken. I can understand some of the sort of concerns.
I would say Billy's mechanically broken. Not necessarily balance broken, but definitely mechanically broken.
Yeah, not consistent or congruent with how we expect Billy to perform.
Yeah, that was very unexpected.
Yeah, that was probably the most. I don't know. I don't want to speak out of turn, but that is the most memorable thing that I'll take away from this entire event.
Yeah, that is definitely that of anything that happened so far in this tournament, that is going to stick with me.
Yeah,
just watching a Billy do circles around a pallet gym.
Yeah. It's okay, I got to go down so I can come back and get this really tight.
That was wild. Oh man.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm really, really excited that I don't know. I think at the end of the day, again, the concerns about Billy, Billy always wins, he's so broken, blah, 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 but we've seen Spirits have more commanding leads.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, I think on a map the size of Blood Lodge, I think you could get away with stuff like that. But I think on a smaller map that's maybe a little bit more cluttered, I think a Billy may have some trouble executing some of those crazy curves.
Yeah, I could easily see definitely a tighter map being a bigger problem. And the big thing is that in this tournament there's no killer that's intrinsically just banned.
Yeah.
It is the way that it works is the team that you're going against will choose one killer that you cannot play while you're playing against them.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we're seeing is a lot of people that just don't want to put up with that, and they're choosing.
And that's fair. Yeah, I can understand why you wouldn't want to play against an insta down who's circling you like a shark, moving at 50 miles an hour. I can understand that.
He has way more
I think it's very entertaining to watch. So I personally would love to see more of that.
100%. That's what I'm here
for. But I do understand the concerns from the players about how that can feel kind of unfair.
I'm just glad we're not seeing more nurses. So.
Yeah, no, I was definitely a little bit concerned that it was just going to be nurse, spirit, nurse.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, we've seen, 4 spirit games?
We saw 1 nurse. I feel like nurse is probably a pretty common ban, if I had to guess, especially considering the range and recharge add-ons
100%.
Are very much prevalent.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I understand the concerns about Billy. It just kind of, in my opinion, puts him up there with the rest of the roster anyway. I mean, sure, we're not seeing any ghost faces today for a really good reason.
To be fair, though, Ghostface especially is a killer whose effectiveness is so heavily hindered by good communication among the survivors.
100%. Yeah, stealth killers are just, they don't... What is stealth when you can go, hey, I saw him by Shack, and they... Oh, okay. Well, stealth doesn't matter now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's... And the same with, Sonico to some degree, right? As we kind of saw that tested a little bit this morning. So, yeah, I don't know. That was wild. I'm glad we saw it.
Yeah, that was very cool.
Yeah.
It was a very, very interesting spectating experience. That was very, very much new to me.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that. I didn't know what to expect, but it wasn't that.
No, I wasn't quite sure what to expect. I saw some wild curves from Super Alf that seemed a little tighter than I'd expected, but I didn't realize that it was just fully 90-degree.
Yeah, you basically just have full control.
Yeah.
I mean, you're constantly going forward, but your turning is pretty unhindered.
Yeah, and I think there's something to be said about the skill that it takes to play that killer like that.
The input precision for that.
Right, understanding when to completely yank the killer one direction or another.
Yeah.
I mean, how many of us would probably pick that up and just run into things over and over? Probably same. Yeah. So.
But I have to say, it was really also interesting to understand the survivors sort of seeing the limitations that speed brings, and understanding that those tight corners can actually be really, really beneficial to juking that chainsaw.
100%. I mean, had it not been for being able to hook the Fung 3 times and then just getting her out, I think that match would have gone towards the survivors. But the ability to tunnel somebody out was really, I think, what not just the abilities craziness right now, but the ability to tunnel someone really.
Yeah, I mean, he was at 1 gen when he got into a 3v1. I'm pretty sure. Maybe it was maybe 2 and a Tinkerer proc.
I think he had one hook like 3 minutes in.
Yeah, like it's the sort of thing where even with all of that movement speed, there's only so much you can do about a survivor throwing pallets early.
Yeah.
Like, you're not a nurse who can just completely ignore the pallet and just hit you.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's the big thing to pay attention to. And, like, when it comes to comp games, there's just so much pre-throwing, right? If people are going to play safe to front load all their time as much as they can.
Yeah, of course. And then you end up in that situation sort of in the late game where, like, it's more about you have to make those just, like, very, very tight movements to kind of potentially throw the killer off. And even if all he has to do is take another pass at you, right? That's a couple of seconds wasted.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, and I think at the end of the day, that's the idea here. Is like, I think sometimes when we play casually, we play public matches. I think we kind of get in the mindset of I need to lose the killer, but really you're just trying to see how much time you can waste, right?
Yeah.
And I think the comp players understand that more than almost anyone. It's not about you personally escaping, it's about how much time can I waste for the kind of greater grand scheme of things.
Yeah, and I think part of that mindset also is because in public matches you often end up with teammates who are really not that helpful. And so you don't necessarily trust them to be doing things that are actually beneficial to the team while you're wasting the killer's time.
100%. Yeah.
But we've been informed that our next killer is going to be an Oni.
We'll see who performs better, who's really broken,
Yeah. I would be very curious because I feel like Billy has a lot more ability to like force those pallets down faster in like across the map to sort of chew through those resources more efficiently.
Yeah.
But once an Oni gets his snowball rolling, having that more precise control, I think lets him actually down a survivor much more consistently.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really interested in this. Pulse seems to be really, not necessarily a favorite, but Pulse seems to be very competent and very capable. Again, just coming in here with the comfort pick of Billy, right, and the confidence. I have some concerns, and Oni against a strong team like that might be denied his power.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that at one of these games of Oni, we see a survivor team just have an immaculate early game.
Yeah.
And, like, because we've been talking about every time there's an Oni, we're like, oh, well, if the survivors play a really clean, really safe early game, it's going to take him too long to get his power, and that never happens.
No, it never happens. It's first hit in 15 seconds.
Yeah.
It's been wild how there's not enough pre-throwing or not enough pre-running. There's a lot of sprint bursts that are like being saved, and it's interesting to see some of that stuff too. And I think that comes with the mentality of there's a bit of a clash between, okay, Corrupt is up, we need to hide, but also we need to pre-run to be sure he doesn't get his ability, and trying to mitigate the middle portion of that.
Yeah, where it's like you want to kind of strike that balance between, like, yes, I want to run early, but also if I can just deny the killer the chase entirely, that's even more beneficial.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, trying to figure out, like, the balance there is going to be really, really, really tough. So we're going to see Uned as the killer for Cubil Filino.
Yeah, Pulse was our killer last game.
Yeah, so we're really excited to see kind of what comes from the Pulse survivors, if they can live up to that sort of Billy lineage. I think we're going to see something really interesting here. And really, I remember, I don't know if you remember, but I remember when Oni came out and everybody being like, Oni's just a worse hillbilly.
Yeah, well, that was also, to be fair, that was also back in the era of Crack Billy, and
sure,
it was also with like the old animations, you could like check lockers with his fatigue animation. Like, there were some other aspects to Billy that are like pre-overheat as well. That are like no longer relevant. But also, if you remember Oni on PTB, he didn't get that chunk taken out of his power gauge for downing a survivor, every single power use would be 4 downs.
Yeah, and so it was like, but now, I mean, really looking at it, this is the matchup, right? Is Oni really worse than Billy, or, this could be really fun to explore that sort of now looking at it. So,
but yeah, we are loading into our game, and let's see how it turns out.
We have a beautiful. Is that the Meg cosmetic or the Red Riding Hood Mia?
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with this cosmetic.
It's gorgeous cosmetic.
Well, it can't be Fung because we're seeing a Fung on screen right now. So I think that's a Meg because I see an Ace and a Claudette, and I think that's a Meg.
Yeah. Now we are on, it looks like, still on Blood Lodge, which isn't intrinsically bad for Oni. Again, he is fast, but it could be really hard if he does not get that ability.
Yeah, during this early game stage, oh, this is spooky. Oh, I really hope. Come on, Ace. Drop that pallet. Don't be scared. Oh, no, that's it. Oh, there it is. Good job from the Oni, though, to mind game that tile.
Yeah, he double mind game that. He was layering those mind games on there. Good hit.
Yeah, I think I even saw something that I know some comp players refer to as showing the back, where you pretend to double back and then actually, like, recognizing that the survivor is looking at you around the corner.
Yeah.
And then so you're faking a moonwalk, knowing that your opponent can see you. And it's just such a high-level mind game that I love that it's just something that exists.
I think that you think that I think. Yeah.
Yeah, but also, like, giving your opponent information to make that... I'm surprised he didn't swing at the Fung. Maybe he saw the sprint burst.
Yeah, maybe he was nervous. He just had too much distance. Yeah, that's a tough one. He got a hit either way. His ability is locked and loaded.
Yep, and that's power active. So let's see. These 3 survivors all together, but he goes... for the Ace? Interesting.
He does have Call of Brine. Maybe he knew for sure that this is where Ace was. Maybe
Yeah,
he doesn't
could
care about
be.
that other side of the map. Right down there.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to go back. No, he just takes the hook.
He may not care. Honestly, he may not care about that side of the map. That's how I'm looking at it right now.
Because there's only 2 gens over there. Yeah.
And so being over here and defending this is actually the higher level strategy, especially with that down.
See, but the thing is, I think he knows there are at least 2 survivors on that side of the map, though, right? Because he saw the Fung and the Claudette. And he saw, I think he heard the Meg vault the window when she left the gen at the main building and then vaulted the window. So he should know that all of the other survivors are at least on that half of the map. And it seems like he's making his way over there.
I would absolutely agree with that. I think for me...
he definitely knows his Claudette is here. He knows.
Good job. Yeah, my mentality here would be like, okay, if by chance one of these chases takes too long, that Ace could break a great 3-gen, and I just don't want that, you know?
Yeah, and that's power again for the Oni. Let's see if he activates it after downing the Claudette here.
Perfect, and maybe he goes for this Ace, I think.
Yeah, does Claudette have borrowed time? I can't tell.
No.
Oh, he's taking the hook.
Good job.
Interesting. You know, actually, that's probably smart, because he can pop power, get rolling. He has a hook. He has a location to come back to if he needs to apply more pressure.
I will say these survivors are not slacking on getting gens done. 2 gens done already, and this Oni has been not slacking on getting, you know, his own objective done. So they are pushing through really hard.
Oh,
what
okay.
a flick!
Wow, phenomenal play from the Oni. But he knows the other survivors here. He sees the scratches. He baits the pallet drop, but she doesn't drop it.
No.
Oh, that's so well played from the survivor, though.
Hitch.
Oh, the 50-50. Oh, my God.
No. Oh my gosh.
I think that if he runs out of power here trying to down this Meg, I think that is like a huge turning point. Yeah, I think she's calling out his mind games now. She's not vaulting that pallet.
Wow, incredible.
Oh.
And we see the slug get picked up. Wow.
Yeah, was that an unbreakable?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we see. I mean, our Claudette has Deliverance. So, yeah, the independence of this team is really putting a sort of nail in Oni's coffin if he's not careful here.
Yeah, a pretty big blood reservoir, but it's interesting that he ignores the survivor who was running to the corner of the map.
Yeah, literally, I feel like it would have made a lot of sense to go ahead and take that down and really put them in basement, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, I wonder if... I'm sure the Oni knows something we don't, and I'm sure that they're making the correct decision here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go with their gut on this one. I mean, hindsight's always, 20/20 anyway.
Yeah. It's also very interesting because looking at... Oh, we see a Dead Heart coming out from Claudette, getting her to the pallet. But one thing I've noticed a lot from these survivors that I find very interesting is that looking at their point of view and looking at where they're looking while they're running these tiles, it's almost reminiscent of the way comp players would angle their cameras back in the days of stretch resolution.
It's like down, yeah.
Like, I wonder if some of these survivors are playing on, for example, an iPad or something with a different aspect ratio than a typical mobile phone. And I wonder if the mechanic of the survivor FOV works the way it used to on that platform.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put any of that past. It's always like a learning experience, especially since DVD mobile is fairly new. So it's certainly possible, though I must admit it hasn't. These matches have swung so widely one way or the other. It's really hard to tell.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because I noticed some of the survivors seem to be doing it very consistently, and some of them aren't. So I'm not sure if it's maybe a personal preference. Maybe the survivors are just more comfortable with their camera in that direction. Because looking further down, you do get a little bit better horizontal field of view as well, like to sort of check the 2 sides of a tile.
Yeah.
But we do see the Oni making his way back to the other survivors. Ooh, potentially forcing the locker here.
Locker, really good. Wow, what a hit.
Wow. And we see, again, that 200% sensitivity coming out, letting you get those crazy turns.
I am a bit nervous. I mean, they are going to check the hook, which is not a bad play, but we do know the Slug has somebody that can heal them. Oh, that is another
Oh my god,
down.
that's huge.
This
That
could
should be
be
power
it.
running out very soon, though, so I
Yeah.
think he's going to pick. Yeah.
That's really smart, though, because with
But
the
still,
Slug
that Survivor's
being
going
healed-
struggle.
Yeah, they're going struggle. That was maybe the game changer right there, was being able to get both of those downs within seconds of each other.
Yeah, that is such a huge deal. Yeah, just checking, making sure there's nobody coming, but
That person
That's-
dies. I don't think anyone gets to them. Ace maybe gets unhooked.
I think if he doesn't play too much around the basement and the survivors are able to just run straight there, they can save, but yeah, it's not looking good for our friend in the basement.
I was fixing to say, yeah, you have to consider he knows where he downed the Slug, so
Oh,
they can't
yeah,
be
nope.
too far from that location.
Yeah, this is looking very rough for our survivors here.
Now, hopefully he doesn't give that pressure up. He does see the scratches that are going to lead back to a hook, but I think they're going to go for the faster unhook, which would be Ace.
I
instead of going
agree.
all the
I
way to
think at this
basement.
point the survivors are just going to kind of cut their losses and let that person in the basement die and try to just get those last 2 gens done.
Yeah. And we
But the thing is,
see-
the 1 gen with progress is regressing with Call of Brine.
Yeah, he's done a really good job at kicking that. And if I were the survivor there, I maybe would have stayed a little bit closer to negate any potential Brine. We have to know that that's in play, right?
Yeah, you have to expect that at this point.
Yeah, the Ace is going to use the rest of his medkit to heal himself out. It's going to leave some blood orbs there in position for him, but otherwise...
Yeah, I mean, that survivor in the basement's done. That's it. And
Yeah.
that's Call of Brine pointing him towards that other gen that he had downed, he had left the slug at before, who got picked up.
And he knows that that one's further than the 3-gen, the thing he wants to control. Ace's medkit couldn't fully get him healed.
Oh, no. I wonder if there was, like, he had to let go or there was a missed skill check at some
yeah.
point.
Does he get it? Wow.
Just a little bit too much greed. Even with the dead hard, it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah. Oh, my.
Oh, but the decisive
DS
strike.
is still up. Oh, my gosh. 60
Is he going to
seconds
follow it
haven't
up with the
passed.
stun or no? No. Interesting. Oh, and that's power.
Okay.
Pops it immediately. Okay. My kind of guy.
Yeah, exactly. We know that he's not, I mean, he's not too far gone. Right now, he's got more control than the Billy did, technically. But
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, this game could still go either way. But
This
the thing
is
is,
so
I think the survivors are running out of pallets.
approaching from the outside edge where survivors may not know and getting them perfectly.
Oh.
That's exactly what you want to see. He just approached from a direction that they wouldn't expect. You kind of expect an Oni to come from the middle of the map, right?
Yeah, yeah,
The direct
especially
path.
especially considering the ace was probably calming to his team that, oh, he's at shack, oh, he's at shack.
Exactly.
Right? You'd expect him to approach directly from there, but like you said, coming from the edge of the map, coming from an unexpected angle, where especially while you're working on the gen, your camera is lower.
Exactly.
So you don't have the ability to see over the walls of that tile and prepare yourself, like position yourself ahead of time for the Oni on his way.
Exactly. And we do see that the person who's unhooked is not going to heal, and that's just going to leave a lot more blood orbs for any potential chases in the future. And this Ace has left a bunch of blood orbs, you have to imagine, at his gen.
Yeah, ooh, the dead hard coming out. Okay,
You have to wonder if that Oni intentionally smacked into something to,
just
cause
that
the
slight
whiff.
reduction in the whiff cooldown,
Yeah. We see hatch spawn. We have 4 gens done, and this won't be death hook for the Ace, I don't think.
No, he has. No, this is it. This is a death hook.
Death hook?
Yeah,
Cool.
because he was the second hook outside the basement earlier.
Now, this isn't really still a done deal for Oni. He absolutely is going to need to get the other 2 kills to tie this up.
Well, it's also important. Look at the gen progress. The most progressed gen is just over a quarter.
Yeah, it was just at 60, almost 60%, I think, earlier, and the Call of Brine has just absolutely done some work.
Yeah, like I don't want to call it as wraps for our survivor team. I think the decision to pop the power and then kick the gen is like slightly questionable, but
Right.
at the same time, considering how this match is going overall for our Oni, like I don't want to say he's got this in the bag, but like he's in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, he's in a very good spot. He just has to be sure that he doesn't dawdle too much. And really, like, again, the survivors, they might be out here, right? But at the end of the day, they are going to try to get an objective done. And he needs to be sure he's not out here wasting too much time. I think it's smart to check here, but I think you also want to go back to your gens. And Call of Brine is definitely going to give him the info that he needs.
Yep, he sees those scratch marks, he sees the Claudette, and that's the down.
Yeah, and she didn't even touch the gen. gen, he just had a hunch, you know? It's still sparking all those blood orbs there, so he'll get his ability again really quick if he really wants to.
Yeah, I mean, that is a lot of orbs. Actually, you know what? It looks like that perk that we weren't able to identify before is Eruption.
Interesting, okay.
Because I just saw that perk cooldown timer started as he downed the Claudette.
Interesting icon.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just a, unique icon.
Yeah, and we do have to remember that at this point in the match, like, yes, he absolutely does have no way out, but it's not going to come to that.
This is going to be a hatch game.
Yeah, they could have got the gen done, which would have been great, but even from then, once the gen pops, the Oni knows where to pop from. He can get somebody on hook there. So.
See, I think at this point, our survivors are doing that thing that we had discussed way at the start of the day, where we were mentioning how since the first tiebreaker criteria is blood points, that it becomes really important if you believe the outcome of the match is going to be a tie, which at this point, if I was one of these survivors, I would play around the assumption of a 4K, and if hatch is a factor, and that's great, because you win. But if the Oni does kill all 4 survivors here, which is looking decently likely.
They just went down,
Yeah. Being able to get those... there's the hatch.
There's
okay,
hatch.
well...
And no way out is now going to come into play.
Yeah. Good luck, Meg.
The minute that procs, he's going to know. Unfortunately, his ability will be out. He's been in it for a significant amount of time.
Yeah, and especially important to keep in mind that the Oni's power does drain faster while he's actively using his Demon Dash. Not massively faster, but faster enough to make a difference. And it seems like he saw our last survivor.
Ooh.
So no way out's not going to matter after all.
Yeah, she won't be able to get to a door in time. So this is just going to be a matter of like whether endgame collapse gets her or he gets her. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. A kill's a kill.
Yeah, and at this point, with 1 minute and 30 seconds left, I think a survivor of the caliber that we've been seeing today can run an Oni without a power for 1.5 minutes.
Oh, especially on a fun bus? Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't get the God bus, but their bus is still quite fun.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, the pallet drop, I do appreciate her not... Ooh, the double back, that's very clever.
Wow. Honestly, we didn't get to really see the full extent of this survivor's ability, but really good first hit there in this chase. Still, I don't think has his ability up or ready, so it's just going to be a good old classic sort of end, hopefully.
Yeah, but at this point, like we said, it doesn't really matter what this Meg does. As valiant as her efforts are, in the end, she's dead, one way or the other.
Yeah, reminds me of a Linkin Park song.
Yeah, she tried so hard.
Yeah, we're going to see here that, she's going to try to drop some extra pallets, get some more blood points, really. That's the big thing she's going for here, is hoping to extend this chase and just put more points on the board for the team. No doubt that Oni has gotten his own fair share of points. What a good window fake. Wow.
Yeah, and what I find really interesting about that fake, too, is that fake was done blind, without looking at the killer. Because the thing is, the killer can see you looking back at him, and unfortunately she does go down with only a few seconds left on the clock, but he might not be able to actually hook her.
Nope, I think he's going to be forced to drop.
Yeah, and so I believe that'll end up in... Yep. I believe that ends up in less points for the killer.
Yeah, we'll see how this kind of pans out here, but that is a kill. Yeah, the entity taking your kill does give you fewer blood points than if you hook them. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that might hinder their progress here. So
yeah, well, because at this point we are confirmed to be going into a tiebreaker.
Nice, good. Yeah, I mean,
well, because that's 5 and 5, right?
Yeah, but I don't think there's a tiebreaker round. I think it just comes down to
no, of course. It's down to the math, and so we'll have to have people in production who are giving us that info.
Yeah, but honestly, the 30,000 blood points that they only got, a maximum game is 32K. That's as high as it can go, and so
he just missed out on that one last hook. I think everything else was maxed. Probably all brutality, all chaser, all. Well, I guess it's hunting if we're on the killer side.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, it absolutely incredible game from the Oni, and I think not a better performance than the Billy, but it was just as good, I think, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and I think those were very equivalent performances.
Yeah. I think there was a lot of ups and downs for both, and it was great to see both, and so again, we're seeing Akito's crutch.
But in going with the Lion Fang instead of the Splintered Hole this time, which. Makes a good bit of sense. They're both phenomenal add-ons. Yep. I personally prefer Splintered Hole, but realistically, what do you like better? It's...
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about Oni's kit, which you can't necessarily say about all the kits, is that, I mean, almost all of them are effective, right?
Yeah.
That's something that not all killers have the ability to say. So really, really good stuff. And honestly, I have to commend the survivors there. They put up a very good fight, and there was most of the match where it could have gone either way.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, up until he got down to the point where there were just the 2 survivors left, that game could have gone, yeah, like you said, that game could have gone either way up until practically the very end.
Yeah, that was the big thing, is getting the down and then going to the ace and getting the second down.
That was huge. And the game sense required for that too, to just know not only like, okay, like I need to go get another survivor, but this is the gen they'll be working on.
Yeah, and the other thing is he didn't go for the gen, he went back behind it where he thought the ace might wander around. And that's almost like that spirit that went around the hill of just like, I think this is what you're going to do 100%.
Oh yeah.
There's a confidence that comes out of a decision like that. So just wildly good plays from the Oni. The survivors were nothing to laugh at, though. Really good survivors.
Yeah, I mean, if they had been playing like a Wraith or like a Clown, like one of the weaker killers into a team like that, you would see a very different result.
Stomp the yard, yeah. I mean, the only thing that I think those survivors could have done better is just, again, being more conservative at the beginning. Don't let that first hit really go.
it's. I swear it's like a caster. It's like we're casters cursing them, but it's like we're just every time it's like, okay, you guys just have to drop the pallets, just play it safe, you'll be okay.
And they're like, what?
And all right, it seems like we have the confirmation that Pulse is going to walk away with the W here.
Yeah, great work, Pulse. Yeah, I mean, the Billy pick, you guys have my vote, so...
Yeah, I mean, hey, give me more of that. That was cool.
Yeah, so wild. It's actually interesting to me that, Billy would be... just that Pulse would come through. We do have the highlights here, of course. Just seeing the really wild Billy plays here.
Yeah, I really hope we get to... Oh, yeah, this was a very smart play, letting them pick up, assuming there's no Soul Guard in play, and then downing them immediately, again, resetting that slug bar.
Yeah, and this is really... Billy just in general was just wild to see.
The locker from Claudette recognizing the saw timing.
Yeah, incredible play there.
Which I actually don't think, looking at that charge bar, I don't think that's double engravings. Like I wonder if he's running the boot add-ons also to sort of augment that turning.
Yeah, people have said that the boots right now definitely are adding to this.
That was wild. The 180. Unfortunately he got the pallet break, but still, just what a crazy curve.
Yeah. Absolutely insane to see a Billy perform that well.
Yeah, I feel like that is a rare treat.
Mm-hmm. And then, the Nia played that well. It was maybe a little bit flabbergasted that they even got that far.
Yeah, and then, the final curve. Here it is, yeah.
Great hit. Wonderful stuff. Yeah, the Billy was wild. We see this Oni getting their first hit masterfully.
Yeah, just such a fantastic job. Like, faking the double backs, letting the chase go to the point where he gets Bloodlust 1 just for that very slight movement speed boost, and then using that to augment those mind games.
Yeah, the Oni catching the ace here that was just deciding to crouch, try to hopefully the Oni swings right by him. Really smart pick.
Yeah, and then this was one of those key moments where the Meg really, really clutched up. I don't know if we're going to see it here. Yeah, here it is. Where the Meg was just calling out those mind games where he goes around, he's threatening it. The miss,
great
but
whiff,
then after that initial vault where she got baited, she did not fall for it at all for the rest of that tile.
Yeah, I think we consistently saw that they were kind of the MVP of the team of just really making all the right moves at the right times.
Yeah.
And this is the play. The down there, moving on over to the ace. Somehow, maybe saw them out of the corner of their eye,
I think the scratch marks there, too. The scratch marks, and then you saw maybe the med kit sticking out from behind the wall gave it away.
And then
that was back. After coming from the outside.
Yep. Yeah. Just really, the Oni using all their brain power on these 5-head plays.
Yeah. I mean, that's a very powerful special move, especially if you come from the side.
Yeah. Really great final chase. Honestly, this is worthy of its own highlight. This survivor able to just absolutely fake over and over again. Oni catching him that time, but that was kind of a 50-50.
Yeah, that's very much like when they sort of the fake double back, like shine their red light and duck back around the side. That is really a moment where you have to call them out. Yeah. Like if you don't call out the killer's bluff there, If you guess wrong, you get hit. But like, you're calling their bluff
Yeah,
if you're
I mean,
staying there.
And how many bluffs can you call in a 10-second period? I mean, they just consistently boom, 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 called out 3 or 4 different double backs. So really great work to the team. Really excited. Both killers. That was probably one of my favorite sets of the whole day. So
That was extremely entertaining to watch, and that was an absolute treat to cast.
yeah. Match 7, you guys have a tough act to follow, but we're going to take a little bit of a break, and you guys get up, stretch your legs, and we'll be back here in a few. All right, we're back. We're into match 7, which is we're just a few stone throws, plural stones, away from really reaching the end here. Thank you guys for sticking around with us. It's been a wild day, especially after that Billy match, which came
That was crazy.
far too late. I don't think I should complain too much, but
I mean, I'm just happy we got a Billy.
yeah, I'm definitely gonna rewatch that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, we're going into match 7. It looks like we're on the family residence map, which is a particularly interesting map to go into. We've already seen it before. It's not an easy map, and that's actually where Spirit got completely. Our first Spirit of the day got completely defeated, and it seems like we're going to try to rehash that a little bit. Our killer again is Spirit on family residence.
Yeah, I mean, maybe things will go differently this time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what do you? I mean, what's your prediction? I mean, we kind of have seen enough Spirits to see how this is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I feel like the Yamaoka maps are actually like decent for Spirit.
Yeah.
Partially because they have a lot of that additional foliage, right? They have those bushes, they have those bamboo that stick up a lot more, that are a lot more obvious. It gives you more of those environmental cues that you're really, really looking for as Spirit, especially when the survivors can bring 4 iron wills.
Yeah, I definitely think that you know, there is a good and a bad there, right, for the map pick for Spirit. I still worry the gen spread is going to be a little bit tough, as there's really not a lot of middle generators to kind of put pressure onto. So you're forced either towards Shack or towards main building and trying to keep one of those more linear 3 gens in line.
Yeah, and I think out of those two, it's probably easier to defend the Shack side 3-gen, just because you don't have those multiple solid windows in the main building connected into jungle gyms on each side. And plus, you can't entirely discount that one tile with the low walls and that one vault, and sometimes there's a pallet.
Right, yeah. You can't really rule them out, and here we see the family residence, right? So this is the Spirit map, the Oni map, right? So
this was actually the map where we got our first actual teaser for Oni, because on the it actually was on live servers that they removed the Oni mask from the family residence building, and I believe also the katana.
That's true.
And that was our first teaser for the Oni before we ever got an actual teaser.
Yeah, man, that Oni mask. I remember seeing Oni's mask when playing as playing really just in the map, but when Spirit came out, and I was like, that had better be a killer.
That's like a real Chekhov's gun moment.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So we're going to start loading into our matches here. I think we could expect a corrupt intervention from our killer. I feel like that's pretty.
That's a pretty solid guess, I think.
Yeah. So we see some stealthing, some sleuthing here.
So we have Lemires versus KGB. I guess we just have the whole KGB playing on a team.
Yeah.
Didn't know those guys were even still around, but okay.
I do. You know what's interesting? I'm going to say that Lori right now is going to be an incredible player because they are prestige. Prestige Lori. There's no way that they're doing that just for fun, you know?
Yeah, I feel like you see the licensed characters prestiged maybe a bit less often than some of the popular originals.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially because.
Oh, wow, a very early first chase.
Yeah, I think maybe there's a little bit of a fear there about having been caught out. Good first hit from the Spirit.
Yeah, I wonder if she's going to follow that up. She should have her power back. Yeah, there she goes.
3% gen progress. It's taken quite a bit. Good window there. They might run it out.
Oh, no.
Dead hard. Wow, good pallet usage.
Man, I got to say, that brings back a little bit of PTSD. I can't lie about that.
I'm having flashbacks.
That moment where you catch the survivor out of position, they're just like, I don't think you do.
And really calling the audible towards the window, not hitting the pallet there, I think maybe saved him. That was really close. Great work, though.
Yeah, because when you're playing the short side of that loop, like trying to use that pallet is definitely taking a risk.
Yeah, especially with the way that kind of hitboxes and latency are going right now. And then back to the... Oh,
This is a gross setup they have with that filler pallet directly into the long wall window. Oof.
This Fung player, they got hit early, but they are making up for it.
Yeah. What a read, knowing she was going around the outside.
I think this might be it, but they wasted so much
I don't know, she's 4.4. Oh, no, she gets the hit. Okay.
There we go. But they got a whole generator done, 60% on another gen. That Fung, I mean, they're getting hooked right now, but they hopefully can hang their hat on just how well they perform there. Like, not burning that second pallet, using the window again. Great work.
And that is also one deliverance that cannot be activated for the rest of the game, because the Fung does have deliverance.
That is very true. Now, we have to be careful here with Spirit. I mean, the good news is no generators have progress, but Ruin is still in play. And I don't know if the survivors really know that, because they haven't been run off the gen yet, unless they did a Ruin check.
What is interesting, though, and I think that also may have to do with why the survivors were stacking on a gen in the early game, which, if we're looking at it from a purely numbers perspective, is suboptimal, because it reduces your total amount of gen progress made. I think that also was part of the reason, was the recognition of Ruin and knowing that, okay, if we can finish the gen, then Ruin doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And we can look for it once the killer starts to get a little pressure. Once we get a gen or two done, then we look for Ruin.
Yeah. Or the hope that like you organically stumble upon it while you're just getting to gens, which I think is obviously far more efficient than burning time.
Absolutely. Like, it's about striking the balance. Oh, good movement from that Fung.
Our Fung coming back for seconds on this one.
Yeah, I mean, she has to do a very good job here, but given her performance in her first chase, well, as I'm saying that, but that's also a very difficult tile to play. That weird little, like, H-wall in that tile is not very safe.
And they're going to get slugged, which gives them time to use Unbreakable. Hopefully the Spirit's looking for some Ruin regression here.
Yeah, it sure seems that way. I think it looks like she's going to at least commit a little bit to this chase, or maybe not. Maybe she wants to play around the Unbreakable and realized she couldn't play around the Decisive Strike anymore, but she could pick herself up.
The indecision here is definitely going to hurt the Spirit. Not committing to anyone in the corner and just coming back here is going to cost a little time, I think.
But the face is coming out. No pain audio, but she hears the vault.
Yeah, really, really good fast down there, but you got to take the pick now. And I think the Spirit could bounce back from this, but we are going to see another generator go, another gen at 70, and I would be shocked if we didn't see that two people double up on that next one.
Yeah, and
just
the thing is,
ignoring Ruin all the way home if they could, but they got it out of the way.
Yeah, especially because some of the totem spawns on this map can be pretty difficult to see. Oh, actually, it seems like they got the Ruin at some point.
Yeah, I thought they were going to just power through it, but it seems like somewhere along the way it must have been in that corner.
Yeah, it must have been. But it's so interesting to see, because at this point, this Fung, her only defensive perk that remains is Decisive Strike, right? She didn't get her Deliverance because she wasn't able to unhook someone because she was the first hook. She burned her Unbreakable already and then went down shortly after, so all she has left is Decisive Strike. And it seems like our killer is a little bit paranoid about that survivor she saw earlier coming in for this unhook.
Yeah, I'm really interested in kind of what the play is now, because I think other survivors could just duplicate on gens and for the most part get away from this, but it seems not even a hook trade's really going to come out of this.
Yeah, and it looks like Fung did get the Endurance from Lori's borrowed time, but is that going to get her?
Wow,
Ooh,
for
nice.
distance.
The predictive Dead Hard.
Ooh, and that stun from a few cities away.
The good old
down.
Oh, I was going to say, the good old aircraft carrier pallets might have saved her, but I guess not. Not today.
Yeah, and this is going to be a good DS.
Yep.
Gen right now, 80% on that
And
gen.
the thing is, she has the main building to work with, so our Fung has the potential to stay up for quite a bit longer if she plays this well.
Yeah.
And that's the gates done.
Wow.
Wow, that's the last gen. Yeah, if she runs the Z-wall and just takes the one, like if the other team is able to, if the rest of her team is able to just open a gate and get out, because especially now they know Noed's in play. And so I think they're just going to not going to bother trying to take hits, just get the gate done, get out. Though we have been seeing a lot of she was on the Noed, but no. I think they called out the phase, and our Lori said, "Nah, I'm not risking that."
Yeah, for the points. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think this comes down to a tie. This was a 1K, and honestly, I'm pretty shocked by the amount of spirits today that are struggling. And I don't know, I am kind of curious on your thoughts. I personally think that we see Onis being more successful insta-down capabilities, but I think Onis are far more incentivized to leave hooks and to get out there.
Yeah.
And to almost be a little bit more decisive and slug and be intentional with that.
Yeah, I definitely think part of it is that snowball capability. I think that's the primary factor in why we tend to see more success in the older Yamaoka.
Yeah.
Is because an Oni is able to just get two downs like back to back like that.
Yeah.
And the thing is, a Spirit, unless you can get to a point where you have like 2, 3, maybe all survivors injured, it's much more difficult for her to do that, especially when you consider the recharge time on her power.
Yeah, it's been interesting. And, you know, I personally think the turning point in that match, having slugged the Fung, I think it would have been really good just to pursue that back corner, right? Just to push some people around. You have to assume that almost everybody's running an Unbreakable.
Yeah, you have to assume Unbreakable DS on everybody.
Yeah.
Just like the old days.
Yeah. So, you know, I think maybe if that Spirit had gone for hooking one person, hooking another, and just kind of bouncing between two people, they maybe could have pulled a 2K or something.
Yeah.
It's always ifs and ands, but really great work from the survivors. That Fung was really juicing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it may have been the correct decision there to just eat the DS and just, like, at that point, she was committing to tunneling that Fung, right?
Sure,
like,
sure.
There was no world in which that Spirit let that Fung actually get away in, like, any meaningful capacity.
No, not that far in the match, I think.
Like, when you've committed that much time...
Sure. I think either she needed to commit and just eat the DS really, really early in the match when she got the first down, or just slug them and then just use that time to put pressure elsewhere, knowing it would slow gens.
It was also just very difficult because she left the slug for just very slightly too long. That, like, there was that window of maybe about 10 seconds between when the DS ran out and when the Unbreakable procced.
Yeah.
And, like, that was the window where our killer really needed to be on top of the slug, and she just wasn't.
Yeah, 100%. And, yeah, so, I mean, kudos to the Fung player, just absolutely holding off that first hook long enough for the team to start
that first
picking up.
chase was so long. She did such a phenomenal job.
Yeah.
Like, the reads at the long wall, using that connected tile with the filler palette, just, honestly, just, impeccable survivor play.
Yeah, so really good job from everybody. This is going to be a 3-1. It's not impossible that this kind of goes inverted the same direction. So this could end in something close. It hasn't yet in a sort of a match of this nature, but I'm excited to see how this goes. And hopefully we find that we get a killer that can really play into the family residence. I think you need to have a lot of speed. I think Oni would be good. Nurse, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, Nurse is always good. Nurse... it kind of doesn't matter what map you're on when you're playing Nurse with double range.
Yeah,
you kind of just... you kind of just do your thing, like,
especially with double range. Yeah, so I'm interested to see kind of what happens. We don't have a confirmation on the killer yet, but we are seeing the KGB step up as survivors, and we are seeing Lim as their killer. We don't know exactly who the killer is yet, but yeah, I'm really hoping for somebody that's not Spirit. You know, back-to-back Spirits again. I mean,
like, I get it. She's good, you know?
Yeah, we totally get it. And it honestly just depends on what the other team banned in the process. You know, did they ban nurses? I think that's a reason why we're not seeing a ton of nurses. But so we're hearing a lot of Billies are banned for good reason. So.
Yeah, I mean, understandably so. Like, having seen it, extremely entertaining, but I get why you don't want to play against it.
Yeah.
But I also think it's very interesting that in matches where Billy is banned, we're not seeing more nurses, and we're seeing Spirits instead.
Yeah, that has been interesting to me, and maybe it boils down to playing Nurse on mobile in that environment is just a lot harder than it would be elsewhere, right?
Yeah.
You know, trying to blink and turn while you're blinking and then attack, and maybe it's just a lot of complication at the same time. So yeah, we're really excited about this next one, match 7, and then we're going to have just the last few lined up right after that. It's going to be really pretty good. I think it's going to go out in kind of a good blaze of glory, and then I think tomorrow is when we're going to really see it ramp up for the double eliminations, which are going to be wild, right?
Yeah.
You know, we've only seen one tie today. Tomorrow is going to give us a much better opportunity for some closer games, I think, though that might result in quite a few more ties.
Yeah, no, definitely as this tournament goes on, I expect to see less and less one-sided matches, and the long-term hope is just for an exciting finals. Go off with a bang.
Yeah, exactly. There's no doubt that the players that are here, we're definitely seeing the sort of cream rise to the top, right?
Absolutely.
And you know, we're seeing a lot of blowout matches where they're just completely leaning one direction. And while that might not make for the most exciting gameplay today, it's going to make for a lot of exciting gameplay on finals next weekend.
Yeah, I am really, really excited for the rest of this weekend and into next weekend to see what the best DBD mobile players have to offer. Because we've had some really exciting plays today, but the games overall have generally not been super close.
Yeah, it's usually been like, oh, all 4 survivors escaped, so let's see if the impossible can happen, you know? So that's been the general consensus. We've seen a few of these as we get closer to the middle, 3-in-1 scenarios, which are
we've gotten a few of those.
definitely, there's like a likelihood that can go the other way, right? So yeah, I'm not entirely sure here. My prediction, I think, unfortunately, is that we do see another Spirit.
Yeah, probably.
And hopefully, like I said, we could find. I mean, their Survivor team is going to have to contend with how good that Fung was, and try to put in just as much work, and get just as lucky with the RNG on the tiles too.
Yeah, but at the same time, like RNG can only do so much, right? Yeah. Like, to a certain extent, you know, you need to understand how to play the game at a high enough level to take advantage of that. Like, if you give like a rank 20 Meg, you know, the strongest map in all of Dead by Daylight, where it's nothing but pallets, she's still going to go down.
Yeah, it's really it kind of boils down to how can you recognize the linkage between several of them, right? So being able to see that junk pallet and then realize like, oh, there's a window, you know, I just go right back to the window. Really, it's that kind of stuff that I think a lot of people play this game for a long time, and like that is one of the hardest barriers that I see people not really connecting the dots. They see the tile and they run that one tile really well, but they don't really like broaden their horizons out to kind of like start linking all of them together and really chaining all this monotonous stuff together for the killer. So
yeah, no, I'm with you there. That's definitely something you see much more in higher levels of play.
Yeah.
But we are going to take a quick break, show you guys some awesome videos, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
All right, here we are. We're back. We're ready to kind of finish out match 7. and really, I don't know, just see how this shakes out. Like I said, such a strong show from the survivors of that last team that I'm kind of excited to see kind of what happens out of this one. And it looks like Agassi, hopefully I'm saying that right. It sounds like I should say it right. And it seems like they're picking Billy, which is aggressive. It's aggressive.
I would be very... See, this is kind of what I was talking about before with those more cluttered maps.
Yeah.
I'm very curious because I know when I play Billy, that bamboo, it looks like you should be able to go through it, but you can't.
But you can't. Yeah.
You can't. You never can. You never have been able to. I've been playing this game for 4 years, and I still run into that bamboo.
Yeah, it's like a weird version of the Mandela effect, really. Yeah,
Yeah.
whereas
Well,
like I thought I could, but I never.
Because the thing is, there's some bamboo on the map that looks similar, and you can go through it, but this bamboo that looks slightly different is actually just a solid wall.
I'm just hearing that Grandpa needs his meds. You know what I mean?
I mean, you know, maybe some days, more than others.
Yeah, no, I totally get what you mean. Especially after the rework, it didn't really get much easier on the map. So, yeah, I'm very, very excited to see if the Billy, because there's a lot of not typical structures here, right?
There are, yeah,
on
especially
Azeroth,
those weird shapes.
Exactly. On Azeroth, there's a lot of straight lines, straight edges, but here we have weird logs. We have twigs. I don't know if you know, but on Yamaoka there are twigs that hang right here, and they have hitboxes.
That one twig on that one tile gets me every single time. I always forget about it.
It's still my most viewed clip on Twitch that I screamed so hard when I was testing for it. Yeah. So.
Twitch loves those sorts of reactions, though, so can you blame them?
Yeah, no, not at all. So, yeah, I am really interested right now in seeing kind of how this plays out, and because Billy, like I said, people were not happy to see him.
Yeah, Twitch chat did seem pretty upset about Billy existing in the form that he does.
Yeah, which is interesting because we've had spirits that have completely outplayed.
They just absolutely rolled lobbies.
Yeah, so it would be easy to blame it, you know, if this team progresses like, oh, it's because they picked Billy, but really it's because that spirit didn't really show out. You know?
Yeah, like. And the thing is, it's also sometimes it's very easy to like sit here on our couch and say, oh, they should have done this differently, they should have done that differently.
Oh,
but
yeah.
like when you're in the moment playing in front of hundreds of viewers, like it is not, you know, with tens of thousands of dollars on the line, it is not easy to make those correct decisions under that kind of pressure.
Absolutely not. No, I mean, you're really just going with your gut instinct in a moment, but at the same time, you're hoping that your reaction time is good, that you made the right choice to begin with, and sometimes that stuff just doesn't pan out. So,
and sometimes, a lot of the time, things that seem like the right choice maybe aren't.
Exactly. Yeah. So we're loading in right now. We do see that Meg is just not afraid to just get hoofing it right to a generator.
Yeah. No, she's just going.
We do see Nia.
Seems like our. Oh, no, he's moving. Okay, I thought he was AFK for a second there, but he's moving.
Yeah, we have Yui here playing smart, playing slow, and no gen progress, or 20% on one gen already, which is...
That's probably the Meg.
Yeah, the Meg doubled up your
Meg
Claudette.
and the Claudette, yeah.
This
is a good gen to do first, though, because there's always that main building side 3 gen, so breaking that in the early game is going to be pretty beneficial for our survivors later.
Yeah, we are seeing here they've decided to move off of it, maybe run a little bit early, depending on the nature of like what's happening. So we'll kind of see here, first chase going down.
Yeah, if they're deciding to run early, I find it interesting that they're running into the map rather than out of the map. But I mean, hey, you know, let's see if it works out for them.
Now, this is a similar setup, almost the exact same map seating, it looks like. As
yeah, wow, actually. Yeah, wait, we literally have the long wall into that same chunk tile. That is odd.
Really interesting not to see the Billy using their chainsaw more. I mean, given what it has.
Here we go. Oh, and he's going.
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous that this Billy is maybe not as confident as the last Billy we saw, but we'll kind of see. Maybe they're just, you know, getting warmed up.
No, he's going. There he goes.
Oh my God.
There he goes.
Claudette like a deer in the headlights, just terrified at the careening madman.
Well, because the thing is, the Meg took the window too. Oh, and great job from the Meg to kind of duck around that little object to keep out of the Billy's way. But I gotta say, I think it's always tough when your teammate takes the window that you wanted to take.
Yeah. That's really one of those things where you should play in that.
There's the bamboo.
There it is. You know what you called it. Good Lord, there it is. Now, it's interesting. He's not necessarily taking the Claudette, so he's really trying to build a lot of good slug pressure.
Yeah, I think maybe he knows, maybe he at least guesses that there aren't other survivors around here, but I think at this point He's
admiring the rafters.
yeah, they really just do some really good like artisan woodwork over there on the Yamaoka estate.
Yeah.
They,
it looks like we might have a disconnect here.
yeah, it sure does look that way.
Intentional or otherwise. Wow. Okay, interesting. Well, it looks like the killer team is asking for some sort of reset for some reason. So, yeah, we'll kind of see how this plays out. You know, at some point you can only delay the inevitable for so long, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I wonder, wrong add-ons, wrong...
Yeah, something.
maybe.
Who knows? Though I gotta say, I like the Billy's weapon, that the yellow-wrapped spiked gun. That's the weapon I used to use for a long time on my Billy. But personally, I'm partial to the Year of the Rat hammer.
Oh yeah,
I'm a big fan.
I'm a Milk Billy. I'm a Billy. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Milkman Billy is probably best Billy.
Yeah, which I remember the first time I saw the weapon for that, I thought it was like the engine of a boat.
Yeah.
Because like there's that little bit at the bottom that kind of looks like a propeller.
It does. Yeah.
And so I was like, why are they like? Is he like a boat captain? But then you could read the text on the shirt, and I'm like, oh, okay, I could dig it.
They should make a boat captain Billy.
Yeah, they should just give Billy all of the skins. What do you think about that?
I mean, honestly, I'm kind of shocked that he has as many skins as he does.
That's true, considering how few people actually play him.
Right. Because. Well, we all know why he feels forgotten.
Yeah, he really did. He really did kind of get like left behind and power crept a bit.
Yeah. I mean,
though the
not as
Overy
bad as
change
Trapper.
recently was very nice.
Yes, that's true. But I mean, Trapper, I would say, is the one that's truly left behind. Yeah.
Yeah, which is really interesting, seeing how he's on so much of the promotional art and the trailers, and meanwhile the experience of playing him in the game is frankly kind of miserable.
Honestly, I would go ahead and say that we just need to give Trapper different types of trips. Right? He needs to be able to like a Batman utility belt.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm with you here.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
give him like those cyanide traps that the government used to use 20 years ago to keep wildlife from getting too close to ranches. And,
is that what? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't. I felt I needed to explain what cyanide traps I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little confused for a second there. I was like, oh, are we getting into some conspiracy theories?
No, the ones that are meant to kill wolves. No, just I think Trapper at this point, it's going to be hard to bring him forward. So
yeah, it's tough. I think a big part of it is just that I think part of it is the core design of his power, right? Where like the traps are a power that is fully disableable by the survivors.
Yeah.
And like that combined with the time investment required to pick up your traps and get them where they need to be and actually place them, it's just he just has a hard time keeping up nowadays.
Yeah. I think that's the hardest part of things right now is like how do you just, even if you gave him all the traps at the beginning of the match, he still has to go back to them, pick them up, and reset them. And
because I know whenever I'm playing against Trapper, I just let my teammates do gens, and I just follow him around and disarm all his traps.
Exactly. And at some point, there's just not a lot he can do. And, unless you completely just redo the power from the ground up.
I mean, honestly, I feel like when I play Trapper, which is pretty much exclusively for build requests from one specific person who hates me, I almost exclusively run Eerie Stone. Because just the self-resetting traps just alleviates so much of that time investment required, because there's sort of the sort of fundamental principle of how time investment works in Dead by Daylight, right?
Sure.
Where the killer's time is 4 times as valuable as the survivor's time.
100%.
And so for something to be equivalent time value, it should take 4 times as long for a survivor to undo the thing the killer did.
Yeah.
And that's just not really the case with Trapper.
Yeah, and I think, I've suggested a few things. One, I think maybe making both Eerie's just base kit, right? I like the idea that if you're going to snap his trap, there needs to be consequence. It exists for
the other one is what, the injury traps?
Mm-hmm.
See, I feel like that might be just a little bit too much, considering how crucial it is to disarm his traps.
Well, if you're already injured, you just stay injured.
That's true.
So the idea there is almost like Plague, where it's like, are you choosing to stay injured so that you can take care of these later? It might make his chases easier.
Mm-hmm.
It might not, but because the idea there is at least if there's someone snapping those traps, there's the chance that you turn around and beeline to them and then down them. So it's still not even that powerful, I think, but it gives them enough of a chance.
Yeah, that is interesting, right? Because you can sort of like go on a mission to go like, all right, I'm gonna go disarm like 2 or 3 traps that I know where they are, but in doing so, I make that task more dangerous for myself.
Exactly.
It kind of creates that same tough decision, like you said, that Plague has.
Yeah, and that doesn't fix him, but I think stuff like that could definitely help him quite a bit. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I think Trapper. I would love to see Trapper in this tournament. I know it's not going to happen.
I know it's not going to happen.
It's not even a dream. It's a delusion, really. So, yeah, but looking at it now, I think the one I want to see for the weekend. I walked into it today looking for Onryo. We got one.
We got one.
Just one.
See, I expect we'll see more potentially when there are more killer bans.
Yes, and I think that'll make tomorrow far more interesting. Do we see Huntress and Plague as well?
Yeah,
And I want to see those real bad.
Yeah, I'm definitely expecting and looking forward to a bit more variety in killer choice, because we have basically just seen we've seen Spirit a lot. We saw a Nurse, we saw a Billy, and we've seen Oni.
Yeah.
And other than the one Onryo right at the start in game 1, I'm pretty sure that's it.
Yeah, it's been pretty par for the course, and that's to be expected when money's on the line. But yeah, what's also interesting is there are killers that are limited, but there's not perk duplicates that are limited, which is a little bit of a deviation from what we've come to expect of. Okay, there can only be 2 decisive strikes or 2 unbreakables amongst the entire
Or
team.
even nowadays, you're oftentimes seeing only one of any given perk.
Yeah, because there are just so many more.
There are
perks.
so many perks.
Yeah, and it allows your team, like when you limit perks like that, it almost allows your teammates to specialize in certain sort of play styles.
Yeah.
Healer, this,
like
that.
you'll see the toolbox user with Prove Thyself and Distortion.
Right, exactly.
Because it's they really want to lean more into that thing, because you also typically don't see item duplicates either. So you have someone with a firecracker, someone with a toolbox, someone with a med kit.
Yeah.
And then the last survivor, I don't know, probably not a map. Because maps are... I would love to see a map rework. Not 2 maps as in the maps you play on, but maps the item.
Yeah.
Because I feel like there isn't really any reason to run maps if you know where gens are, unless you really care about totems.
I think.
But even then, it's just run small game.
I think maps really cater towards new players, and so they seem obsolete the more experienced you become. The problem is I'm not sure how many new players really know about maps.
Well, because also, and especially because if I remember correctly, the green map by default doesn't track generators. You need to bring an add-on to make the green map track generators. Or maybe it's the green map only tracks gens and doesn't track to... I don't know.
You clearly don't use maps enough to know.
The only time I use a map is if I'm bringing the meme beam.
Yeah.
That is the reason to use maps, is so I can just leave a glowing trail behind me the entire match.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And so we're going to take a quick break here while we resolve some stuff on the production end. And we will be right back in just a couple of minutes.
All right, we're back. It looks like we just had a little bit mix-up of starting into the match with a relic, a little bit of an accident. So we restarted. We're back. We're centered. We're fully zened. We've taken our medications. We've had our water. So yeah.
Everybody drink some water. You in chat right now, watching and listening to this, go drink some water.
Yeah. So yeah, we're ready to go. Hillbilly on family residence. No changes in build besides the things that aren't allowed. So last match didn't get off to a great start. I was a little bit worried about that Billy, and I wonder if it's because they thought they should restart and then they just kind of went with it, or so. Do you think that we saw a glimpse into their skill, or?
I mean, I feel like it was kind of hard to say because the game, like, so little actually happened in that match. Like, we had, the killer doing a little bit of chasing, leaving the chase, like recognizing that was a bad chase to take, right, and all that good stuff. But like, I don't know, I feel like we really didn't get to see much of a showcase of anybody.
Yeah, it was a little bit, we saw some mind games here and there, some just sort of playing goalie, but there wasn't a lot of pursuit and a lot of genuine chasing, so it's really hard. I do think that at the end of the day, this is going to be a tougher match for this Billy player, but we'll see. That's just my prediction, of course, and we'll kind of see how it ends up kind of play out.
Yeah, I mean, I still stick by my assessment earlier that Yamaoka is going to be a bit more difficult of a realm to play Billy on than the Autohaven was. Because of the irregularity in the structures, especially because as someone who's a big blight player, I'm very familiar with all of those little things that stick out of the jungle gyms because I have smacked my face on every single one.
Yeah, and I think with Billy that just gets even tougher. The things that you can accidentally bump seem far larger, and yeah, so we're going to see they're really going to have to be careful, especially with how fast Billy can go now. It's going to be harder to control him.
Yeah, especially like the turning radius is small, but is it small enough to navigate those tiles the way you could navigate the Autohaven tiles? I don't know.
Yeah, let's go ahead and dive in here and see. We do kind of starting again. Corrupt Intervention, I would imagine, is probably in play.
It doesn't look like it from where the killer spawn point was.
I think this is, oh wow, and they're already in chase with this Claudette. So.
Lethal Pursuer, though, coming into play, helping out there.
Yeah, let's see if they can get this good hit, kind of curving right around the wall there.
Oh, and the Ice Billy, too.
Ice Billy, best Billy. I'm here for it.
Ice Cap Jeans, best cosmetic in the game.
Right, yeah, just the exact same cosmetic twice. We see Lethal Ruin already out of the game.
I mean, that's the Ruin experience.
Yeah. So we have barbecue, which we don't see a lot of barbecue in a tournament setting. So
yeah, that is very interesting. Oh, wow!
Just barely catching them on their heels.
Wow, this is a very, very good start for our Billy.
Yeah, what an incredible start. Their build is so light right now, but I think honestly, with the way this Billy is, barbecue is honestly the best pick.
Yeah, and I mean, if they can keep up this kind of pace, especially because in a tournament setting, you would never expect barbecue. Wow. So look at this, the Survivor not playing around the information that the killer has.
Yeah, that was an incredible play. I don't know if the killer made a guess and just didn't see them. Or
no, they were definitely out of barbecue range. Like they definitely knew that Survivor was there, but I think that their priority was to try and defend that gen.
Yeah,
and they just got there a fraction of a second late.
Yeah. Let's see what happens here. I mean, the Survivors, I think, are really going to put a lot of pressure on this killer as fast as they can.
There's the Dead Hard, all right. And but the thing is, if you stay injured to slam that gen, there's no reason to chainsaw you.
Exactly. And I think here, Dead Hard, this is one of those moments where, at the end of the day, Dead Hard is just not effective if there's no pallets around, right?
Of course.
If you can fake it or use the Dead Hard timing to get somewhere else. Yeah.
But also, Dead Hard for distance doesn't work if you get that distance into a dead zone. It doesn't really help you.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's see if the killer can... Interesting. I'm not sure where they're going.
Yeah, no, I think...
I wonder if they just want to check this gen because maybe they're not... They want to double-check the information they got with barbecue. Wow.
The failed skill check, that's a 10% regression. One person on hook, one person on the ground.
Are you sure? I think did they not get that gen?
No, that was a failed skill check.
Oh,
yeah.
wow, okay.
There's still only one done.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, and then another down on the Claudette.
Because
there was no borrowed time, and that's it. I think they're dead, I think.
Yeah, that would be third hook on Claudette, unless there's a DS.
Yeah, I mean, I would be scared of a DS in that situation, because you got to expect 4, but he definitely hears this Nia. Or no, oh, well, maybe he didn't, but now he knows she's here. Because she
Wow.
does have Iron Will.
This is probably the most insane Billy gameplay I think I've
The
ever
Dead
seen.
Hard? Okay. Is he just going to... Yeah, he's going to pick now that there's no threat of the pallet save.
Smart. Good job. That is going to be a kill at 1 gen done.
And that was also, I guess her DS just ran out, too. So, like, that timing was just worked out so perfectly for our Billy.
What an incredibly commanding play here. I think the survivors have played it a little bit too nonchalant, haven't pre-moved to where they need to be, sticking on gens and getting chainsawed really, really fast.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen multiple times a survivor just sticking on a gen and dying. Oh my god, the movement!
Wow, that was really... it missed, but that was very
That's incredible.
precise.
That was so close, too. That just even a few pixels off would have made the difference.
Oh, wow.
See, and you see again, sort of using those tight corners that are like just a little bit too awkward for the Billy to navigate.
Yeah.
But oh, and the swing there, maybe a little bit of latency shenanigans. Not sure why he chainsawed the injured survivor, but I respect it.
Yeah, we are seeing right now Lim with 4 points. KGB is going to need a 3-man out to even pretend to tie this up. And that looks increasingly less likely the more this goes on.
Yeah, it really does. Oh, man. Oh, and the barbecue coming into play again because the
Wow.
survivors are not playing around it. They're not aware that he has barbecue.
Yeah, it's such a non-starter for tournaments that you wouldn't ever really expect barbecue. And I think we're seeing just like how conditioned people can get into this tournament scene.
Yeah, like when you're so used to playing in these scrim environments where this is what we had talked about before with like those unusual play styles where like you get so sort of, I don't want to say stuck in your ways necessarily, although I think that was a dead hard from the Yui. I think she was dead harding to get to the tile because she knows the Billy was coming and she goes down.
Wow.
What is this?
That is wild.
This is so bizarre. And we were talking about how we were like, oh, do we think the Billy's going to be able to navigate these tiles? Well, I mean,
Apparently, yeah. Yeah, this is definitely, I think tomorrow we're going to see a lot of Billy bans pretty well all day.
yeah.
Because this is fun to watch, but this is definitely brutal to play against if you are good enough.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think part of why it seemed so manageable on Blood Lodge and why we're seeing such a different performance here is because of that sort of, that density of pallets in the middle of the map that, like, Family Residence kind of doesn't have. Like, it has, you'll normally have, like, the pallet in this high wall tile, and then you'll have the pallet that's, like, sort of next to it between this and, like, the pagoda, and then that's it. And that's usually all the pallets you have in the middle of the map. Whereas Blood Lodge is usually much more evenly distributed.
That was a wild turn.
Yeah, and meanwhile, while I'm talking about freaking pallet distribution, this guy is just absolutely juicing up.
All right, really, honestly, 3 gens done, admirable, but this is pretty well game set. Maybe an unbreakable coming through here, but
I mean, it's over. It's just done. They're done.
Yeah, KGB going home today. Lim is going to make it through to tomorrow's double elimination rounds, where I predict that Billy's not going to be on the table for many players.
Yeah, especially considering that in the future rounds you will get 3 killer bans per side. I expect one of those bans to be Billy pretty consistently.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see, because I think it's going to end up being Spirit, Nurse, and Billy.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of Onis tomorrow.
Yeah, I think tomorrow's going to be the day of Oni. I'm really hoping that we see Huntress playing, just stuff of that nature. But this is wild. I think they came in here with maybe some not hostile energy, but definitely just wanted to get this done.
Yeah, I mean,
did.
this Billy is not here to mess around, that's for sure. He's going down to the basement. Oh, he's just showing. Now he's just flexing. He's just showing off.
Yeah. So, yeah, what a strong play from this Billy. I think Spirit might be one of the diciest picks to have today from what we've seen. Oni's been consistent. Billy's been consistent. But Spirit's been the one that's been really inconsistent.
Yeah, we've really seen very feast or famine performances from Spirits today.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't know, that might be valuable to go into tomorrow for these teams. Maybe it might be good for them to just kind of lay off of the dicey or Spirit pick.
Yeah, I mean, I would be very interested to sort of be able to take some time and sort of dive a little maybe deeper into, like, if there was, say, a replay viewer, for example, to be able to go in and see, okay, like, where did all of these little micro decisions happen that so drastically ended up changing the real outcome of the match?
Yeah, and I think really what we're seeing is that with Oni or Billy, we're just seeing that chases aren't even starting. It's just downs.
Yeah, yeah.
And that is really contributing to the massive differential. Because for Spirit, I think there's a higher skill ceiling for less value in some cases.
You have to work a lot harder.
Yes. And that obviously is far more reliant on survivors being able to mind game you, right? We have seen spirits absolutely prevail by, juking people into a window, but that requires, again, so much more skill just to get one health state.
And it is also important to keep in mind that in a world without overheat, a Billy can just go and go and go and go and go.
Yeah.
And like in a normal environment when you're actually playing a loop like a human being and not like the just absolute monster that Billy is on here.
Yeah.
If a Billy misses a chainsaw and is forced to go into that fatigue, that's 3 seconds and a reset of Bloodlust.
Yeah, yeah.
Whereas like in this world, he just kind of keeps going. Like he's just like, if he misses you, he's not even going to let go of his chainsaw. He's just going to go and then just come back around. Yeah, just take another pass.
Doppler effect, and then he's coming back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how that playstyle changes. Of like, oh, if you miss the curve, now you have to like catch back up, make the distance. But with this Billy, it's just no, I'm just going to come back.
Yeah, and it was very interesting too because it seemed like when the survivors were actually in something of a chase, they were doing a solid job of holding their own.
Yep.
But it seemed like there was just maybe a lack of communication on the survivor side about where the killer was going, which, to be fair, how do you, it changes every half a second. How do you effectively communicate that?
Yeah.
But we're going into some highlights here. And we have, that Dead Hard to make the palette.
Perfect Dead Hard was really good.
And honestly, I think that Dead Hard was really what sealed the deal because that ended up extending the chase by so much.
Yeah, I mean, that Fung, really, that whole chase, that first chase was an MVP highlight right there.
Yeah, and then she finally goes down. Yeah, oh my god, and then the Billy, just absolute monster.
Just Dead Hard into nothing, really just knowing to M1 play it safe.
Yeah, I mean,
this chainsaw. My God.
Like here's the thing: as much as I don't like to M1 with Billy because using his chainsaw is the fun and skillful part of his kit, sometimes you got to do it.
Yeah, 100%. And just seeing stuff like this, just turning all the way around.
Even through the Dead Hard too.
It's abusive, really, is what it is. It's insane how.
This was wild. It didn't work, but how close that was.
Yeah, the amount of turns they had to make in just really, really short intervals here.
Yeah. And then, we're going around again.
And then around again and perfectly into,
That's
absolutely insane. It does not make sense.
No, yeah, this is wild.
Wow.
I would love to play that kind of Billy.
Well, you know what?
Give me that on a keyboard and mouse, like an input method I can actually control.
Yeah. I mean, look, I have Billy. I have some boots, and I heard they're made for running, So,
yeah, it seems like they're made for turning.
Yeah, I really might just try to throw a game of that out there and just see what's happening. So we are going to throw it to a quick break. We're going to be back for match 8.
Our final match of the night.
Yeah, so, hopefully we get 2 more Billies is really what I'm saying. We'll see you guys after
if only. There we go. All right.
All right, we are back. Match 8, final match of the day.
Yeah, last one.
Yeah.
I appreciate you all sticking with us tonight. This has been a lot of fun. You all have been a lovely audience.
I hear your cries about how unfair Billy is, and I need you to know that you can send your tissues full of your tears to my P.O. box. It's been great to watch, and I'm here for it all day. So.
Also, I wanna say for my colleague here, that is said with empathy. However, it is extremely entertaining to watch and commentate, and this is the sort of treat. Billy actually being good is something that we don't get to see very often, so let us enjoy this while we can.
Yeah, Billy being broken in a good way never happened.
No,
Ever.
Billy is only ever broken in a bad way where we're from.
So, yeah, which is funny because going into match 8, the killer is Billy on a wrecker's yard. So a smaller map, more contained, with a hillbilly. I'm excited to see it. I want to see another barbecue and chili, but on a smaller map, it may not be as good.
It's going to be a little bit less valuable on a map the size of Wrecker's Yard compared to Family Residence, that's for sure.
Yeah, and for those of you that don't know, barbecue and chili is a perk that once you hook a survivor, any survivor outside of 40 meters of that hook, their aura is revealed. And that allows for Billy to really hook somebody and then just jettison away to the next person that they see. It really allows them to keep in chase very fast. So that's why it was so effective last round, of just being able to hook and then be right on top of somebody.
Yeah, especially because in a tournament setting like this, it is pretty unusual for a killer to run a build with that much tracking in it.
Yeah.
Because generally it's more important for the killer to slow down and defend the generators than it is to necessarily know where a survivor is who's far away from you.
Exactly.
And so I bet you, at least for the first couple of hooks, if not for that entire game, the survivors were probably very surprised by the killer's behavior, working with information that they didn't know he had.
Yeah, and that's what we saw time and time again, was the survivors just crouching behind a rock and just absolutely getting destroyed because they thought they were just hiding.
Yeah, like they thought they didn't realize it was like they didn't know that he knew.
Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna take a quick look at Wrecker's Yard, which is our final map. That's kind of where I think today started, was Wrecker's Yard. So we're really rounding it out, coming full circle. Those first matches a little bit more uneventful, and hopefully we just see absolute mayhem, chaos, rage, and excitement. So, of course, with a hillbilly match, I don't doubt that that's going to be the case. So.
Yeah, I do have to say, though, I would love to see another commanding spirit performance.
I would like to see one, yeah.
Because the thing is, we've gotten such like give and take spirit games that I would love to see another one of those spirits where they are just in the survivors' heads, because it is so satisfying to watch.
Yeah, it is really satisfying. I think I've hit my threshold for spirit for the day.
Yeah,
not crossing my fingers for that one in particular.
I mean, I don't know. I still think it's cool.
Yeah, I think any time that you see a killer that just absolutely, really, except Nurse, because I just almost expect it. But anytime you see a killer just absolutely walk through survivors, that's always just a good day.
Yeah, I think there's something that's extremely satisfying about watching someone who is extremely good at what they do.
Yeah, 100%.
And, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of Spirit, and I do think we've seen a lot of Spirit today, and some variety is nice.
Yeah.
But it's still extremely satisfying watching someone who just has those reads.
Yeah, 100%.
And it does seem that we are making our way into the game in just a couple of seconds here.
End versus TDC today for this last one. I'm going to put my money on End. What a strong name.
Yeah, well, I believe the full name is Endgame, and that is abbreviated for the overlay.
If they're not bringing Noah,
yeah,
I don't
Endgame versus Tropa do Calvo. And so let's get right into it, shall we? With the last hillbilly of the night, maybe. I guess the other team could bring a Billy.
Maybe. Now, to me, this reads as a slightly less confident Billy. We did see that they had Ruin and Pop.
That's true.
So a little bit more slowdown in there.
Yeah, so it is interesting to see. We see the Lori going straight for a pallet, running through the pallet, going to Shack.
Wow.
Okay, the Billy recognizing she's going to vault the window. I think that's Lie. It's letting her make her way over to another tile. And oof, an unfortunate bump into the tree.
I do think that this Billy, it seems like as of now anyway, has a little bit less control than what we saw earlier from other. But maybe they're just getting their kind of their bearings a little bit here. We'll see how it pans out. But
yeah, I mean, hey, they might prove us wrong in the next while, but a phenomenal play from Nitz holding that corner nice and tight.
Yeah, really good job using the rock there to be able to make some distance. Kind of shocking that Billy didn't just pull the chainsaw out and make the distance, really.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this, I would be very curious to see if this is the kind of game where if you put an extremely strong tool into the hands of someone who's unequipped to use it.
Oh, my Lord. Oh, suction to the pallet.
Well, as I'm saying that,
yeah,
they do a fantastic job curling around to break that pallet and not let the survivor make any distance.
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing a gen and a half done, which is a little bit, quite a bit slower than what we've seen from other Hillbilly players. And we are seeing some bumps into, you know, some interesting corners that haven't happened before for other Billy players. So this definitely does require a certain level of finesse, it looks like, to handle.
Yeah, of course. And it does have a tendency to, you know, something can be extremely strong, but also extremely difficult to use.
Exactly.
Right? Like, that is one of the common arguments in favor of Nurse, is that she's really difficult to play, for example. But she's also extremely strong, sort of as a consequence of that, and those sort of justify one another.
Yeah, I'm really actually looking into this now, and we're really seeing those limitations come through. This Billy accidentally bumping quite a few times in sort of a myriad of different ways. Ooh, cutting a flip on the hit. I think she scorpioned on that one. That was really a solid hit. And we're going to see Billy. Actually, this could turn the tide of what otherwise was a really tough match for this Billy. And there we go. We see the bump. Hopefully they just take the pickup that they have now and kind of roll with that.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to maybe greed for a little bit more here, but I hope, I don't know, whatever they do, I hope it works out for them.
Yeah, right now we're seeing Hex Ruin still in play, so it is giving them a little bit of a buffer to make these mistakes. But a part of me has to assume that they... Oh, that was a good read. They have not been able to make those tight 180 sort of turns around obstacles right now, but that one was definitely unexpected and an incredibly strong play.
Yeah, and at this point they have 2 simultaneous downs, which is a huge deal.
Yeah, and with Ruin up, Pop Goes the Weasel doesn't really give them anything they can work with right now, unless it gets cleansed in the next few seconds. You can't kick a gen that's already regressing, whether passively or otherwise.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you can keep Ruin up and have this kind of pressure, you don't really need Pop.
I think I saw somebody sort of meandering around that totem. Yeah, they are running away from it, though. Whoa, the navigation there was unprecedented for this killer, I feel like.
Yeah, they're doing some really good jobs. It's just, and the thing is, it's the difference between the extremely clean Billy and what we saw. Ooh, the hit through the pallet. Oh, that's so unfortunate for our Claudette. But, like, the difference between, you know, what we saw in the last match with that extremely clean, extremely dominant Hillbilly versus what we're seeing at the beginning of this match so far is just very, very small differences, too. Like, if the inputs were a fraction of a second different,
yeah,
like just very, very slightly more precise, we would probably be seeing something more like this.
Yeah, I think they're just kind of really getting the feel for Billy and then really settling into the role. Playing a little bit more safely, rounding around corners a little bit wider, just a fraction of a second wider, right? But two people on hook at the same time right now. The Deliverance has not saved the team.
Yeah, I mean, the Deliverance came out, but there's, yeah, like you said, there's still 2 people on hook. And the thing is, they're also pretty darn close to each other. So if our killer decides to play safe here...
This is one of those rare moments where Ruin being up has completely destroyed any progress the team once had, and then one good additional down by the Billy, and that was it. That flipped the entire thing.
Yeah, and even right now you see a gen that's at like 80-something% progress, but it's regressing.
Oh my gosh, the wraparound on that one.
Yeah, which I wonder if that was maybe a slight miscommunication between the Survivor team not going to pick up the gen progress where someone else left off and then letting that regress.
Yeah, and I mean, they haven't been able to really think about gens for a minute here, playing the grand unhooking game, trying to get every...
Oh, the slight flare out from the corner. Phenomenal positioning from Meg.
Now, we do have one person dead already, and really this Billy is trying to get somebody...
He's just circling that tile.
Yeah.
He's like, I know you're in here. You got to come out.
Yeah, to some degree, he knows that by just circling this, he can force people to not get the unhooking.
Yeah, and the amount of map awareness and control, ooh, the bump, but such a long sequence of such clean movement from this Billy.
This is this match, I did not have a lot of faith in this Billy to begin with, but they definitely have turned it around a little bit and have kind of changed my opinion a little bit on how they're handling it. So.
Yeah, those first couple of sequences were a little rough. Maybe they were just haven't played Billy yet today. But recently, these last few chases and these last few plays have been absolutely clean, and that is the first death with only 1 gen done.
Yeah, that is incredible. You know, this is going to be, if I had to guess, 5 points on the board, barring any sort of hatch shenanigans, and hopefully, wow. Ooh, man.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this definitely thinks. I think this is going to go to sort of a 5-point game, and that means that TDC is going to have to answer with something just as strong if they want to make it forward at all, which really makes the Hillbilly pick a little bit dangerous there, right? Lack of blood points can make this a tiebreaker really dangerous for this team.
Yeah, especially because, like you had mentioned before, so many of these downs don't come from chases.
Yeah, they technically do not start chases. Like that, there was no chase there. So chaser points just sort of don't exist.
Yeah, like there are all of these hooks and hook states, but our killer has like less than half of their chaser emblem score.
Yeah, and those of you that aren't aware of, a chase starts when a survivor starts running and the killer is chasing them and the music begins, right? But unfortunately, if you down a survivor before the game can even begin or recognize that a chase has started, there's no chase, and so you don't get rewarded for that time in chase, and that is really tough. If it comes down to a tiebreaker between blood points and there's no chase points, that is really tough. And so Hillbilly's really strong, but in this tournament could be a huge hindrance for that exact same reason.
Yeah, that if all other things be interesting from the survivor to not sprint initially. I wonder if that was with a goal of not starting chase. I would love to see this from the survivor point of view, but I guess we don't even get the chance. She's already dead.
Yeah, in my mind, I feel like sometimes some of their movement, you know, having played DVD Mobile enough, is sometimes it comes from like, oh, my finger slipped off the button, and some accidents, some sputtering, if you will. Oh my gosh.
Oh, this is just brutal. See, I don't know why the Lori tried to leave the tile against a killer with that kind of mobility.
Yeah,
that just seems like a bit of a questionable decision.
Yeah, this is interesting.
I guess he's worried about DS.
Yeah.
Because the Lori just like deliverenced off the hook.
Yeah.
Like recently, but she's not broken anymore, so you can pick up safe.
And that will be 5 points on the board. That's four hooks, 4 kills. So yeah, what a commanding lead. Hopefully, moving into the next round, we see something equally as strong. I mean, we really didn't even need pop. This is the only time we've seen a match end with Hex Ruin still active.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think this is the first time that Hex Ruin has survived past the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So what an interesting match. Started off a little slow, a little hesitant, but just really need to get situated. But here we see 24k points. That's markedly less than what a great Oni got earlier at Blood
Yeah,
Lodge.
I believe it was 30,200?
Yeah, exactly.
Something like that. So that's a very significant difference if both teams do end up getting the 4K.
Exactly, and that's kind of the big difference. And you know, when we see an Oni or a Spirit that has to hit and then hit again.
Yeah, because you have 2 chases.
Exactly. So we're gonna see. Hopefully, the next team picks a killer. I mean, I hope they pick Hillbilly. I mean, look at me. But
this has been really funny to watch. So
yeah.
I mean, yeah, sign me up for more.
So, but if they do run the risk of their point differentials being really, really thin, and that's going to be interesting to see what happens. So.
Yeah, and I mean, this is all assuming that the killer on the other side does actually 4K.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, if the survivors play as well as the Billy did, that's going to be a very difficult task indeed.
Yeah, it's been really interesting. These blowout matches have typically been all one way, but I would love to see another one. We've already had one where it was 5-5.
Yeah,
I would love to see one more.
Yeah, I would love to see like another close match, because that just makes things so much more entertaining if the outcome isn't already a foregone conclusion.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I'm really, really interested to see kind of how this works out. If the next killer can get a 4K, I'm putting my bets on Billy or Oni. I think people are sort of converting more to seeing how just disgusting Billy is right now.
I mean, I think a lot of the players who are involved in this sort of event are already aware. They've definitely played those killers to a solid level of mastery that they feel confident bringing them in this kind of environment.
Yeah.
So I think it's less so about the players understanding the strength of these characters, and more about just whether or not they're banned.
Yeah, and seeing that they're permitted and regularly permitted is like, okay, all right.
Yeah, like, I mean, this is just sort of the thing where I'm watching this and I'm just like, this is wild, but I would really not want to play against it. That would be terrifying.
Yeah, it'd be pre-throw city.
Yeah, and especially like that with solo queue teammates, like, God, no.
Yeah, and that's one of those things, like, I think the only prevailing strategy that could really save you from this Billy, and it's not even consistent, would be blockers, right?
Yeah, forcing the pickup.
Locker, or, hopping in one and then getting the perfectly timed hop out so you can't get grabbed.
Yeah, which, I mean, the timing is a bit forgiving with Billy specifically because of the 3-second cooldown time when he lets go of his chainsaw. It's a lot more forgiving than, for example, a Bubba.
Bubba's tantrum, yeah.
Yeah, because the thing is, he doesn't have to, like, Bubba, the difficulty of timing the jumping out of the locker with Bubba's tantrum is just that the window between the active hitbox during the tantrum animation, and between that and the point where he can grab you as you're jumping out is just such a thin margin.
It is.
Whereas it's much easier to execute something like that against a Billy.
Yeah, 100%. Billy, Blight is even a good one for that technique to go well on a Nurse.
And like against a Blight, you're not going to get anywhere, but at least you'll get out of the locker.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you will be able to waste a few seconds, right?
Yeah, especially because like at this level, those couple of seconds can really be the difference.
I mean, especially if they're using any add-ons that refresh their tokens, right?
Yeah.
On rush hits, right? You might want to just deny that, force them to M1 or something. So, yeah, I'm hoping a little bit for another Billy, but and to be fair, if we get another Billy, the chances that the point values are going to be really similar. It's going to be really a tight, fun race. That might be interesting to watch.
Yeah, see, honestly, I would love to see a team of survivors actually win against a Billy.
That's true. That's the gauntlet.
This has just been absolutely absurd watching what Billies can do on this platform.
Yeah.
Far beyond anything that's available elsewhere.
Yeah.
And so I would be really interested to see what it takes from a team of survivors to beat a Billy of this caliber.
Mm-hmm. Now, it does look like we are going to be playing, or we're going to be seeing a Nurse player, which, if this goes the way we think it will, 4K and 4K, the Nurse is surely going to get more points at the end.
Absolutely, because the Nurse does have that 2-segment of chase for the first hit, the second hit.
Yep.
And even if the survivors do spend a lot of time staying injured, she actually does spend time in chase much more so than a Billy does under these circumstances.
Yeah.
Where he kind of just shows up and kills you.
Yeah, and she's still forced to use her ability, so she's going to get deviousness points and things of that nature. So at the end of the day, this looks like this could skew really heavily towards TDC if they could pull off the 4K and manage to get, over 24,000 points.
Yeah, which as a Nurse is not that difficult.
No, I think if you 4K with Nurse, you're typically getting more than that.
Yeah, and especially but considering, again, we're on Wrecker's Yard.
Yeah.
Where, like, that first game we saw Onryo into Nurse.
That's
now we're
true.
seeing Billy into Nurse, which is a very different game. In terms of power levels, it's much more even.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is, you have to keep in mind that the tiebreaker is blood points, and that's the first tiebreaker, too.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, this would be the second tiebreaker, actually.
No, so, I mean, the first tiebreaker criteria is blood points.
Sure, yeah.
And frankly, if it ever got beyond that, I would be extremely surprised, because that would be an absolutely absurd coincidence.
Yeah.
To have the exact same blood point count in 2 matches, kind of unheard of.
Yeah, I could never imagine point values being identical.
But the thing is, it also makes sense from like a tournament organizer perspective that like you have to have something beyond that.
Oh, for sure. No, it makes sense.
But you'll never see it.
No,
you'll never see it in the real world.
Yeah. So, we are going to be looking here at Lucy, who is playing Nurse for TDC. I think that they've probably. I don't want to count my chickens too soon, but we have only seen one Nurse yet, and they were great.
They dominated their match.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you pick Nurse if you're not sure of yourself.
No, and I do see a lot of people in the chat cheering on Lucy, so Lucy may be the popular favorite in this round as well.
Yeah, Lucy has a cult following, so this is going to be actually really cool to see.
Yeah, I am really excited to see the performance of someone with that kind of notoriety, that they're making these kind of waves in Twitch chat.
Yeah, 100%.
Because Twitch chat doesn't like anybody.
Yeah, no, the Twitch chat doesn't like themselves sometimes. You know what I mean?
They definitely don't like us.
Yeah, so you know what? And I'm going to call it now. now, I'm banking on TDC to go all the way tomorrow and making it. I have no reason why I'm saying. I'm just. They have enough fans. I just think they're gonna do it.
Yeah, I mean, it sure seems that way.
Yeah. So you know what? The power of friendship or something like that, right? Some Kingdom Hearts something or another.
No, you can get it. You can get anywhere with the power of God and anime on your side.
Exactly. Yeah, and there's nothing more anime than Nurse. So yeah, we're gonna load in here to Wrecker's Yard. I'd be banking on Corrupt Intervention.
Yeah, it seems pretty likely. I'm expecting a pop too. Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
okay.
we got a little glimpse. We won't give too much info here, but
yeah, not until you guys can see it.
Exactly. So loading in here, we see already gen progress going, but we do see the Nurse.
That's the range right there.
Yeah, let's take a look here at we are seeing Borrow Time, Unbreakable, DS, Dead Hard.
Yeah, I'm definitely expecting a lot of Dead Hards against the Nurse, and I love this cosmetic. We got a glimpse of it from the Survivor side. That's also the Sloppy Butcher revealed. And that little smoke trail behind the Nurse.
Wow.
Oof.
Good hit.
Yeah, good job from the Nurse to do that short blink, predicting the double back from the Survivor.
Yeah,
that is such a cool cosmetic.
Yeah,
I love that weapon.
Nurse came fancy. She knew what she was doing.
Yeah, she's not here to mess around. She's here to this is like, you got Survivors to kill at 5 and you got a nice dinner at 6.
Exactly. So Hex Ruin just getting cleansed out. It was able to do a little bit of damage in its short duration, but from here we just have Call of Brian, so that shows to me just an absurd confidence in this Nurse's capability. No pop, nothing like that. Just Brian and Sloppy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, back in ye olden days, I was a big fan of Sloppy on Nurse, because I didn't really feel that there was much need when you have a killer with this kind of power level for gen regression, especially in public matches. But just a little something to kind of keep him injured helps you out.
Yeah, and we're seeing here Lucy has someone on hooks, has someone slugged, is in another chase. The real fear for Lucy here is that they end this match too fast and really actually cap themselves on blood points.
Yeah, because this is a tremendous amount of pressure now, but you can almost end up in like a... Well,
what if the other team forces the hand? They all 4 go down and they just choose to end it sooner. They would force themselves into a victory.
Yeah, that's interesting because we see the Nia unhook here, but I wonder if our Nurse is going to intentionally leave someone alive so that they can... That was interesting.
Yeah, this is a wild match. I mean, if I were the other team, I would say Nia, try to draw aggro, everybody stay slugged, and let's force them to 4K early, and we'll have more blood points.
I mean, this almost seems like Lucy is playing with their food.
Yeah, 100%.
Very much like this gives the air of like an experienced Nurse player in a public match who's like doesn't want the game to end just yet.
Exactly, yeah. This is definitely interesting. I mean, I don't know if they're going to 4-man slug everybody.
Oh, there's the Dead Hard.
It was a fearful Dead Hard.
that Dead Hard went all the way across the shack.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So this is going to be their second hook. Yeah, I mean, right now, Gen Progress and DS still in play there.
But, I mean, hey, that's just another chase. That's more points for the Nurse.
Yeah.
Because you got to keep in mind, right, like, the Survivors are getting a little bit of gen progress at this point. They have like 1 at half, 1 at a quarter, and a couple with a couple percent.
Yeah, Lucy's going to have to be careful not to get a little overconfident here, I think.
Yeah. This is definitely a situation where if the Survivors make enough good plays, this is definitely still winnable.
Yeah, 100%. Things slow down really heavily there, but nothing's quite out of... Yeah, and we're going to see an attempt at Brian, but if a Survivor goes back to that gen fast enough, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but at the same time, regardless of whether or not the gen is regressing, Call of Brian is going to provide that information if they don't land their great skill checks.
I mean, what I would do is just tap it to stop the regression and then get out of there personally.
Yeah, I mean,
the skill checks are what really show off.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that's what the Fung is doing. She, like, tapped the gen, did a little progress, and then slow walked away once the hook came through.
Yeah, this is a really good hit right here. That gen was basically 95, 99%, right?
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see Lucy go contest that gen that the 2 Survivors are working on, or if they know that the Nia is nearby and working on that other gen that they just kicked.
All right, that gen has already gone down to 90%.
Yeah, well, here comes... Oh, not quite enough range on that one.
And I don't think we're actually doing double range. I actually think we're probably going to be doing recharge speed. It doesn't seem like their range is quite as egregious as what we've seen from other double ranges for the day.
No, it makes me think 1 range, 1 recharge is the add-on combo here.
Yeah, maybe a green range, purple recharge?
Is there a purple recharge? No, there's. I would say probably purple range, green recharge. Those are add-ons that exist.
Yeah, no, I don't play add-ons on Nurse.
Yeah, I mean, I usually run like Wooden Horse because I'm bad.
Wow, great dead hard here. And we're really going to try to tunnel somebody out before. I mean, right now we're looking at 2 gens done, soon to be a third maybe.
Yeah, but this is also the third hook coming through on this ace, so
Yeah,
he's going to be dead. And as soon as you're in that 3v1, oof, it's tough to make any progress.
Yeah, here's to hoping that the team can do something. I mean, this is still could go anyway. I'm not counting anything out, but with one person dead this early, we do know that Feng's gen is actually regressing right now.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm not sure how that's happening.
Yeah, that is a HUD bug, I think. I don't know why it says it's popped, but it looks like it's actually going backwards. So.
Yeah, I see that number going down.
So it looks like and maybe that in and of itself is a bug. I'm really not entirely sure.
Yeah, maybe the gen is done.
Because Nia's gen is also now suddenly regressing.
Yeah, I don't know. I have some questions, but it's fine. It seems, is that 4 gens done?
Yeah, it looks like 4 gens are done.
Lucy may have gotten a little overconfident here.
Yep, Lucy may have absolutely...
Oh, and the short blink, too. Oh, no.
Yeah,
Things seem to be falling apart because there's a survivor on that last gen.
Yeah, the overconfidence definitely hurt them a little bit.
Yeah, I guess that's the question, though, is like how afraid do you have to be of ending the game early and losing that tiebreaker versus what's going on here?
Well, and I think to some degree eating the DS maybe would have been the wrong call instead of just going to someone else, hooking them, and then coming back to ace right after, right?
Yeah, because that's the thing is she needs that 24,000 points if she 4Ks.
Yeah.
And so I guess in the pursuit of those points, she may have let the survivors have a little bit too much leeway and released a little bit too much of that pressure. But there are 2 survivors down in this corner with the nurse right now, so this is a bit of a feeding frenzy if they're not careful.
Yeah, what we're seeing really from the team is just staying really spread out, and we're seeing Lucy just whiff a lot of hits. All of a sudden, the pressure is really mounting and becoming.
Oh, good double back from Claudette.
Wow. You know, typically we don't see a lot of high-end nurse players blinking through obstacles as much as they will blink to one point and then use that second blink.
Yeah.
Expecting the double backs. And another whiff.
Oh man, these
Wow.
survivors are just so clean.
You know, I think a lot of it is just the timing is becoming really, really off for our killer. And they're really going to have to use Call of Brine to claw some of this back.
Yeah, this is really interesting. This is just, I feel like right now we're just watching the results of hubris.
Yeah.
And not the perk.
Yeah, definitely not the perk. Yeah, we're definitely seeing that, you know, getting one person hooked and 2 people slugged was definitely a powerful spot to be in, but taking one of those as a hook and then building off that pressure, I think that maybe we got into, and, you know, I don't want to call it too soon, but maybe we did get into a little bit of a showboat sort of scenario.
Yeah, and the thing is at this point, too, the nurse only effectively has 2 perks. She has Sloppy and Call of Brine, and that's it.
Wow, look at these survivors coming through. They all managed to slink over.
This is dangerous, though. The thing is, you got to keep in mind, the game is not over until the gates are open and the survivors walk out those doors.
With 3 people up, if only one of them slips by, that's game. And the nurse will actually perform worse than the Billy did.
Yeah, wow, I never thought I'd see the day.
Wow.
Oh, and a whiffed blink.
That's incredible.
That's extremely unfortunate. No way out either?
Yeah.
Man.
Lucy had such a strong start, and I think that strong start definitely gave a false sense of security. Now this end game, this late pressure, has really started to spiking anxieties a little bit and causing some misreads.
Yeah, because this is a very difficult spot she finds herself in now. Like, even if all of the others, even if she catches this survivor, yeah, only one person needs to get out.
That's it.
And that's it.
Yep, that is it. Lucy, unfortunately, giving a little bit too much away, and that is going to, that means Hillbilly is actually, is going to proceed forward.
Yeah, which is just wild considering how dominant Lucy's early game was.
Yep.
Like, if the blood points didn't matter, this game would have been over 5 minutes ago.
100%. Yeah, this is wild. This swung multiple different ways. There could have been a lot that happened, and you know, I'm
and it
not
looks
going
like
to say
Claudette's getting the hatch here too. Oh, the dead art for distance.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be said here about what could have happened, and I would say at the end of the day, there's also great plays for the survivors. The ace on his 3rd hook, dead harding perfectly.
Yeah,
right?
There were so many small things. Like, again, it's a game of butterfly effects, but Endgame is going to walk out of here with the victory.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And honestly, that's one of the strengths Billy has over all these killers, except Oni, is the ability to dead hard doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
And stuff like that typically, right? Because if you're just downing healthy people, then they aren't injured. They can't use dead hard. So
Yeah.
Congratulations, Endgame. That was wild. I really expected the nurse to come out on top on that one, and didn't even contest it, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite the surprising outcome of the match, I gotta say. Yeah. I did not expect that to go the way that it did, and frankly, at any given point in the match, I probably could not have told you how that would end.
No, yeah, no. Yeah, that's it. There's the lack of words speak for themselves almost. Yeah.
Yeah, wild. And so we're going to get our way into some highlights here. We see, oh yeah, that down. Oh man, yeah, breaking the pallet with the survivor mid-vault, and they just get 0 distance from it.
Yeah, this was incredible. The flip from the Meg. Oh.
Yeah, those are always funny to watch. I love those.
And then this is actually what really sealed this up, is being able to get this tight 180 boom right there.
And the thing is, you can see if the survivor had just held a little bit closer to that corner, they would have been outside the radius of that flick. And then they hit through the pallet when it's an insta-down too. Oof.
Yeah, they came right for blood on that one. Most of these highlights, I feel like, are definitely going to be like just that. Curving around the person who just got unhooked was really a powerful play.
Yeah, because you also have to keep in mind how big the hitboxes are of the survivors on hook.
I know, yeah. That one was incredible. Really, they warmed into their Billy capabilities very fast.
Yeah, really 2 completely opposite match flows this game, where the Billy was having a bit of a hard time in the early game and then really turned it on and brought it back. Whereas Lucy's nurse, with such an incredibly strong start, but then just not able to close it out.
Yeah. Yeah, what an interesting way to go through things here. And we see the double back actually into Lucy's hit here. An incredible blink right here on the ace, which is really, really good. This ace really had a tough time. Getting tunneled out is always a little bit difficult.
Yeah, no, it's always